Chapter 1. Naomi. Thunk. Crash. I whirl around to see my dad's display cabinet thunk again as it wobbles on the concrete path in front of my new house, then wince as the grandfather clock inside it twangs in complaint at the semi-rough treatment.
"Sorry, miss, that ain't gonna fit."
The big burly man leading my two-man removal crew shrugs at me.
"Gonna have to take it to pieces, I reckon."
I run my eyes over it, relieved when I don't see any obvious damage from trying to fit it into the narrow entranceway, then nod. All right, that should be okay. I think I remember my dad dismantling it at some point. I think, though I don't know whether that's just because my dad seems to appear in every thought I have at the moment. The guy glances awkwardly between the cabinet and his partner before shaking his head and rubbing the back of his neck.
"Afraid we can't do that for you. Insurance won't cover it."
What? I blink for a moment, staring at the large, unwieldy thing.
"That's everything else done, though, so if you're happy and all, we'll be off."
Happy? With my cabinet stuck right outside my front door? But what about... I gesture helplessly towards it, not quite able to finish the sentence.
"Yeah, sorry, wish we could help. Really do."
He spreads his hands out towards me and shrugs. I'm not sure I believe it. I mean, he's been a nice enough guy, just a little reluctant to do too much work. Not exactly what I was looking for in a moving company. I'm starting to regret not paying a little more for a better option, but I know that I'm lucky to be able to buy the house and have enough money left over to give me a little breathing room. Time to find my feet slowly and ease into this new life. I'm not going to waste that chance by being careless with the money Dad left me. Before I can think of anything else to say, the guy, Barney, I think, wishing I'd paid a little more attention on the way down here, walks toward me with a clipboard and asks for my signature. For a moment, I'm tempted not to sign, but that seems like a dick move, and it still won't fix the insurance problem. Just damn. I glance at the cabinet again before reluctantly giving in and signing what he's holding out at me. Once I'm done, he gives me a half-cheery wave, and they both disappear into the van. They're gone a moment later, leaving me staring back at the old cabinet and wondering what the hell I'm supposed to do now. I probably should have thought about this before trying to bring it down here, but it was easy enough to get it out of my father's old house, and I wasn't exactly in the right state of mind to think through logistics at that point. Besides, I wanted the cabinet. All of my parents' other furniture had come and gone over the years, to the point that I didn't even recognize half of it when I'd gone back there earlier this week. But the old clock display cabinet had always been there, all throughout my childhood. I think it was my granddad's originally, but I only ever remember it in my parents' house. My dad used to keep his finest collection of whiskeys inside, to display them, he'd say, because otherwise he had a tendency to forget about them entirely, and that would be too much of a shame to risk. I can still picture playing on the floor while he poured one after a long day at work. And then later, the first few times I tried to investigate it myself as a teenager, and the wink he'd given me when I didn't quite hide the evidence well enough. So when I'd seen it again all these years later, looking through the house with grief and loss tugging at me, I'd wanted to take it with me and have something of them in this new place. Practicalities hadn't been important. But sentimentality aside, it's here now, so I'm going to have to do something about it, even if I'm not quite sure what. Well, you're an independent, self-reliant woman now, Naomi. Work it out. A slightly ironic smile curves my mouth at the thought. I spent so much of the last year teaching myself to believe that, reminding myself over and over again that I can do this, and I don't need anyone else, that the voice comes almost unbidden now. Sometimes it feels like it's not even me at all, just some other worldly being telling me to pull myself together and get on with it. Not bad advice, either way you look at it. And for a long time, more necessary than I would have liked to think. Now, maybe I need it a little less, but it still makes me feel better to hear it when I land myself in stupid, frustrating situations. Something that happens a hell of a lot more than I'd like. But I don't mind. Not really. Even if I'm starting to relax enough to laugh at that little voice now, I still get a strange thrill at the idea that I'm doing this all myself, and that I don't need a removal man to help me. Or any man, for that matter. It makes me feel strong and self-reliant, something that has been so missing for so long. And now it's back. I know I never want to let it slip away again. So I want to do this myself. I nod at the thought and walk past the thick wooden cabinet, patting it as I slip into the house. Just you and me, buddy. I mutter it under my breath and smile at the strange, warm feeling that it gives me. It's taken a long time to get to this point, but now I like knowing that I'm alone, I'm capable, and that I'm actually doing this, even when this is a weird, unforeseen situation that probably counts as awkward more than anything else. I search through the cardboard boxes stacked in the house, looking for the old tools of my father's that I took as an afterthought. I didn't exactly pack as if they were the first thing I'd need. That pride of place goes to my coffee maker, which I look at wistfully as I move that box to the side. Work first, coffee later. Not the way I usually do things, but I didn't miss the sight of the gray clouds hovering above the house, and it would be just my luck for the rain to start before I've got the old thing inside. It takes several minutes to find the tools, and then a while longer to guess whether any of them are actually useful. Okay, maybe I haven't done this kind of thing before, so what? It will all be fine. When I emerge back outside again, I give the cabinet a long look as I try to work out how best to start. Why is that outside? The loud, inquisitive voice breaks my focus, and I glance back over my shoulder to see a little boy standing there, pointing to the large cabinet. He can't be much older than 6, and I find myself smiling almost immediately. That's a very good question. I shake my head, looking back at it wryly. Seems kinda silly, doesn't it? He nods dramatically, blonde hair flopping across his head as he does. Uh-huh. Who are you? The smile deepens, and something squeezes in my chest. He's got big blue eyes, and the most adorable expression as he teeters on the edge of his toes, looking up at me with curiosity. Definitely one of the cutest kids I've seen in a while. And I have a weakness for little children. I'm Naomi. I just moved here. I turn towards him, dropping into a crouch so I'm down at his level. Do you live around here too? I don't want to think there's some woman anxiously wondering where her son is right now. Uh-huh, he says again, pointing to the house just next to mine, the one set back slightly from the road and surrounded by a large fence. There. Oh. I relax a little. A boy playing in a quiet, dead-end road like this one isn't such a big deal, and if they live right over there, I'm sure his parents know exactly where he is. That's a nice house, I say, nodding. I mean it, too. It's certainly different from the little cottage I just bought, and in ways I probably have a slightly unique appreciation for. There's a fence running all the way around it, but it also has an electric gate and a couple of cameras obviously set into the front porch. I'm not sure whether the owner is terrified of a home invasion or what exactly. I'm not going to lie either. The moment I saw it, I asked the estate agent if they were selling any more like that. I mean, I'm not expecting anything to happen. Of course I'm not. There's a reason I moved to a small town in the middle of nowhere. It's a new start, a fresh beginning, and no one is going to find me here. I'm safe, and there's nothing to be afraid of. But I also know that it would make a difference to have a house with so much security, just for those times I wake up in the middle of the night and can't get the irrational fear to fade. Unsurprisingly, though, there was nothing else like it for sale. It's not exactly common to add a dozen security features to the average small-town house around here. The owner of this particular property seems to be the only exception, so I'd left that afternoon with a quiet little cottage I'd originally been thinking of, and maybe a slight curiosity about my new neighbor. A curiosity that's just doubled if they've got kids, too. What can I say? They've always been a weakness of mine. So, what's your... Tyler! The deep shout interrupts me and the kid. Tyler, I guess, glances back over his shoulder. Gotta go, he grins at me, then turns and runs back to disappear around the side of the house I was just admiring. I give a small, wry smile as I stand up, and then a sudden pang goes straight through me. I wonder if I'll ever... No, Naomi, you are not going there. I can't afford to start worrying about having a baby right now. Even if leaving Anton has set my body clock into overdrive, turns out it really affects you when that neat marriage and kids timeline is thrown into sudden chaos. It doesn't seem to matter that Anton's soon was probably never going to happen, or that bringing a child into that situation would have been totally irresponsible. While I was with him, that baby was always around the corner, and that was good enough to stop these daily pangs at least. But now, no fucking clue when any of that might happen. Hell, my new plan is to stay far away from men and relationships for a very long time. Maybe even forever. Now that I know I'd rather be alone than unhappy, I'm not going to let myself settle for the wrong thing again. I can't afford to let this sort of inconvenient response distract me from that, or from any of the plans for my new life, no matter how cute the neighbor's kid might be, or how much my body clock tugs at my heart and tells me that it's time to start a family. At least working at the local school will give me the chance to be around kids again, and that will have to be enough. I force myself to turn away from looking over at their house, knowing that I'm feeling a little wistful, and try to refocus on the cabinet still sitting outside my house. Compared to everything else, I suddenly appreciate this little problem. At least this I can deal with. Or I think I can. It's definitely easier to think about than my warped life plan, anyway. I walk over to it and start examining how it should probably be disassembled, letting all those other thoughts slip away in my focus on how the different parts are joined. What I might lack in skill or knowledge, I'll try to make up for in determination at least. After a couple of minutes, I sort of think I know how it's put together, and I start unscrewing the back panel of one of the side display units. Once that's off, I should be able to see how that part is connected to the clock in the middle a little better. And then... Are you trying to destroy that thing? The voice rumbles from behind me, and I tut to myself, still staring at the screw I'm working. It's a little tight, this one, and I'm not sure whether it's strength or technique that's holding me back. I think the correct word is dismantle. I feel the figure move around me, looking at what I'm doing. Nope, I had it right the first time. This time, the rumbling definitely sounds amused, and I glance up in irritation. Look. I suddenly stop still, swallow, feel my eyes skitter to the side. The man behind me is huge, muscles and tattoos all the way down his exposed forearms, tight t-shirt stretched across very obvious abs, and I don't even get to his face before images of strength and violence start overwhelming me. My blood rises up into my ears, pounding and pulsing hard, and I have to fight to remember where I am, what I'm doing, everything. I stand up and take a step back, knowing I'm acting fucking weird, but unable to control the reaction. It's just a guy. You don't know him. It's fine. Stop it, Naomi. Stop it. I try, then clear my throat. I'll do it, he says without preamble. And then he crouches in the place I'd just been kneeling without giving me a chance to respond. He doesn't even ask, but the moment he's down there and not looking at me anymore, the tightness in my chest starts to ease. I still feel nervous and tense, but I run through all the reasons why everything is fine, and there's nothing to be afraid of, and... Can I help? The boisterous voice interrupts my spinning mind, and then the little boy from earlier slides down onto his knees, next to the intimidating man who just appeared. He's just started unscrewing part of the cabinet I hadn't even noticed, and when he glances over at the kid, I can see his features soften as he smiles. It's seeing that, more than anything, that finally calms the crazy beating of my heart. In fact, it might even tug at it a little. Again, sometimes I wish I could have just a moment of control over my errant emotions. Sure, kiddo. I pause at that. It's my cabinet, after all, and I don't know why this guy suddenly thinks he gets to decide what's happening here. Maybe he's the kind of guy who always decides. Doesn't look like he's ever not been in control. And now that I'm thinking a little more clearly, the thought even irritates me. Just who does he think he is? I hesitate before saying anything, though, because I'm not sure I actually would have said no. I've always believed kids should have the opportunity to learn by helping like this, but I also know how devastated I'll be if they break my dad's cabinet. Here, can you hold this for me? The man, who hasn't even given me his name yet, holds a screwdriver out to Tyler, and the kid nods, taking it enthusiastically. They swap tools for a couple of minutes, as he looks over the cabinet and unscrews a few parts, enough that I start to relax a little. And then I see him work a screw halfway out and glance back at the boy. "How about this one, Ty? Can you help me here?" Tyler crawls up close, a determined look on his face, and the man helps align the screwdriver, too large and unwieldy for a boy, really. "Careful now." It takes a little bit of help, with the man's low voice encouraging and guiding, but then Tyler gets the hang of it and the screw falls away. "Good job, kiddo. Remember to grab the screw, though. We'll be needing that." Tyler peers at the ground, then snatches it up and shows it to his dad. "Got it." The man ruffles his hair, and they continue like that together, as the anxious knot in my stomach starts to ease. And more than that, I think my heart starts to melt. It's possibly the most endearing thing I've ever seen, as well as being an amazing way to try to teach a child something new, and it doesn't even involve setting a 5- or 6-year-old loose on my father's keepsake. And I was afraid of this guy? Within moments, he's gone from being terrifying to, well, I'm not quite sure, something else entirely, something that definitely involves awesome dad. That gives me another unexpected pang as I think of my own dad, but I push it away. I'd rather my new neighbor's first impression of me not be nervous, uncomfortable, and weirdly emotional, even if right now, well, maybe that's a little accurate. It's not until a few minutes pass that I realize I'm just standing around doing nothing, the two of them going back and forth over the cabinet as if they've done this dozens of times before, which, considering what I just saw, they probably have. It makes me feel more than a little bit awkward, and I suddenly remember how determined I was to do this without any help, and the way this guy just totally took over hits me again. "Hey, They both look up at me, and the stark differences between them are suddenly noticeable. Tyler's floppy blonde hair over his excited young face and wide grin are in total contrast to his father's unreadable expression, and the dark eyes that catch mine with an intensity that makes it impossible to look away. The nervous, scared beat of my pulse rises into my ears again, and I swallow. Somehow, when he's looking at me like this, it's impossible to recall the softness he had for a son. Instead, I get hot and cold shivers up my arms and a staccato beat in my chest, and I'm not sure whether that's because even without that initial irrational fear, he's still intimidating as hell, or that I've just noticed he's way hotter than I thought. Like, seriously. I thought I'd stopped noticing things like that, stopped trusting them definitely, but with a rough stubble across his strong jaw, and the kind of rugged features that make you feel like he walked out of some magazine about pure masculinity. My God. For a moment, I forget what I was going to say. My mouth goes dry. But this time, not just with nerves. I wasn't sure men like that actually existed in real life. And he is a kid, too. How he keeps in shape. "Yes?" He interrupts my wandering mind, seemingly totally unaware of the effect he's having. Thank God. I'm not sure I'd be able to handle my totally hot Good Samaritan neighbor knowing what I'm thinking right now. I hesitate again. I'd been about to point out that I didn't need his help, that I was going to do this myself, but I suddenly realize how stupid that is. He obviously knows what he's doing, and I don't, and as much as independence and self-reliance are great and all that, this doesn't seem like the right time to get hung up on my pride. Besides, this is neighborly and friendly, right? That's what you were hoping for from this town. Thank you, I finish lamely, and offer a weak smile. I have no idea what he thinks of me by now, but that silent stare isn't helping my nerves at all. I might be a lot better than I was, but I still don't like attention. He just shrugs, though, barely acknowledging me, and returns to the cabinet. I'm left standing awkwardly watching again, but the moment he stops looking at me, I feel better. Tyler is easily distracted, too, turning back to peer at what his dad is doing. Opening the grandfather clock up now and looking at some of the parts in there. I almost tell him to be careful, or ask if he knows what he's doing, but I manage to bite it back. He certainly looks like he knows what he's doing. The screwdriver is working fast now, and he's reaching inside and adjusting it as if he's been doing this all his life. Who knows? Maybe he has. Maybe he makes clocks for a living. That thought has a snort of laughter threatening to burst out of me. He's definitely not the thin, wiry, spectacle-laden type. Though what do I really know? I've never actually met a clockmaker. I'm pretty sure my assumption comes entirely from films and TV shows. What do you do? The question comes out before I can think better of how that sounds, too distracted by this strange fascination with my new neighbor. And then, to make it even worse, I blush, too. God damn it. I swallow again. I was just wondering. I'm Naomi, by the way. I just moved here. I'm going to be teaching at the local school. That's what I do. I'm a teacher. I trail off as I realize I'm just babbling, which makes me feel embarrassed all over again. He barely acknowledges any of that, slowly working one of the side display units off the clock now. Well, anyway, it's really nice of you to help out like this. I shift awkwardly, and then he starts explaining to his son what he's doing, and I give up all hope of making any conversation. Okay, maybe he's helpful, but I'm getting closer to describing him as rude than friendly. I mean, he hasn't even given me his name yet. Isn't that the first part of basic common courtesy? But since he doesn't seem to want to talk, and I don't really want to distract him anyway, I settle for simply watching instead. At first, I think I might learn something from it, but then, I won't lie, I find that the only things I'm focusing on are the way the muscles in his forearms bunch as he tightens and loosens different parts, or the hard lines on his face as he examines the inside of the cabinet, or the deep, almost melodic voice he uses as he talks quietly to Tyler. And suddenly I don't mind so much that he's not saying anything at all to me. In fact, I'm grateful for the chance to look and enjoy without the stress of his attention. It doesn't take long before he's dismantled the different parts of the cabinet. And then, all too soon, I find myself leading him into the house and through to the living room to point out where I was planning on putting it. The moment I'm inside with him, though, in the confined space of the house, the comfort I'd felt watching him disappears. His powerful body seems to make the house feel smaller, and in those brief moments that he blocks the entire hallway, well, I find myself getting edgy even though I know how stupid that is. I try to ignore it, and I'm about to offer to help move the 3 parts of the cabinet he's detached, when I see him just pick one up, just like that. I stood staring for a moment, because it definitely took both of the removal guys to move it anywhere. And even though it's now in 3 parts, it's still... I realize too late that I'm blocking his path and back up into a doorway to try to let him through. It's still a tight space, though, and as he brushes just past me, the hairs on the back of my arm stand up, and a weird semi-anxious, semi-excited flutter spreads all the way through me. I bite my lip, suddenly wondering whether it was such a good idea to let him come in and do this. It's a stupid thought, but I can't work out whether I'm a little afraid of this total stranger or afraid of something else entirely. I try to shake it off and retreat to a corner of the living room to watch as he gets the other parts into place, wishing I could ignore how much closer the air feels now that we're inside together. Tyler follows us in too, but he's obviously lost interest with what his dad is doing and has started wandering around the room and in between boxes instead. Shouldn't be long. I know what I'm doing now. My new neighbor glances over and actually smiles at me this time. That sends another weird flutter through me, but I push that aside as I try to return it. You looked like you knew what you were doing before. Yeah. He just shrugs and settles down in front of the cabinet. I mess around with this stuff often enough. I want to ask more. What stuff he messes around with, and why, and how, and a dozen different questions. But I'm already getting the impression he's not a man of many words, and the moment he starts concentrating again, I'm pretty sure he forgets all about me. But I don't exactly mind. There's a part of me that would still rather be easily forgotten, and it means I can watch without the prickly skin nerves that his attention seems to give me. Tyler, don't. His voice abruptly cuts through that thought, and I glance around. That's not ours. Leave it. On the other side of the room, Tyler is starting to open one of the boxes, peering inside. Though how he saw that with his head buried behind the cabinet, I have no idea. Maybe it's that sixth sense that parents get sometimes. It's okay, I say, offering a small smile that he can't see through the cabinet. I don't mind. He makes a non-committal sound, but Tyler takes that to heart and starts enthusiastically looking in half the boxes in the room. I smile again as I walk over to him, and he starts asking seemingly endless questions. What's this? Why is this here? This is cool. Can I play with this? It makes my heart trip over itself a little, but it also totally distracts me from his intimidating father as I get absorbed in talking to him. I crouch down and try to answer as much as I can, playing with him a little, and it seems like only moments before his dad is hovering over us, one eyebrow raised. For a moment, a brief moment, I don't even know how his massive bulk completely overshadows me, and give him the wry, knowing smile that I always get from being around kids. "All done," he announces. "I'll get this one out of your hair." I smile back at Tyler before standing up. He's been no trouble. Seems like a good kid. And just like that, the gruff countenance transforms again, softening as he smiles down at his son. "Yeah, he is that." He ruffles the boy's hair, who ducks out from under his grip. "Come on, kiddo. Time to get you to Grandma's." He turns to go without waiting for anything from me, as if it's totally normal for him to just do all this work to help someone out and then disappear. Who knows? Maybe it is. But it's totally not for me. "Hey, wait." He glances back, and then I feel the nerves start hitting me again. I ignore them, though. As overwhelming as he might seem, he's been nothing but a total gentleman. I think I'm getting better at working out when my mind is just playing tricks on me, too. I look around, but I realize I have nothing to offer him. A hot drink, the ever-present cupcakes I usually have on the go, not even a glass of water. The whole house is still just cardboard boxes. My hosting skills are pretty much zero right now. Thank you for all of this." I gesture vaguely behind me and try to give him another smile. Somehow, it's hard again now. "I owe you one. Hey, I never even caught your name either." He pauses, and that unreadable expression is back over his face, those dark eyes intense and intimidating again. "It's Mac, and it was no trouble." "Mac, well, thank you." He nods. "Good luck getting settled." He leaves without saying anything else, holding his son's hand, and I'm left feeling strange. The house that felt almost cramped and too close a moment before now seems strangely empty without them both in it, and I don't really understand any of what just happened, or what to make of my new neighbor. I stand there for a while trying to puzzle at it, but in the end I give up and go back outside. I expected that this whole new life thing would feel strange anyway. He's just added a little more confusion, that's all. But he's a seemingly friendly neighbor, and someone I've already met in the town I just moved into. All good things, right? I shake the slight unease away and look out at the quiet, secluded road, taking a deep breath and bringing my mind back to what's important. I'm here. Maybe not without a few mishaps on the way. That cabinet only the most recent, but that doesn't matter. I made it. The little town of Mayfair, out in the center of Oregon, away from the city life I've always known. Away from Portland. The chance to start over. After all the challenges I've overcome this year, this is what I've been waiting for. The payoff for all those small positive changes in the right direction that I never thought would actually work. But they did, mostly at least. And now I'm strong enough that I want to try again. That I will try again. The unease and uncertainty is still there, but now there's a cautious kind of excitement, too. An acknowledgement that all the things that seemed impossible only a year or so ago have actually happened. And maybe, if I work at it, life will be good again. I'm here alone, to live my life, which is exactly what I want. What I've wanted, even if I didn't realize it, for most of the last 5 years. I say a quick thank you to Dad, and hope that he's watching over me somewhere. Finally at peace now that he knows that I did it. I got out.
Chapter 2. Mac. I half listen to Tyler chatting away about that cool lady as I drive over to Mom's. I'm going to be late, for Mom, for work. but I don't care much. I'm lucky that my job is relatively forgiving about my timekeeping, something that's almost a necessity when Tyler decides to drive me crazy with one scrap or another. And it was worth it to help that girl out. Naomi, that's her name. My mind supplies it automatically, even as I kind of wish I'd forgotten it. It would be so much more convenient if the new girl next door was forgettable. But that's the last word I could use to describe her. I'd heard the moving van earlier today, and then the brief snippets of conversation as furniture and boxes were moved around. And before that, I'd seen the signs when the previous neighbors had finally sold the place. So it wasn't like I didn't know it was happening. I'd just been totally uninterested in the idea of a new neighbor, except for a passing thought that it might be cool if they had kids for Tyler to play with. Naomi doesn't have kids, that much is obvious. But now, uninterested doesn't quite cover it. I can still feel heat pumping through my body, that shot of lust when I'd seen her for the first time bent over that cabinet, and that amazing ass on full display. I try to kill those thoughts and shift in my seat, glad that Tyler is far too young to have any clue about my current discomfort, and far too distracted to care. At times like this, he doesn't need much input or encouragement, and it's easy to let his high, excited voice become background noise to my own thoughts. Thoughts that I wish I could get out of my head right now. It's fucking stupid and irresponsible, and all sorts of other things. When Tyler had come racing into our backyard talking at a mile-a-minute pace about the lady he'd just met, I quickly worked out that he'd already introduced himself to the new neighbor, and I figured I should do the same, because I can never be too sure just what he said and whether I might need to apologize. But I hadn't expected to find the most gorgeously curvy woman I've seen in a long time, bent over what looked like some antique display, holding a screwdriver wrong and obviously needing help. I mean, who doesn't know how to hold a screwdriver correctly? I hadn't thought anything of my temptation to sneak a little eyeful of her ass either. It's not the first time I've had my head turned since I split with Fiona, but that feeling has always faded quickly. Usually as soon as Tyler bounces along behind me and reminds me of what's actually important. But then she'd turned around and, well, it isn't just her ass that's gorgeous. No, she's got the sweetest face as well, with shoulder-length curls and cute little dimples and full pink lips that puckered beautifully as she spoke. It made me imagine, well, things that a single dad shouldn't be letting himself imagine. It's a kind of face that you don't forget, the kind of curves that you just want to touch and press up against a wall, and I shake my head, knowing I need to get this silly fantasy out of my mind. I can't afford to be distracted by women, especially one who lives right next door. It would be too tempting, too dangerous. And I've got Tyler to worry about. He doesn't need the wrong person in his life just because I can't keep my dick in my pants. And there's already more than enough proof that my dick has fucking bad taste in women. Something that seems to be holding true again, if the look in that girl's eyes is anything to go by. Yeah, that look was the only thing I noticed about her that wasn't sexy as hell. A scared look, and a slightly haunted expression that she probably didn't even realize she had. Nah, she's got her own story, and it's one I want to stay well away from. It's trouble, and it's not for me. Which means I just have to ignore the part of me that wants to dig deep and find out more, to know her and understand her and figure out exactly what's behind that look. I recognize the instinct, too. It's the same thing that always made me the first to volunteer for a risky recon exercise or go in on point for a dangerous strategy. The part of me that still wants the fucked up thrill of another mission, another problem to solve, and another chance to be the hero. But Tyler is my mission now. He's my constant, lovable, insane little problem, and the only times I've ever been a real hero have been when he's looking at me. By the time I park in front of Mom's house and get out of the truck, I've almost got my priorities back on straight. The images of Naomi bent over in front of me have been slowly replaced with thoughts of Tyler and what he'll need today while I'm at work, and I let myself settle back into the simple daily concerns that have made up my life for the last 6 years. Tyler unbuckles himself as I walk around, starting to push the door open before I get there, as he's doing more and more. I get around just about in time and help him manage the steps down, even though he doesn't think he needs the help. He might even be right about that, but I've still got images of him falling down these steps at 3 years old, and I haven't quite reconciled that with how independent he's started to become. You're late. I look up to see my mom stood in the doorway, the warm smile on her face slightly shadowed by concern as she looks over at me. She bends down to give Tyler a hug, which he's good enough to only resist a little, and then she shakes her head at him. What did you do this time, rascal? Nothing. Tyler shakes his head in furious denial, exactly the same way he does when he did cause the delay, and I laugh. He's actually telling the truth about that, I say as I lean down to give her a kiss on the cheek. The new neighbor needed some help getting furniture inside, delayed us a bit. Mac, she gives me a skeptical glance. Did you really have to? That's the second time this week, and it's fine, I say, wrapping my arm around her shoulder and pulling her in towards me. She resists for a moment, but then gives in to the hug, and I squeeze her tight. Desmond won't mind, and you raised me too well to ignore a woman in distress, Desmond is too tolerant by far, she mutters, shaking her head. You're complaining about that? I raise an eyebrow, and she sighs. No, of course not, for Tyler's sake. It's amazing that the man is as good to you as he is, but I don't want him thinking we're taking advantage. Mom, I work my ass off, and I'm better than half the guys he's got. It's a fair trade. Believe me. I tilt my head and give her a knowing smile. Even if it would make you feel better, I won't risk my job to help the poor woman out again, even if she is cute. Oh, she's cute, is she? Mom's tone changes instantly, her gaze sharpening, but I just laugh and squeeze her shoulder as I move past her toward the kitchen. Tyler has already made a beeline for the living room where Mom keeps an old video game console for him to play on. One of the reasons he never objects to his grandma watching him. So I'm left alone with Mom as I start unloading some of the groceries I've brought for her. Mac, she repeats in a determined tone, even though we both know that I was just teasing her. I flash a grin in her direction. Maybe a little. Don't hold your breath, though. You know I've got better things to be doing. I sense her sucking a breath in through her teeth, appraising me in the way she often has since I split with Fiona. We've had this conversation before, and we both know how it ends. You know, she starts, one finger tapping away on the counter as she watches me put bags of pasta and rice away. I was going to mention there's a nice young girl who just started at work. Thought you might like to stop by one day. Though, if you like this, what's her name? This new neighbor of yours? I don't like anyone, Mom, I repeat calmly. And with that attitude, no one will like you either, she retorts. And I grin again. Suits me fine. Mac? She comes around, stepping in between me and the bags on the table of her little kitchen, and puts her hands on my shoulders. I'm at least a head taller than her, so she has to reach up, but it makes her no less formidable. You deserve someone to make you happy, Mac. Her voice is soft, and I take a breath before meeting her gaze, letting mine become serious again. I'm fine, Mom. Please stop worrying about it. Tyler makes me happy. You make me happy. I really don't need anything else. I place my hands over hers and squeeze, then gently detach them from my shoulders. Though you're right about the time, think we can finish this conversation later, huh? Her mouth twists into a wry line, but she nods. Will it have a different ending later? She arches an eyebrow at me and I shrug. Probably not. Though if you prefer, we don't have to have it at all, you know. You should at least meet this girl, Mac. She's lovely and kind and... Mom, I interrupt, then bend down and kiss her cheek again. I love you. I've got to go. Are you all right with Tyler until tomorrow morning? I've got Sunday off this week, so I can have him all day. Yes, it's fine. Go on, then. She waves a hand at me, and I nod. I call out to Tyler as I leave, poking my head into the living room, and can't help the smile that tugs my lips as I barely get an acknowledgement at all. I usually limit the amount of time he has with video games, but I relax all of that when he's staying with Mom. If it makes her life easier, I'm all for it. It's the only thing that's ever really tempted me to consider another relationship, too. The thought that Mom wouldn't have to help out quite so much. I still feel bad about that. She's over 60 now, should be settling down and letting me take care of her, not raising another child. Instead, she's still working since I don't make enough to support the three of us in 2 different houses. Another debate we've had more than once, and running around after my kid. If Fiona had been even slightly capable or willing to help out. But I don't bother finishing the thought. I gave up hoping for that a long time ago. And even if she wanted to now, I wouldn't trust her with Tyler again. So instead, Mom and I tried to take opposing shifts, so that between both of us and school, the childcare works out. Mostly, we seem to be able to balance it all, even if it gets tricky sometimes. And Mom's right. We have Desmond to thank for a lot of that. The ex-Marine offered me a job in a security firm as soon as I left the forces and came back to Mayfair. And then after it all broke down with Fiona, he made it clear that I could have whatever shifts worked for the rest of my life. It was working for him that made leaving the Marines bearable at first. It felt almost the same, and we've always had the sort of understanding that the rest of the team doesn't quite get. I can work odd hours, take random time off, and he never questions any of it. But I work my ass off for him when I'm there. I cover things no one else wants to do. And I spend as much time playing with the security kit and developing new tech to sell as he does. So, it's all okay. It's working. And considering how impossible that seemed at the beginning, it sure as fuck isn't something I want to mess with now. Maybe being a single dad isn't something I ever wanted or hoped for, but it's doable. And at least Tyler seems happy enough. I know Mom worries that he doesn't have a mother figure, and when I spend too much time thinking about it, sometimes I do as well. But I just hope that with her there, he doesn't feel it too badly. At least he hasn't started asking questions yet. But then I don't know how much of his time with Fiona he remembers. It bothers me that maybe there's a reason he never asks about his mother. I knock the car into gear and pull out of Mom's driveway, finding her words repeating in my mind again. "You deserve someone to make you happy, Mac." I shake my head. She's said it before and she'll say it again. I don't usually have trouble brushing it off. But Naomi's sexy, sweet smile is still in my mind, the way her eyes sparkled as she talked to Tyler. She's confused things, and I don't even know why. She's not even my type. I mean, physically, sure, I've always had a thing for beautiful women, with the kind of soft curves you can hold on to at night. But Naomi, she was scared of me. And if there's anything that could make me feel less like a man, that would be it. She was nervous the whole time I was trying to help her out. One look at me and she was practically shaking, barely able to meet my eyes or say anything at all. Just impossible, not to mention unnerving. I kept wondering what the hell I'd done wrong, and the normal sexy banter I might enjoy in a situation like that dried up until I felt uncomfortable saying anything at all in case I upset her. Not the kind of thing I find sexy or fun, and not what I like in a woman at all. I usually go for the sassy, confident type, someone who knows what she wants and isn't afraid to go after it, which in all honesty is probably why I was far too tolerant of Fiona's bullshit for so long. But still, nervous doesn't do it for me. I've never been interested in a woman who looks like she could be scared of her own shadow, or, okay, maybe my shadow, before. Except with Naomi. Yeah, it bothers me that she obviously felt that way, but it has me wanting to fix it instead. To comfort and reassure her until she knows that she doesn't need to be afraid of me or anything else. It makes me want to protect her. And that's far more scary than simply wanting to fuck her. I don't know why she's here or what's made her so nervous, but I have Tyler. I can't invite that kind of thing into my life, not anymore. And I don't even know if there is anything behind the shadows I thought I saw in her eyes. Maybe I'm just making it all up, trying to create another mission, another chance to be the hero. Maybe she just doesn't like you. Maybe you're just intimidating and scary as fuck and she doesn't like it. It wouldn't be the first time someone was scared of me. Just for some reason, the idea of this girl feeling that way bothers me. But if that's it, well, I guess it's for the best if it makes her want to avoid me. And if I encourage that a little, well, it won't matter that she's living right next to me. There won't be any risk of getting too friendly. Which means all these silly thoughts won't have a chance to go anywhere at all. I'll be able to keep enough distance that my interest fades and disappears, just like it always does. Even if my stupid dick keeps remembering the way she looked bent over that old wooden cabinet.
Chapter 3. Naomi. I spend the rest of that Saturday and then most of Sunday unpacking and trying to get the house sorted. It's a lot to do over one weekend, but I know that if I let the boxes sit there for more than a few days, they won't get sorted for the next 6 months. Besides, I haven't brought all that much with me. And the furniture is mostly set up now too, thanks to that hot stranger yesterday. Mac, I remind myself firmly. His name is Mac. I really have to stop thinking of him as that hot stranger. He's my next-door neighbor with a kid, and probably a wife as well. And it's not exactly a helpful way to be thinking for the start of my new life, alone. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the only reason I'm letting myself fantasize a little is because he's so obviously taken. It makes it easy to know that these are all just idle thoughts. Purely physical thoughts, too. Probably a simple reaction to him being one of the hottest men I've ever met. Because we exchanged all of about 3 sentences the whole time he was here. That shouldn't be much for him to pop into my head quite as often as he does while I'm unpacking and arranging the few belongings I brought with me, mostly from Dad's, as the previous 5 years of my life is all lost to wherever Anton is now. But maybe it's just a surprise that I even have a physical response. Usually that's my first reaction to a breakup, a sudden craving for sex that would take me totally by surprise. But with Anton, well, it's been a year now, and my libido never seemed to kick in again. I started wondering whether it might be broken, or still broken, like so much of me was for a time. Looks like I was wrong about that, at least. Maybe you just needed the right inspiration. I smirk at that, an image of Mac's tight t-shirt stretched across impressive abs flickering through my mind again, and shake my head. I better not let anyone know the naughty thoughts I'm having about the next-door neighbor. Though, with that body, and his attitude towards his son, too, I imagine most of the women in this little town have had similar thoughts at one point or another. Of course, this sort of appreciation only kicked in after he and his son had left. In person, the only thing his ridged abs and flawless muscles did was put me on edge, especially with the way he seemed to see right through me at times. Stupid, fucked-up responses. It's a wry thought, though, not a bitter one. These days I'm grateful for what I've got, and I've learned to accept some of the quirks I've been left with. Maybe eventually they'll ease a little, or not. Either way, I think I'm okay with it. Or maybe it's just easier to feel okay with it now that I'm here, and everything is new and different. That's the other reason I got all the unpacking done at once. It was almost therapeutic to set up my new life, finding a place for each little memento or keepsake. Or hell, just the coffee maker. This is my house, and there's a little thrill in being able to make whatever I want of it. And the first thing I do when I'm done with all that? Well, okay, maybe I sit back on the couch for a little while with a cup of coffee. But the second? I start making cupcakes. I'm not sure there's any better feeling in the whole wide world than getting out all of those ingredients, setting up my kitchen and starting to make the batter. With no one watching, no one judging. Just me and my kitchen. It feels almost gleeful. Baking has always been my go-to for dealing with just about any problem in my life. Making something amazing from scratch, seeing it come together and then filling the house with the scent of warm, sugary goods. And stealing a little taste here and there, too, of course. I used to do it all the time, and then, gradually, not so much. Anton used to make little comments whenever I got the scales and mixing bowls out. Wow, how many calories do you think will be in those? That recipe has a lot of sugar, huh? You know, this is why you have so much trouble losing weight, Naomi. At least, that was how they started, as casual interest, but eventually it became straight-up comments about my weight and how fat I was getting. Asshole. Eventually he sucked all the fun out of it, and I just stopped. So now, I put on some music and dance around the kitchen as I prepare to whip up a few dozen cupcakes. And it feels amazing. Maybe it's stupid that this is my little act of rebellion, but it works. Oh, it works so well. I can just imagine his smug, disapproving face, and I can feel myself laughing at it as I shrug off the stupid comments that always made me feel so small. I simply don't care anymore about what he thinks, or my weight, or anything else. This makes me happy, and there's nothing better than that. I look over the recipe, and at the last minute I decide to double it. I'm going in to work for the first time tomorrow, and that seems like a good way to start my new job. I mean, who doesn't love it when someone brings in cupcakes? I smile at the thought. I really want the new job to work out, and I'm starting to feel like it might. I'm starting to feel like everything might. See? This is why you love baking. Negative thoughts just don't seem to exist when they're bathed in a cloud of sugar. I've only got a temporary position to fill a gap left by someone on maternity leave, but it's better than I thought I'd get after a few years out of work. And I'm hoping that if I really impress them, a permanent position might open up for me too. My agency did a fucking awesome job, and I couldn't be more pleased. Maybe I should send them some cupcakes too. I look back over the recipe again, bite the inside of my cheek, and laugh to myself. Hell, why not? I'll triple it. If I give everyone in this town cupcakes, I'm sure I'll make a few friends, right? I turn the music up and start pouring the ingredients into the bowl, wriggling my ass to the tune as I do. I know more than one ex-boyfriend who very much enjoyed it when I baked. And hell, even Anton had no problem eating the results. I never should have given this up. I add the sugar to the waiting bowl of butter and only pause when the last of it slips out of the packet, frowning at the number on the scales. Not quite enough. I toss the packet in the trash and start rummaging through the cupboards, biting my lip as I reach up and trying to remember how much I bought. A lot, right? I knew I was going to be baking. You didn't know you were going to triple the usual recipe. I give a slight laugh at the sardonic thought, pushing bags of flour aside and trying to peer into the not particularly full cupboards, as if there might be something I've missed. Damn it. I turn back to the bowl, tapping my foot against the tiled floor. Okay, maybe you got a little carried away. All the newfound freedom must be going to my head, which, as far as I'm concerned, isn't a bad thing, but it does mean that the cupcakes are in trouble. Extracting the other ingredients to try and retreat back to my nice, simple double recipe isn't going to work. And a quick glance at the oven clock tells me that it's too late to try to run out to the store. It'll be closed by this time on a Sunday. Double damn. Giving up on the cupcakes is too much of a disappointment to consider. So, the only other option... I glance through my house toward the street, even though I can't see it. Is asking neighbors for a cup of sugar still a thing? Do people still do that? I sit on it for a moment, unsure whether it's gone from common practice to a little weird now. But I'm pretty sure it was how my mom started all her friendships, whenever we moved anywhere. And I do actually need the sugar. It takes another glance at the sad-looking cupcake batter to decide me. The thought of chucking it out or trying to refrigerate it for a day before I can get to the store, and abandoning my plans of turning up on the first day of my new job with a fresh batch of cupcakes, yep, that's enough to push me over the edge. I shrug off the thought that it might make me the slightly weird new neighbor, and walk towards the door. It's not until I'm out on the street that I realize I never took my apron off. But then I shrug, figuring it adds to my I was just making cupcake story. I instinctively step toward that hot stranger's house, but then I hesitate. It's only just starting to get dark, but I don't know what time his kid gets to sleep. And besides, I probably shouldn't bother him again after he went to so much effort to help out yesterday. He'll start thinking I'm trying to take advantage, or even worse, that I have some sort of silly crush and I'm inventing excuses to see him again. I imagine that's happened to him before. And it's totally not true either. If my hormones have been going a little bit crazy this weekend, I'm still not sure I want to be back under that intimidating gaze. So I turn around and walk up to the house on the other side instead. There are only the three of us on this little road, partly because Mac has such a big plot, I think, and while I saw him playing with his son earlier today, I haven't seen anything of the neighbors on the other side, or Mac's wife. Not that I've been thinking about that. There's a light on toward the back of the house, and one in the upstairs window too, so at least I know they're home. I knock on the door and perch on my toes, glancing up and waiting. Hopefully this still counts as a good way to meet neighbors, and it won't be a terrible first impression to make. Keeping myself busy with sorting the house and making plans has been a good distraction, but there's still a part of me that's a little anxious about making a whole new set of friends, especially here in the kind of town where everyone already knows each other. Waiting like this only gives that anxiety a chance to swell, and even though it's only been a few minutes, it starts to feel like a long time, until I'm not sure whether I should try knocking again or just wait a little more. I bite the inside of my cheek and glance up at the house again, but I can't hear or see any movement, so I try the knocker again, harder this time. Maybe they're watching TV and didn't hear you or something. But there doesn't seem to be any response to the second knock either, and now I'm starting to actually feel awkward. I try one more time, figuring that's just about acceptable, and then hang around for what seems like another small eternity. But when I don't get any sense of movement at all, I finally give up, peering up at the light shining from the upstairs window as I turn to leave. Triple damn. Now what? I ask myself the question, even though the last option is obvious. Mac's house. I'm just not sure whether I'm quite ready to face the awkwardness of repeating that non-response all over again. But I find myself walking past my house and up to his anyway. Even better, I'm pretty sure I can make out Tyler's high-pitched voice from inside, so he's definitely not in bed. It's not too late. Hopefully my request won't interrupt whatever routine they have, but I'm still nervous as I open the gate and walk up the path to their front door. And I'm pretty sure it's not Tyler that's making me nervous either. But I've come this far for these cupcakes, and I'll be damned if I turn around without at least trying. Unlike my other neighbor, Mac's door has a bell, which I hear ring through the house the moment I press it. That at least tells me that if I don't get an answer, I'm probably being deliberately ignored. Not that I'm sure I'd want to know that. I shake my head, wondering why I'm thinking that way, or making such a big deal about this. Only a few minutes ago I was dancing around the kitchen, and now I've got a strange knot in my stomach. Then the door opens, and Mac's body fills the whole doorway, barely letting the light from inside spill out, and I remember exactly why I'm getting nervous. "Hi," I say, trying to smile. He doesn't say anything at all in response, just keeps looking at me, those dark eyes burning into mine, and making my heart rate stutter again. It doesn't reassure those nerves at all, and I swallow. I'm from next door." I point back towards my house when his expression doesn't change. You helped me with my cabinet yesterday." "I know." "Well, okay then. I guess I was right. Helpful maybe, friendly not so much." "Well, I'm sorry to bother you again, but could I borrow a cup of sugar? I'm just in the middle of making cupcakes and I ran out," I say, shifting uncomfortably. Why does he keep looking at me like that? It's sending pinpricks down my skin again, and not in that hot fun way that I had when I was unpacking earlier. More like he's wondering who the hell this idiot woman is, and why she started making cupcakes when she didn't have all the ingredients or something. "I mean, I had enough when I started," I explain in response to what I'm sure he's thinking, and also to fill the weird silence. "But then I increased the batch, and I'd already put everything else in when I realized I didn't buy quite enough sugar. And now the store is closed, or I'd just go out, and I tried the other neighbors because I didn't want to bother you in the evening with Tyler, but they didn't answer, and—" "Old Betty? She's totally deaf, probably didn't hear you." "Right." I take a deep breath, forcing myself to stop fucking rambling. What is it about him that makes me do that? "Well, anyway, would you mind? About the sugar? I can get you some from the store tomorrow, or—" "Sure." He turns away, and I'm left in mid-sentence in the doorway, feeling more awkward than I did when Betty didn't answer. The moment his attention shifts, I start feeling like I can breathe again, and I try to pull myself together, aware that I must have sounded totally stupid. Maybe the long silences were just in my mind, too. Maybe he was responding perfectly normally, and I just couldn't take the few seconds it took for him to work out what was going on and reply. I can't work out which one of us is behaving strangely here. Maybe it's both of us, or it's neither, and I'm just overthinking things. I do that far too often. He comes back a few moments later, just as I'm regretting the whole thing, and holds out a full pack of sugar to me. "Oh, I don't need that much." I stop myself. "I mean, thank you. I'll get you another tomorrow." "Don't worry about it." He shrugs. "I don't bake." "Right," I say again. Then I reach out to take it and my fingers brush his, sending a little jolt through me. I jump slightly, fumbling the sugar, and my eyes dart to our hands. He steadies it, and then lets go. But I can't help it. I glance at his finger, too. No ring. And I get the sudden thought that maybe I haven't seen a wife because there is no wife. I feel myself reddening as I think it. It's really none of my business, and I have no reason to be thinking about it. Well, thank you, I say, feeling awkward about the whole thing again. And sorry about this, it was silly of me. Next time I won't triple the recipe without checking the ingredients first. I give an apologetic laugh and his eyebrow rises. Triple, he says, mildly enough, but I feel myself flushing again anyway. Great, and now he thinks I'm totally greedy, too. Not all for me, I add quickly. It's my first day at work tomorrow, and I wanted to make some for the staff, and... I stop myself abruptly. I told myself I was done making excuses about this shit, and I am. If I want to make a triple batch of cupcakes for myself, who cares? I can if I want to. Anyway, I'll let you get back to your evening, I say instead. Thanks again, and, bye. I give a quick wave and turn before he can say anything else, though I have no idea if he would have, or if he was just going to keep staring at me like that. God damn it. I thought I was mostly over feeling randomly intimidated, but since meeting him yesterday... I shake my head as I speed walk back to my house, then shut the door behind me and sink against it, my embarrassment threatening to overwhelm me. Stupid man, and his stupid effect on me. I was definitely right. Maybe he gave me a few fun fantasies as I was unpacking, but real life is nothing like that. Sure, he's been helpful enough, but I couldn't describe him as welcoming or friendly. You know, the kind of thing I was hoping for in my new neighbors. Instead, his idea of social interaction seems to be staring in silence until the other person feels uncomfortable enough to leave. I sigh and look down at the sugar I'm still clutching to me. Oh well, at least you'll have cupcakes. That thought makes me smile, and I finally push myself off the door and return to the kitchen. Within moments, I've got the music on full blast, louder now that I know my neighbor on this side is deaf, and all the thoughts of the infuriating neighbor on the other side disappear as I start dancing around the kitchen with my cupcake mix again. Baking was always more fun than hot guys anyway.
Chapter 4. Mac. I close the door behind Naomi, but I don't turn to go back into the house. Instead, I keep standing there watching from the frosted glass window as she quickly walks back to her own house. She doesn't look back as she opens the front door and steps through, obviously eager to get inside, and I immediately feel bad about it. I didn't exactly mean to be rude or difficult, and I certainly didn't mean to insult her about how many cupcakes she was making. But I wasn't expecting her to turn up on my doorstep either, and I didn't know how to deal with it, or how to deal with the way I'd wanted to respond to her. I'd been moments away from inviting her in for a drink, something that made no sense whatsoever since Tyler needs to go to bed in the next hour or so, and hello, idiot, she's obviously in the middle of making cupcakes. So that left me not knowing what to say at all, which meant I said almost nothing. And when she seemed to get uncomfortable, I started thinking maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. It might be best if she doesn't have any reason to come around here looking for sugar or anything else again. Except now I feel like a dick. She's just moved to the neighborhood, she's obviously nervous, and I'm scowling at her for asking for a small favor. I shake my head. I meant what I said to Mom yesterday. I've been raised far too well to feel okay behaving like that, even if I do seem to find making casual conversation with Naomi almost impossible. I hear a crash behind me, and the high-pitched laugh that follows tells me that Tyler's found a way to destroy my perfectly constructed block fort. An amused smile spreads across my face, but I don't turn away just yet, still looking over at the blurry lights of Naomi's house, wanting to settle this unease at what to do about my new neighbor. Trying to stay away is all very well, but she lives right there, and I have no idea how to strike the balance of distant but not unfriendly. Though, given our interactions so far, it doesn't seem like friendly would get very far with Naomi anyway. I'm pretty sure she wants to spend as little time around me as possible. She even went to old Betty first, right? Maybe I won't have to do anything at all. Oddly enough, that doesn't make me feel much better, but I finally turn away from the door anyway. If I'm going to start worrying about something, it makes more sense to focus that on the little hurricane of devastation currently tearing my living room to pieces. Okay, Tiger, I call out, letting my voice take on a deep tone. I'm coming back, and everything better be exactly how I left it. I hear the giggle and grin at that, stomping towards the living room and waiting for it to turn into that high-pitched squeal of anxious excitement as Tyler waits for his daddy to see what he's done. Halfway there, my phone buzzes in my pocket and I pause. Really? Another interruption? Tyler does need to get to bed sometime this side of midnight. I grunt. Okay, kiddo, one more minute. Then we'll see what you've done to my fort. I hear another burst of laughter and more crashes from that room. Then I turn and push open the door to the kitchen instead, pulling out my phone. Desmond. As expected. The only other person who might call me at this time on a Sunday is Mom, and if it had been her, then something really would be wrong. Yes, I answer crisply. Neither of us are the type for casual pleasantries. Mac, Jay is out this week, and you're the only spare guy I've got who's on for his shift. Need you to cover him at the mall for me. I don't say anything for a long moment. The mall? I repeat carefully. Yup, sorry, man. Unless you want to swap shifts, but I guess that throws your timing off. Fuck. I don't usually do basic ground security. I'm either on the cameras supporting our different teams remotely, or working on developing new tech and equipment to fix the more unique, bespoke problems that clients may have. That's the fun stuff that I actually enjoy. But, of course, it makes me one of the guys available to cover if someone goes off sick or if something comes up. Not usually a problem, but then usually I don't pick up shifts at the mall. Desmond took me off those months ago, when it was obvious Fiona was going to use the opportunity to harass me every damn time. He did it partly for my benefit, but partly because it didn't exactly make the firm look good either. Nobody wants their clients to see a security firm unable to handle a few personal issues. It's been months, Mac. Des continues into my silence. And it's 1 week, but I'll let you call it. Can you swap? Months, yeah, but as far as I'm aware, Fiona is still working at that drugstore. But I can't swap, as I'm sure Desmond knows already. It's the easy shift, 10 till 6, which means Mom can do her early shift and get Tyler from school until I head round in the evening to collect him. It's too late for her to rearrange, and her boss would be far less understanding than mine about changing the whole week's schedule, so... Damn. I'll take it, I finally say. Thanks, man. See you tomorrow. He clicks off before I answer, but that's standard, and I slip my phone back into my pocket with a sigh. It seems stupid that Fiona still makes me so reluctant to take those shifts, but seeing her is just painful. The woman who had my child and wants nothing to do with him. It's been years now, of course, and after how things went, it's not like I still have any kind of feelings for her, but that doesn't mean it's easy to face all those reminders whenever I see her. Which is something that happens more regularly than I'd like in a small town like this one, even when I try to avoid the possibility. And despite all the time that's passed, I still wonder, why? What happened? How could childbirth change her so completely? Or was it always there and I just didn't see it? Was it me? Could I have done something differently? Something to make her want the family she'd begged for over and over again? I don't care about it for me or for that stupid thought of us, but Tyler, he deserves to have a mom. He deserves his mom to love him and want him. And in the middle of the night, that's what keeps me awake sometimes. That's what terrifies me. How the hell do I fix that for him? Daddy? I turn around to see him leaning against the kitchen door, obviously impatient with waiting for me to come and complain about the incredible destructive powers of a 6-year-old. I force myself to smile back at him. Sorry, kiddo. I try to shake off the thoughts about Fiona and the funk that thinking about her always puts me in. Instead, I walk over to Tyler and ruffle his hair, then pick him up and swing him around. He's getting a little big for it. In this small kitchen, I have to be careful not to let his legs knock against the refrigerator. But I'm pretty sure I won't give it up until he stops wanting that rough physical affection. Did you come to tell me that you're sleepy and want to go to bed? I ask, grinning at him. No, he shouts, emphatically shaking his head and suddenly trying to pull away from me as I set him down again. No, I repeat, making myself sound disappointed. Come on, Daddy, we're playing. He tugs at my hand, and as I let him lead me out of the kitchen, the forced smile becomes real. Mom insists that playing all these wild, energetic games with him just before bed only makes it impossible to put him down for the night. And I'm sure she's right. But when he's as adorable and fun as he is, how am I supposed to resist? I'm sure there's some argument about tiring him out, right? Besides, maybe I'm a serious single dad now with responsibilities and problems and stupid things to worry about. But there are still some nights when being an adult can fuck off, and I just want to play too. I'll deal with this stupid mall shift in the morning and work out what to do about my new neighbor too. And then Fiona's disinterest in her son and anything else that might want to interrupt this special time with my boy. But right now, I have a fort to rebuild.
Chapter 5. Naomi. I get back from my first day at the new job feeling better than I have in years. Okay, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's true either. The staff were lovely. The kids were sweet and had obviously decided to pretend they weren't little terrors for at least my first day. And I actually felt like I could do this. Not to mention, the cupcakes? A total hit. Definitely worth embarrassing myself in front of Mac last night. They're one of my best batches, actually. I'm starting to wonder whether tripling the quantity does something to the flavor as well. Maybe I should do that more often. Not that I have that many people in my life to give cupcakes to. Not yet, anyway. Based on today, though, that's looking promising as well. There were a couple of other teachers around my age, and they made a real effort to show me around, get me comfortable with the school and how everything works, and spent most of the break periods checking in on me and chatting. My position might be temporary, but I wasn't made to feel like it at all. In fact, they made more effort to welcome me than I got from filling a permanent position at my last school. I mean, maybe some of it is because Maria went into labor a month early, and everyone has been stretched thin as they scramble to find a replacement, making them more than a little relieved to have me there. But even so, it's not the kind of thing I remember from any of my short-lived teaching career before. This is the first time I really feel like I did the right thing coming here. All the doubts while I was applying to different schools and trying to work out whether I was ready for it. Looking at different towns and wondering what it would be like to live in such a small place where everyone seems to know each other. But I guess that's what makes everyone so friendly. It's a community here. Everyone knows each other and lives close enough that they almost have to try to get on with each other. After feeling so alone and isolated for so long, the idea of becoming part of that sort of large, overarching support network that I never had in Portland, that feels pretty damn good. When I get home, I'm still buzzing from it all, and I find myself with too much energy for my earlier plan of crashing out with a cup of coffee, some chocolate, and a good book for the evening. Instead, I want to do something. I'm just not sure what. Today might have gone well, but it was never going to be good enough to give me a phone full of contacts to message and make plans with. That's the sort of thing that will come later. It will, Naomi. Don't think about that. But for my first evening? Nope, it's just me, and I should be fine with that too. You're enjoying your own company now, remember? I was fully expecting that after working for the first time in a couple of years, I'd be too exhausted to want to move. Hell, I figured I'd want to hide at home for at least a week as I adjusted. So this unexpected energy isn't exactly a bad problem to have, but you'll figure something out. I unpacked the shopping that I did on the way home and set the coffee maker going automatically as I considered different options. It's beautiful around here, and while outdoors-type activities have never really been my thing, I promised myself I'd at least try new things now that I'm here. Maybe I do like walking through the woods and visiting lakes now. But it's also miserable weather and misty gray rain, so if I do want to start liking those things, it's probably not the best time to test that theory. I pull out my second pack of sugar and set it on the counter as I'm thinking, the one I bought for Mac next door. Then I pause. I decided, as I was making them last night, that I'd take some of the cupcakes around to him as well, as a thank you, and to hopefully make up for any awkwardness in interrupting his evening. I do want to get on with my neighbors, after all, even if it feels more than a little difficult with the hot stranger next door. And now seems like as good a time as any to go around there, offer cupcakes, and see whether I can alleviate some of the discomfort that I seem to feel when I think about seeing him out on the street. I grab a tin from the cupboard and start packing them up, part of me wondering whether I'm doing this just because I like the idea of some conversation before I settle in for an evening alone. But that doesn't seem like such a bad thing to want. I had thought I'd start getting to know my neighbors after all, which gives me another thought, and I set aside some more cupcakes in another tin for Betty as well. I'll take some around to her afterward to introduce myself, and be a little more persistent in getting her attention this time, too, after I deliver the first set to Mac. And whatever he thinks about me, I'm sure Tyler will appreciate the cupcakes. That thought makes me smile. He goes to the local school, obviously, so I saw him again today, only during lunch, out on the playground, and I was a little sorry to learn that he's not actually in my class. He seemed like a good kid when I saw him on Saturday, and there's something about that mischievous grin he has that makes my heart flip a little. Maybe that makes it a good thing that you're not teaching him. So far, being surrounded by a group of little children hasn't been as hard on my poor, insistent body clock as I thought it might be. Of course, as I start getting to know all the different personalities in my class, it might get a little harder. Or, maybe it'll help. It'll be like having 20 kids of your own. I know that's not true, but I let myself believe it anyway. Positive thoughts and all that, yeah? I walk out the door with that in mind, and it almost works against the slight creep of nerves I get at the thought of seeing Mac again. I still don't know what it is about him that does that. At first I figured it was just that intimidating presence, his powerful body making me think of the kind of rough, violent strength that leaves me paralyzed with fear. But I'm not so sure anymore. His obvious strength shouldn't mean anything, especially as he's nothing at all like Anton, who is thin and wiry and mean, with tightly knotted muscles and a cruel expression. Maybe it's those dark eyes, and the way he stares right into me, like he can see far more than I want anyone to know. Only, I think I might be making that up. I'm not even sure why I care so much, or why I keep thinking about it. Maybe it's just because I'm trying to get away from this kind of nervous anxiety, so it'd be more than a little helpful to know what keeps triggering it. I'm lost in thinking about that when I slip open the gate at the front of Mac's house and start walking up the path, to the sudden blaring of an ear-piercing alarm. I freeze in panic, eyes wide as I glance around, my heart suddenly exploding in my chest. The gate behind me slams into place, and I hear the automatic lock click on it. And then bright lights flood down onto me from where I hadn't even noticed them in the roof of the house. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The only thing I'm waiting for is a huge barking dog to come racing out to rip me to pieces, and then everything suddenly shuts off again. The noise dies, the lights disappear, and it's almost as if I imagined the whole thing, except I still can't move. I'm frozen in complete panic, clutching the tin of cupcakes to my chest and struggling for breath. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I've broken into his house and now he's going to come out and kill me and... Naomi? I flinch. I can't help it. I think I'm shaking like a leaf. Hey, sorry about all that. Forgot I left those on. Mac is walking down towards me from the front porch, and from the edge of my vision, I see him slowly come to a stop, a good distance away. Hey. His tone softens like I'm a spooked animal or something. Maybe I am. Are you okay? I force myself to swallow, force some of my muscles to unclench, and awkwardly jerk myself around so that I'm looking at that massive chest, not at all able to meet his eyes right now. I take a deep breath, try to remind myself it was just some crazy alarm system and that nothing is wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. Yes. I get out, taking some more breaths and trying to calm down, dimly aware that this is yet another time he's seen me act insane. What the hell is it about him? Though, to be fair, this was all his alarm system. His totally over-the-top, intimidating as fuck stupid alarm system. Who the hell has something like that in an out-of-the-way house in this quiet town? Sorry, I finally get out, though it definitely comes out in a defensive this-is-not-my-fault tone. That startled me. He's still giving me that long, silent look, but this time it's less, what the hell are you doing on my doorstep, and more, I think you're about to freak out. Which, if I didn't feel like I got really super close to freaking out there, I might object to as well. I take another deep breath, and my rattled nerves right themselves enough that I can straighten slightly and shrug at him. I just came to give you back that sugar, and some cupcakes, for you and Tyler, to say thanks, and nice to meet you, I guess. I look around the front yard again, a little suspiciously. I didn't realize you didn't like people entering your property. He chuckles, and it's a surprising enough sound, deep and warm and something else entirely, that I finally make it all the way out of my own head to look up at him.
It's not that. He shakes his head. I work in security, so I have a lot of kit to play with. And sometimes I leave it on for Tyler. He has fun with it too. It adds to some of his games if he gets to sneak around and set off crazy alarms. It's the most I think I've ever heard from him, which might be distracting if I wasn't totally absorbed by what he just said. He leaves that on for his kid to play with? I'm not sure whether to be impressed or concerned. If it hadn't almost scared me to death a moment ago, though, it probably wouldn't be a question. And your neighbors don't complain? It's the first thing that comes to mind, and it makes him laugh again, which I like the sound of more than I want to admit. Well, as I said last night, I doubt Betty even notices. And up until this weekend, that house was empty. So, you tell me, are the neighbors going to complain? I flush as I suddenly realize he probably thought I was talking about, well, me. A full half of his potential neighbor problem. No, I say instead. I don't think so, but, God, you did scare me. He offers me a brief smile and shrugs again, his hands going into his back pockets, and the movement showing off the clear lines of his chest, the ones that I definitely don't look at. Yeah, sorry about that. He nods towards the tin I'm still clutching to my chest. And when you came bearing baked goods, too. Oh, right, yes. The comment reminds me, and I hold them out, together with the packet of sugar, then frown as I feel them rolling around inside. They might be a little squashed. I think I shook them when those alarms came on. They'll taste just the same. He smiles at me, and for the first time since I arrived, I feel that knot inside my stomach easing, just a little. That's all Tyler will care about. And you? I ask, finding myself smiling back. Well, pretty packaging might catch my eye, but it's still the taste that wins me over. His eyes hold mine while he's speaking, and I suddenly find it hard to remember exactly what we're talking about. I swallow and try not to let the blush creep up to my face again, especially as I'm sure that's not the right response to a conversation about cupcakes. Not at all. Do you want to come inside? He asks, startling me. Everything he does seems to be so unpredictable, and I'm not sure what to say. Yes, I'd like that, but I'm struggling to work out what's going on here or what he's saying. Yeah, sure, thank you. It comes out before I can let the uncertainty stop me, and I offer him a small smile. You did want to do something this evening, right? He turns and I walk up next to him, shooting another suspicious look at the yard around his house, half expecting something else to jump out at me. You know, you surprised me too, turning up at my front door last night. He glances at me. I wanted to apologize if I was rude about it. I felt like I upset you. Oh, I shake my head quickly. No, it's okay. I can be a little jumpy sometimes. Shit, that's not what I wanted to say. I was going to mention that he'd been with Tyler and it was understandable. I'm trying to make a real effort not to talk about things like that. I'm pretty sure he'd already noticed without me pointing it out, and I relax a little when he doesn't say anything more about it. Instead, he opens the door and gestures me inside. I step in, waiting for him to walk past and lead me through the hallway I'd seen glimpses of last night. He heads into the kitchen, putting the cupcakes down on the table and looking over at me as I join him. Do you want a coffee or something to drink? I had it brewing. Oh, yes, please. That suggestion really does make me smile, suddenly remembering my brewing coffee back home. I was going to have some before I came out. Must have forgotten it. He pulls a couple of mugs out and starts making the coffee while I sit down at the table and look around the room. It's a small enough kitchen that Mac's large presence at the counter seems to fill the whole room, but not oppressively. Everything is obviously kept neat and orderly, too, far more so than the way I've packed my slightly bigger kitchen with cooking gadgets and rows of herbs and spices along the countertops. He turns and passes me a mug a moment later, then leans back against the counter with his own. I pull mine toward me, inhaling the bitter tang of coffee, and smiling again. Thanks. A day of running around after kids usually has me craving something like this. I've got no argument there. It's bad enough with just the one sometimes. I'm not sure I could deal with a whole class of them. I give him a quick look up and down. Somehow I can't quite see him having much trouble. A guy like Mac, I think they might stop and listen, but I don't say it as I take a sip of coffee, letting it scald my tongue just a little. He does the same and then reaches out to flip the lid off the cupcake tin, revealing the mostly okay cupcakes. A couple of them have the frosting smeared against the edges or each other, but they don't look completely destroyed, which, considering my shock earlier, I count a success. "Still pretty," he says, and again, something about that tone of voice goes right through me. "I think I better try one before Tyler gets back and eats them all." He smiles at me as he picks one up from the center of the tin, and I raise an eyebrow. "Aren't you supposed to be the parent?" I realize moments later, yet again, that it could be taken the wrong way, but this time I don't care. For once, I'm actually starting to feel a little more comfortable around him. Besides, I get the impression that Mac isn't offended that easily anyway. I think I'm right, too, because his eyes sparkle back at me. "Please do tell the kiddo that. He can be sneaky sometimes." That makes me laugh. "You set up alarms and spotlights for him to play with, and then complain that he's sneaky?" "Okay, maybe you have a point there." He grins at me, taking a big bite of the cupcake. "Where is he tonight?" I look around, even though it was obvious that Tyler's not at home from the moment I walked in. "Oh, wow," Mac says instead, totally distracted between mouthfuls of cupcake. "This is amazing." I grin, a satisfied warmth spreading through me at the comment. Half the fun I get from making cupcakes is in watching other people enjoy them. "You have to have one." He pushes them towards me with enthusiasm, as if I might not realize what I'm missing out on. I laugh a little and shake my head. I already did at school. I'm fine. They were for you guys anyway. I push them back towards the center and take a sip of my coffee instead. As he finishes the cupcake with a large bite and tosses the paper into the trash, then he reaches over and takes the packet of sugar from the counter, placing it down on the table with a small thump. "Well, I'm thinking you should take this back. I'm happy to trade sugar for cupcakes any day." He grins at me, and I find myself giving a small smile back, my cheeks heating slightly from meeting the sparkle in those eyes. There's just something about him that makes it hard to hold his gaze. He rolls his shoulders back, letting out a deep breath as he drains his coffee. "Thanks for those. After the day I've had, I think a little sugar rush was exactly what I needed." "Tough time at work?" I ask, curious. The open, easy expression disappears in an instant, and I feel more than see his expression close off into hard lines again. "Not as bad as it could have been." He shrugs stiffly, and after a moment I realize he has no intention of elaborating. Back to that again, I guess. But then I can understand not wanting to talk about some things. I'm just a little disappointed that I somehow said the wrong thing and interrupted the casual, easy flow of conversation that we'd finally managed to have. "Security, right? That's what you said you do?" I try, reluctant to let it slip away completely. He nods, still looking off into the distance over my shoulder. I chew the corner of my lip, still curious about his job, but wanting to bring the conversation back around to something a little safer. "Did you design the system outside yourself?" He nods again, but this time his eyes flick back to me, and some of the preoccupation clears from his expression. "Got most of the kit from work, but I set it up, yes." His mouth finally cracks into a crooked smile again. "As I said, I just like to play with it. There's not much other use for it round here." "At least until someone tries to invade your home with cupcakes." He chuckles, exactly the effect I was hoping for, and the warm sound of it settles somewhere deep within me. "True, there's a perk I wasn't expecting. If it hadn't stopped you, you might have changed your mind and run off to keep them for yourself, and that really would have been criminal." That makes me snort. More likely that system would have been the reason I ran off and didn't come back with cupcakes again. Scared me half to death. Somehow that's not so hard to admit now. "I'll make sure to turn it off next time," he says, though he doesn't seem particularly apologetic. If anything, I'd say the whole situation entertained him. Bastard. But his good humor is slightly infectious, even as I give him a pointed nod. Good. Just imagine it could have been Betty coming by instead. That might have caused an actual heart attack. "Old Betty? Nah, she's made of sturdier stuff than that." He laughs, shaking his head, and I have a moment to feel like he's insulting me. "She probably would have stood there staring up at the cameras with some sort of exasperated tolerance until I came to switch it all off. I have a feeling she sees me as just as much of a kid as Tyler, only with slightly different toys. His self-deprecating smile takes away some of the sting of being told I'm not as steady as an old woman. That and hearing the affection in his voice. It reminds me of how close-knit this town is, and I can't help but appreciate that kind of warmth. I make a mental note to bring Betty with me next time and stand her in between us, to match his intense staring with a little of her own. The thought of that makes me want to laugh, but I shake it off before I have to explain it, and point out something else I've been thinking about instead. You know, I think there's a flaw in the design there. These things are meant to keep intruders out. The way you have it set up, it traps them inside with you. Which is the last thing I'd want, to be trapped in an enclosed space with someone dangerous. Mac's mouth firms into a hard line, though, and something glints in his eyes at the comment. Not the sparkling amusement that I'd been enjoying, but something a whole lot darker. The same thing that intimidated me when I first met him. Which is exactly how I want it. I'd want to know who's trying to sneak around my property, and what they're up to. But when I find them, I'm sure I can deal with anything that comes my way. Said like that, I believe him. I'm not sure what's changed, but I can almost feel his posture vibrating with deadly intent, and I have to repress the shiver that wants to run down my spine. Of course, Mac isn't the sort of man to worry about the threat of violence. I suddenly can't understand how I forgot that he's probably just as capable of it himself. The hairs on the back of my arms are standing up again, but this time I don't have that panicked response to danger. Sure, the air is suddenly thick with something, but it's not directed at me. If anything, that even feels, I don't know, reassuring maybe, in some fucked up way. I'm sure you can, I murmur in response, and he blinks, that taut expression easing as he gives me a small shrug. Not that it's an issue. He shrugs, then collects my empty mug to place it with his own in the sink. I don't think this town has had a home invasion for at least a decade. Could you set up something similar for my house? It slips out before I realize what I've said, and then I bite down on my lip. Damn. Sure, it's been almost all I can think about during this conversation, and with the easy atmosphere between us, it just slipped out, but... Why? Yeah, but that. I can see him looking over at me, that gaze intensifying again, and there's something in his tone. No reason, I say hurriedly. I mean, I was just curious. It looks like a good setup. He cocks his head, and I can feel his eyes running up and down me as I flush. I know it doesn't help that I can't look back at him, but I just know that if I do, he'll see right through me. As I said, hon. His voice low, thrumming with something I can't identify as he doesn't let it go. There's nothing to worry about round here. Yeah, I agree quickly, nodding. Yeah, I know. You're right. Just, you can never be too careful, right? I stand up, suddenly feeling like I should probably leave before I overstay my welcome or something. Or something. Is there something in particular that you're trying to be careful about, Naomi? His brow is furrowed, and my heart skips a beat. You idiot, Naomi. I send a quick, reassuring smile in his direction, then shake my head. No, sorry. There's nothing to worry about. I was just curious, that's all. I glance around the room, not wanting to meet the eyes that I just know will be all intent and smoldering and impossible. But I should probably be going. Thanks for the coffee, though. It was, really nice of you to invite me in and everything. Thank you. I pick up the sugar on the table in a clear, ready-to-leave gesture, and to my relief, he doesn't stop me, despite the nervous chatter that I don't seem to be able to help around him. Instead, he walks me to the door without comment. I turn around with a little wave on the doorstep, ready to say goodbye. Yes. I pause as his voice stops me, blinking as I look up at him. He's got that stoic, unreadable expression on his face again, but he repeats it for me. Yes, I can set up a security system for your house. My breath catches in my throat, but I catch the glint of something else in his eyes as they bore into me again. If that's what you want. I hesitate. There's a huge part of me, the part that can't forget, no matter how many breathing exercises or therapy sessions I do, that thinks that's exactly what I want. That kind of security, that peace of mind. But I also know I've said too much already, and raised too many suspicions. I don't want to give Mac more reason to think about it, to ask, to know. And I can't explain it. I just made that totally clear to myself. I can't explain my seemingly irrational desire for an over-the-top security setup in a small town with nothing much going on. I take a deep breath and try to smile. Thanks, but it was just curiosity, really. If I, change my mind, I'll let you know. Then I really do wave before he can say anything else, and retreat down the path through his front yard as fast as I can, without being obvious about it. When I hear the door to his house close behind me, I let out a deep breath. God damn it, Naomi! But as I slip back inside my own house, I'm not entirely sure it was all my fault. There's something about Mac that makes it hard to remember that I'm not ready to talk about it. Not now, and maybe not ever. This is my new life, and I don't want to bring that stuff here. Once the demons start to fade, it might never be necessary anyway. I'd rather none of these people know about all that, if they don't have to. I'm not ashamed, that's not it. Not really. Not anymore. But I don't want anyone's pity either. I can still see the way some of those people at the shelter looked at me, as I was explaining my story, the way I looked at the others. It's almost impossible not to. Natural human compassion, empathy. That doesn't mean it doesn't suck, though. I don't want people to think I'm different, damaged. I just want them to see me. It's bad enough that Mac has probably guessed more than I'd like him to know. I don't want a few things I'd rather leave behind to become common gossip in this new town. That's the not-so-good thing about a small place like this. I have a feeling that once someone knows something, everyone will. And Mac is too damn perceptive by far. I sigh, heading back to my kitchen to put the sugar back into the cupboard. At least it's not going to be as difficult to get along with him, in a purely neighborly way, of course, as I'd first thought. Sure, he's big and intimidating when he's being all serious, but when you actually get him talking, it's different. I smile again as I think of the way his eyes sparkled, and that teasing expression as he laughed with me. Warmth floods through me, but I ignore that. All I wanted from this evening was to be on slightly better terms with my neighbor, and, well, that seemed to work. But now that he's not glaring at me and I'm not wanting to hide whenever I see him, it would probably be best to leave it there. He makes me feel vulnerable and strange, and it's like I'm not fully in control of myself when I'm around him. I've satisfied some of that initial curiosity. I've planted the basis for a good, simple, neighborly relationship. Which is all you wanted, Naomi. So now all I really need to do is keep a safe distance. Mac is a good guy, I'm pretty sure of that, despite how I don't really trust my judgment about these things anymore. But I'm just a little bit too fascinated by him, a little too interested, and he's a little too observant. So until I feel settled and secure enough to deal with all that, I think too many evening coffees together might get in the way of the new life I'm trying to create. Polite distance it is. Letting that resolution sink in, I look over at the remaining cupcakes and find another tin to place them in. Then I glance at the clock before I head out, nodding to myself. At least old Betty isn't likely to give me any of those kinds of problems.
Chapter 6. Mac. Hey, Mac. I freeze at the voice, pausing unwrapping the steak and cheese sub on my lap. Do you have a moment? I look up slowly, seeing what I was really hoping I was mistaken about. Fiona. Standing right in front of me. Long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, shadowed by too much makeup and a slightly unhealthy pallor to her skin. I can feel my body closing off in response, the urge to physically recoil almost too strong to suppress. But I manage it, just about. What is it? My voice is curt, but I keep it just the right side of pleasant. I'd like to tell her that no, I don't have a moment, that I'm busy or about to leave or something, but I'm very obviously on a break. Well, I've just seen you around here the last few days. Thought maybe I'd come and say hi. This time I don't restrain my withering glance. I'm eating lunch. That's okay. I don't mind. She comes to sit beside me and I have to fight not to grind my teeth together. There's no way she didn't hear the fuck off in my voice. But then, Fiona has never done what I asked even when I've come right out and said it. And for some reason, I still can't bring myself to be downright rude to her. Probably some fucked up psychology about her being the mother of my child. Or maybe it's just that after everything else, I don't want the guilt of thinking that maybe the reason she's never reached out to Tyler is because of me. I take her at her word, though, and start eating my sub, hoping futilely that she'll get the hint. She doesn't, of course. There's a long pause, and I can see her playing with her hair and glancing over at me, but she doesn't leave.
"How's Tyler?"
she asks eventually. My hands clench around the sub and some of the sauce spills out, but I barely notice. If you want to know, you could come see him. But I don't say it. It's pointless. And if there's even a chance she might be taking an interest. He's fine. She nods.
"That's good."
I chew methodically, not tasting a thing, as she still doesn't leave. Over the last few days, I'd started to hope that this wouldn't be an issue this time. I'm halfway through these shifts in the mall now, and so far nothing has happened. I know she's seen me here before today, too, so I'd started to think that maybe Des was right and she really is past.
"I'm so glad he's got you. You're just so good with him, Mac,"
Fiona continues, tilting her head towards me again.
"Just like I always said you would be, huh?"
I freeze again, swallowing down the large bite of sandwich without chewing it. You what? I risk a glance in her direction to see her eyes shining and a totally naive smile on her two red lips, as if she truly doesn't realize how inappropriate it is for her to be saying that after she walked out on us. I want to yell at her. That roaring, flaming instinct boils just under my skin, building the same way it has every time she's tried to talk to me since she left. Even now, years later. The need grinds through me. To tell her how Tyler should have a mom, too. How stupid it is that she's romanticizing convincing me to have a child that she abandoned. But I already have. And she doesn't deserve another moment of my time. What do you want, Fiona? I finally say, biting all that back with an effort I don't think she deserves. She sighs dramatically and leans toward me, though she's not stupid enough to lay her hand on my arm the way she used to. So at least I don't have to try to remind myself that I would never dream of touching a woman with the kind of violence that I'm feeling right now.
"Do you ever wonder what happened to us, Mac?"
This time I actually stare at her. I give up my hope that ignoring her will make her go away and pivot around to face her instead. What the hell? I know exactly what happened to us. I'm not sure if she wants something from me or whether she's just trying to bait me into doing something stupid like she used to love doing, but
I know.
She props her chin in her palm and looks down, the picture of regret.
It was all my fault, Mac, and I'm sorry about that. Really, I am.
I give her a skeptical glance, barely grunting in acknowledgement. I've heard that before, too. Apart from those times she's become really hysterical, it's absolutely clear to both of us that it was all her fault, and I'm really not in the mood to get drawn into a conversation about it. It's probably half the reason you haven't quite gotten over it. Fiona keeps bringing the damn subject up.
But I wanted you to know, Mac. I'm trying to change.
She shifts her whole body around to look at me, glancing up out of overly shiny eyes.
I'm trying to get better. I want to, be able to cope better.
My gaze narrows on her and I can't help the instinctive assessment, even though I should know better than to be drawn in. She's still too pale, too skinny, and all the eye makeup in the world can't hide the bags under her eyes. But maybe they're a little less bloodshot than usual. Maybe. A little. Though if she wants to change, it can't have been for all that long. Maybe she's not obviously drunk or hungover right now, but she still looks like she's been out all night at one of her stupid parties, instead of actually taking care of herself.
It's hard, to do that, to make the right choices. When life is so tough right now, I'll be honest with you, Mac. I'm barely getting by. And with all the extra shifts I'm picking up at the drugstore to make ends meet, I just don't have the energy to think about it, about making things better. But if things were a little easier...
I stand up abruptly. I've heard enough. This again. I might have been stupid enough for it to work once, back when I believed things could be different, but it should be obvious I've moved beyond blind desperation now. Especially when I compare her struggles to support herself with the effort my mom and I have put into our little family over the last few years. Yeah, I say, crunching the plastic wrapper of the sandwich in my hand. Sounds tough. Good luck with that, Fiona. I walk off without giving her the chance to respond, but I can still feel the tension boiling over inside me. I don't trust myself to stick around any longer, not feeling like this. I don't know what it is about her that makes me so irate, but it happens every single time. It's why I make a point to avoid her if I can, especially when there's no one else around to blunt that anger. It's hard to believe that there was a time that I thought we were on the same page about everything. Now I've actually wondered whether she could be a sociopath sometimes, to be so oblivious about what she's done to her own son. With the kind of family values my mom spent most of my life hammering into me, it still knocks me backward every time I see that Fiona doesn't have any at all. Mom never had the luxury of a man willing to stick around for his kid, and I know it breaks her heart to see that cycle repeating again. She's probably the only one who has a few more choice things to say about Fiona than me. I spend the rest of the day as far away from that segment of the mall as I can, but I still can't shake the volatile feelings Fiona somehow managed to stir up again. It's been too long for me to still be having this kind of reaction. It's not like she's saying anything she hasn't before, but I swear she does it just to get under my skin. And as stupid as it is, it works every time. If it weren't for Tyler, I'd never talk to her again. I tell myself that, but I don't think it's actually true. This isn't the sort of town where you can hold that kind of grudge without it all going sour. And moving, well, that's a nice fantasy for the afternoon. But everything I've ever known and loved is wrapped up in this town, and I'll be damned if I let her drive me out. Not to mention taking Tyler away from his mother. Yeah, the other problem I have with this shift? There's almost nothing to do to distract myself. It's just walking around making sure a few giggling teens aren't doing anything illicit and maintaining a presence. Boring as fuck. By the time it finally ends and I hand over to Johnny, all I'm thinking about is that tomorrow is my last day of this dumb shift and I can't wait to be done. No more counting the seconds, no more watching warily for Fiona, no more time alone with thoughts I'd rather forget about. Some of the stress and tension of that little encounter falls away as I drive back out of the mall and closer to the only thing that's going to let me forget about Fiona, the family that makes all of this worthwhile. I stop at home to pick up a few things for Tyler, and as I'm walking inside, I can't help the casual glance towards the deck running around Naomi's house, or the slight disappointment when I don't see her there. It's more than a little stupid since it's not like we'd chat if she was there. No. After that impromptu coffee earlier that week, our interactions have slipped into the casual wave she gives me if she sees me and my nod of response. Nothing more. It seems like we both decided a friendly distance would be best. Not because I don't like her. No, exactly because I'm worried I could end up liking her too much if I see much more of that sexy, sweet smile or those gorgeous curves. Though, as for her reasons, who knows? Maybe she thought I was prying too much when I asked why she was looking for a security system. But damn it, when she suddenly looks so vulnerable. I cut the thought off and remind myself it's none of my business. Something she would obviously prefer I remember too. But it's hard when that's never stopped me in the past. I shake it off anyway, pick up what I need, and head back to my car. It's just a brief wave. It really doesn't matter that she's not having coffee out on the deck this evening. And by the time I get to Mom's, that small disappointment is back under control. "You're early," Mom says it without turning from the pot she's stirring, after I let myself in and stomp my boots on the mat in the doorway to shake off the dirt, then walk into the kitchen. Almost immediately, I smile, setting the bag I brought on the table behind her. Is my timekeeping going to be the subject of all our conversations now?
"Only since it's become so erratic. So far this week, you've been late to work, late to collect Tyler, and now you're early tonight. You used to be as mechanical as clockwork about it."
Well, yeah. I guess she hears something in my voice, in that uncanny way she always seems to, because she glances over her shoulder and then pauses, turning around to look at me properly.
"What happened?"
"Nothing," I grimace. "I just saw Fiona at the mall today, that's all." I glance towards the door, but I can hear the TV going from here. Tyler isn't about to hear us. Her mouth tightens into a thin line.
Of course you did. That man should have known better than to give you that shift."
I can't help the small smile, but I don't point out that a few days ago she was singing Desmond's praises for everything he'd done for us. Once my mother's protective instinct kicks in, there's no use trying to reason with her. It's fine. I say instead, shrugging. Nothing happened. We had a short conversation and then I left. No drama. Her eyes narrow.
No reason to stick around for that much, Mac. She doesn't deserve it from you.
She doesn't ask what Fiona said. Like me, she's heard it all before. But unlike me, she outright refuses to talk to Fiona anymore, and has for years. I left when I could. I shrug again, starting to take things out of the bag I brought. She steps closer, stopping me with one hand resting on my shoulder, so that I have to turn and look at her.
I know, Mac, she sighs. You're a more forgiving man than I am.
It's not forgiveness, it's just... I don't say it. Partly because I don't know what it is. Let's just leave it, huh? I say instead. After tomorrow, my shift in the mall is done anyway.
I know, She sighs. I wish...
I put my hand over hers and squeeze, giving her a small smile. Yeah, I say softly. Me too. But I don't give in to the wistful feeling that wants to tug at me. That's not something I need right now. Not after how today went.
Can I have cake?
The high-pitched voice suddenly inserts itself into the space between us, and I jerk around to look at Tyler standing in the doorway grinning up at us. I have no idea how long he's been there, but I guess he didn't hear anything about
cake.
Mom frowns at me.
I was good,
he explains enthusiastically.
Mrs. Gardner said so.
I said he could have one if he was good at school today. I try to add over the top of his exclamations.
Did you bring him, Dad? Did you?
Yes, I answer, giving it the onslaught of questions, my mind switching gears with the speed it's only learned through parenting Tyler. But it's almost dinner time. You have to eat dinner first.
But you said if I was good, and I was good,
he objects, pouting adorably, something that usually works with his grandma, less so with me. Eating your dinner is being good, I point out, and he frowns, considering that. Mom raises an eyebrow at me, and I pull the leftover box of cupcakes out of the bag. I said I'd bring these over for dessert, I explain in the brief moment of peace. I smile, too, the slightly squashed frosting reminding me of the way Naomi jumped a mile, then shook the whole box around as we were talking in the front yard. Tyler and I have been enjoying them over the last couple of days, and as I look at them, I finally start to feel myself relax a little.
Where did they come from?
Mom asks, opening the lid.
The nice lady,
Tyler interjects, trying to stand on his tiptoes and look at the pot bubbling on the stove.
What's this?
Whoa, kiddo. I pull him back just as he leans perilously close to the open flame and scalding metal.
Nice lady?
Mom asks at the same time, giving me a pointed look as she goes back to stirring again. It's a lamb stew. I pick him up so that he can see, and he makes a face.
I don't want...
Do you want to be good? I cut him off before he can get started, and that makes him pause again. You only get cake if you're good. I say it seriously, and I can tell he's thinking about it, which is better than we usually get. I don't exactly blame him either. I was never a huge fan of this dish when Mom cooked it for me as a kid, but it's not entirely appropriate to take a 6-year-old's side in these things.
Yeah, okay,
he says dubiously, looking over the pot again. I blink, actually surprised, setting him down again. Thank you, Naomi. Then go wash up, ready for dinner. He nods and runs off, effectively taking my excuse for ignoring Mom's questions with him.
Mac?
I glance up at her, then busy myself with setting out the plates and cutlery. Yes?
Do you want to tell me about this nice lady that Tyler's talking about?
She's got a small smile on her face, the kind that tells me she's expecting much bigger news than I actually have, but all I can feel is slightly amused about it. There's nothing to tell, Mom, I say, giving her a gentle shake of my head. It's just the woman from next door. I think I mentioned earlier. She borrowed some sugar for the cupcakes and then gave us a few to say thank you. I try not to think about that evening as I give her that simple explanation. Mom is too perceptive by far, and the last thing I want is for her to get the wrong idea just because I get a little hot under the collar when I think about Naomi.
Really?
Her tone is unreadable, but the considering gleam in her eyes tells me everything I need to know. Yeah, you should try one later. They're really good. She doesn't even glance at them.
I'm sure they are, Mac.
Tyler comes back in before she can say anything else, and for once I'm glad for the distraction. I'm not sure talking to Mom about Naomi is a good idea. I mean, there's nothing to talk about, but somehow I just know she'll make it something to talk about. And while I'm used to all that, this time it feels a little different. I'm having a hard time not thinking about my new neighbor as it is. I don't need Mom making it harder. Dinner passes more easily than I expect, and Tyler is almost the model of a perfectly behaved child for once, eating without complaint, telling us about school today and the cool science experiment he did that he wants to replicate in our garage. It mostly seems to involve plugging some light bulbs into different electrical circuits, and I start thinking about ways to make it more interesting as he continues chattering away. I've certainly got enough equipment to play with that sort of thing, and there's something nice about seeing his interest in things like that. Sure, he's 6 and probably going to go through a dozen different phases and activities, but I'm surprised the small part of me that starts to wonder whether he's going to take after me and follow that path. It's stupid, but it's a kind of stupidity I've loved indulging in as I've watched his personality develop. That affectionate wonder of raising someone who can be so like you, but also not at all. Just so long as he doesn't take after his mother too much. That ugly thought ruins the brief pleasure, and I shut it off immediately. It's not fair to Tyler or Fiona, and it's the last thing I need to be thinking about right now. "Dad!" Tyler's insistent voice breaks through, and I look over at him. "Sorry, kiddo." I ruffle his hair. "I was away with the fairies. What was that?" "Cake! You promised!" He gives me such a long-suffering look, folding his arms with an overly exaggerated huff, that I laugh. I glance across to see that Mom's finished too, a small smile playing on her lips. She might pretend to be stern enough sometimes, but I know she loves his antics just as much as I do. I think if she had the chance, she'd retreat fully into the doting grandmother role, spoiling him and leaving the harder parts of parenting to me. That gives me another small pang, but I ignore it. Maybe one day. I blink, surprised at the thought. I don't usually think that way. I'm all about working with what I've got and dealing with the situation. Wishing for something different is a waste of time. Mom has a point. Maybe I have been erratic this week. I guess working at the mall again has thrown me off, or something has anyway. "Cake," I say, nodding decisively to clear my jumbled thoughts. I stand up to get the box from the counter, then put it down in the middle of the table. Tyler doesn't even wait for another plate to take one. Chocolate, of course, his favorite. And then I shrug, figuring we probably don't need extra plates anyway. "Hey, you were right about these," Mom says, and I glance up to see her smiling over at me. She doesn't often indulge it, but I know she's got as much of a sweet tooth as Tyler and I have always had, and I grin back, taking the last from the box and savoring it. "You'll have to find some way to convince her to make a few more," she adds as we finish them up and my gaze narrows again. "I imagine she's got better things to do right now, Mom. She just moved into town. Best not to get in the way of all that." It's the approach I'm determined to take, and I'll defend it with all the force that made me so formidable as a Marine. She's my new neighbor, that's all, and her life is none of my business. If I don't remind myself of that often enough, I'm at far too much risk of taking a very active interest. And from what I saw when she came around to give us the cupcakes, that would be a very bad idea, for me and for Tyler. There's just too much there to be interested in, the heat that I feel every time I see her, and the hint of contradictions that I'm itching to unravel. Her natural sweetness, bubbly and warm one moment, then closed off and anxious the next. The mixed glimpses of vulnerability and independence all rolled into one, and the eyes that spark delightfully, on the rare occasions they can bring themselves to meet mine. It's the kind of infuriating, sexy mystery that years ago I would have already started solving. And that brief hour together only made that all the more obvious, not to mention the undeniable attraction between us, which is why I'm not going to go over there and ask for a repeat of it. I'm pretty sure she feels something similar too, because she hasn't approached me either. It's that, or I scared her off with too many questions that evening. With women, who can tell? But we've settled into that nice rhythm of seeing each other around, giving the occasional casual acknowledgement, and leaving it there. Exactly what I should want from this.
"Maybe we should invite her to dinner."
Mom breaks into my thoughts, and that whole plan, with a seemingly innocent remark. What?
You said she's new to the area. She probably doesn't know anyone, Mac. It would be a nice thing to do,
Maybe, I say, keeping my tone deliberately neutral. Maybe when she's settled a little. She's not at all convinced by that, for good reason, but she doesn't push any further, thank goodness. The last thing I need is my mom trying to play matchmaker with someone who I'm having trouble getting out of my mind anyway. Hopefully, by the time Naomi is settled, Mom will have forgotten all about it. She's still eyeing me up by the time I get Tyler ready to come home with me, but at least she drops the subject. For all my complaints, she's not really that bad. I know she's just concerned about me. It had started out subtly enough a couple of years ago, when she'd evidently decided that since it had been years since the split with Fiona, it was time to start thinking about something new, with small, encouraging comments to get me to consider about it. And now? Well, it's almost become a running joke between us, another form of the affectionate exasperation that's always underpinned our relationship. I give her a firm hug before I go. Thank you, Mom, I murmur. Really. But please stop worrying. She pulls back, holding my arms and looking up at me with a gleam that makes something in my stomach flip over.
I'm not.
A small smile plays around her mouth.
For the first time in a while, son, maybe I'm not so worried about you.
I feel the heat in my collar and shake my head with a jerk as I refuse to respond to that. Come on, Tyler. I take his hand and give Mom a quick wave on the way out. God damn it. I try not to think about whatever conclusion or false hope she's jumped to, entertaining myself with my 6-year-old instead. It isn't until much later, as I'm grabbing a beer after putting Tyler to bed for the night, that I realize I'd stopped thinking about my chat with Fiona entirely.
Chapter 7. Naomi. I run. My heart's pounding, my chest feels like it's going to explode, and I'm gasping for breath as I know it's not going to work. He's going to get me. Something crashes to the floor beside me and I jump, crying out even though I know no one's going to hear me. Tears are streaming down my face, and I can almost feel him behind me, just behind me, and if I turn around to look... No, please. A hand lands on my shoulder. I wake up with a scream, pushing at the tangle of covers restraining me, holding me down, making it so I can't get away. By the time I get them off, I've come back to myself enough that some of the panic has started to fade, and the need to run subsides into collapsing back against the headboard. I kick the rest of the covers away from my too-hot body, my arms clenched around my stomach, and my knees drawn up as I feel myself shaking. It takes another few minutes for my heart rate to slow, and my breathing to return to anything resembling normal, but the shaking doesn't leave me, or the shadow of that heart-wrenching panic. Just looking around the room makes me jumpy, some animal part of my mind sure that he's here, that he's in this room, this house, this... Breathe, Naomi. Just breathe. After a long few minutes, I manage to reach for my glass of water and, when nothing moves or jumps out at me, pick it up to take a few jerky sips. That helps, and I remind myself again and again that it's okay, that I'm safe here. Why is it that when I was in the middle of it all, I never used to get the nightmares, or even much fear? It's only now that bad shit isn't happening to me that I seem so terrified of it. At the time, I just felt numb. Maybe it's now that I'm living again, now that I have something to lose. I take a few more deep breaths, reminding myself that that's a good thing, and that this is nothing new. I can deal with the nightmares, and if anything, they've been getting better. I glance over at the clock, 4:07 a.m., and sigh. At least I must have had some real sleep in there somewhere. The worst is when I wake up just after midnight and have to spend the rest of the long, dark hours distracting myself, bone-tired and unable to think. Whatever time it is, I never go back to bed after I wake up like this. For whatever reason, I can't bring myself to lie down and let that dark, murky world envelop my mind again. After another few moments, I push myself out of bed, my nightgown trailing around my knees and starting to peel away from my sweat-soaked back as I walk over to the armchair underneath the window. I curl up there, drawing my knees against my chest and wrapping my arms around them as I lean back into it. Somehow, just having that distance from my bed makes it easier. I slip my finger into the blinds, splitting them until I can look up at the almost full moon shining brightly in a clear sky. It paints the world in sinuous shadows that seem like they whisper and move on the ground below. But for a moment, at least, that doesn't bother me. Instead, I spend a little time reminding myself how different this town is, how small and safe.
If you ever leave me, I'll kill you.
I shudder as the voice repeats in my mind. The real one, this time. I never hear him in the nightmares. It's all just feelings and barely remembered broken impressions. But when I wake up, that's the comment that comes back. It's stupid because I'd forgotten all about it while we were actually together. It wasn't violent or threatening or even particularly creepy at the time, just not in good taste. He'd said it casually, right back near the very beginning before any of the problems developed. If it had been later on at a time when I thought he was trying to scare me or might actually be capable, well, I'm pretty sure that would have been my wake-up call. I would have got out. But at the time, I just given him a withering look and told him, "That isn't funny." He never apologized, though. I remember that now, even as I brushed it off at the time. Of course, it should have been a hint, right? Not just some guy's stupid, ill-placed sense of humor, but a warning. Looking back, there were probably more warnings than I've let myself think about. There's only so much of feeling like an idiot that I can take, after all. But since I left, that's the one I can't let go of. I wonder if he still remembers it. And something deep inside, that terrified part of me, tells me that he does. That he meant every casual, throwaway word. That's where the nightmares come from, I'm pretty certain anyway. And when I talked about it with the counselor at the shelter, she didn't disagree. Unfortunately, that didn't mean she had a way to fix it. The only thing she could give me was coping mechanisms for when the nightmares come. Coping mechanisms that I spend the hours until daylight going over, again and again. The familiarity of it is almost as comforting as the actual strategies, and by the time the birds start to sing, I feel like I can face going out into the world again. I just hope that over time, as each day proves that he's not coming for me, I'll be able to let go of the fear. To my surprise, being at work helps. It's a distraction to have the kids running around, the staff gossiping as we watch them chatter and laugh in the playground before bringing them inside. "Oh, 2:00, Rebecca nudges me. I glance over in the 2:00 direction, expecting to see some squabble or accident we might need to go and intervene in, but no. Right there at the school entrance is Mac, crouching down to say goodbye to Tyler, and giving us a not at all unappetizing view of his ass. Oh my. "I don't see anything," I say resolutely, determined to stick to my story of general disinterest in my hot neighbor, even if I might be looking over there out of the corner of my eye anyway. "Sure you don't," Caitlin giggles, then runs her eyes over him quite deliberately. "Just don't expect me to miss out on an opportunity like that." "You know, I think that house is wasted on you, girl," Rebecca adds, living right next to Mayfair's own hottest bachelor and without the slightest interest in checking him out. She shakes her head in disappointment, and I smile automatically. "Don't you think maybe that's why I'm not interested? It's too close to home." Then I pause. "And do you even count as a bachelor if you have a kid?" "Babe, everyone is too close to home here," Rebecca says with a smile, throwing her arm around my shoulders. "That's what a town like Mayfair does." "Have you really not even talked to him since he invited you in the other night?" Caitlin asks, and I give another internal groan at even telling them about that. "Not in a not talking to him way, just, I think he's busy, and it's not like we have any reason to. I mean, how often do you speak to your neighbors anyway?" I tilt my head, giving up pretending not to watch as he rises to his feet, tousles Tyler's hair, and heads back out to his truck. Though he has started trimming one of those large trees on his plot recently. I can't say I mind too much when I see him at that. That makes Caitlin squeal and, as I'd hoped, completely distracts them into talking about men and power tools and fun things like that, before the bell goes and we actually remember what we're supposed to be doing out here. My cheeks still feel pink from the irreverent discussion, and I can't deny how much fun it is to enjoy that kind of banter again, or how good it feels to meet people that I click with, that I can talk to and laugh with, and that relieves some of my fears of being totally alone in a new place. And even if they're maybe a little more outrageous than some of my friends would have been in the past, I know that all the sultry comments are just talk for both of them. Mac is hot. There's no doubt about it. But Rebecca is madly in love with the man she just married. And her TA, Caitlin, is years younger than us, with a long-term boyfriend she met here in this very school. And from the little conversation I've picked up about it, I get the impression there's a whole can of worms when it comes to his ex still living right here in town. Which is another good reason for me to stay out of it all. The idea of that kind of drama makes me more than a little uncomfortable. And my goal here is to settle, not to antagonize people I don't know unnecessarily. So, yes, okay, I'm talking about the consequences of, well, getting to know Mac better, which means I've thought about it. After some of what I felt that evening together, it's a little hard not to. It wasn't even the fascination or the heat he stirred inside me, but just how easy it all was. There was a warmth and reassurance to that simple time chatting together that makes me want more, even if, really, I think he should intimidate me. I mean, he's certainly got the size and strength for it. But thinking about it and doing it are two totally different things. And since I've already decided I'm not doing it, I really need to stop thinking about it at all. Even I spend too much of the day distracted by those brief glimpses of tight jeans riding over his firm, hard ass, wondering what it would be like to touch or hold on to, nails clutching hard as he thrusts forward. Okay, Naomi. Definitely time to get that vibrator out tonight. Looks like my libido is back in full force, even if the main cause of that is only ever going to remain a bedroom fantasy. That's all he is to the other girls here. No reason that shouldn't work for me, too. The one good thing is, it's enough of a distraction that by the time I get back home, almost all the after effects from the nightmare last night are gone. I still get a little more jumpy back in my own house, now that I'm not surrounded by endless bubbling little personalities, or splashes of lively color from the classrooms, or trying to balance a dozen tasks at once. But it's manageable. The emptiness still seems a little unnerving, but I can walk through the house without thinking there might be someone there waiting for me. I grab my standard cup of coffee and retreat outside to the deck anyway. It's one of my favorite things about this house, and I'm enjoying sitting outside while the weather holds up, something I don't expect to last, with the way fall in Oregon usually goes. Not to mention, out here, I have a clear view of the backyard, and the tree line just beyond it. I can see anyone who might be around from here, which probably shouldn't be a factor, but I'm not above seeking little reassurances where I can find them, especially if it gives me a better chance of sleeping through the night. Crack. I start, my head turning sharply at the noise. To see Mac working on that tree again. I breathe another sigh of relief, remind myself that everything is fine, and then take a sip of my coffee. He glances over as if he felt my eyes land on him, and I give him an easy wave. He nods back, his face set in that stern, serious expression as usual, then turns back to the tree. I smile anyway, letting my eyes glide over the way the muscles of his forearms bunch, bare under rolled-up shirt sleeves, and then further over his body as he balances against the tree and reties the rope above him to another section. From this distance, there's no way he would know I'm checking him out, even if his attention was on me, which it's not. It's definitely on the tree. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, but that's probably because it's a bigger tree than my dad ever tried to cut back. Whatever it is, it's certainly enough to look impressive. By the time I turn back to my coffee, I feel a whole lot better about everything, and relaxed enough that I can pick up the book I wanted to read. No way anything is going to happen to you with him just over there. You're safe, Naomi. Yeah, the best plan for tonight will probably be to lose myself in this book. If I stay up late enough reading it, I'll fall asleep without thinking about anything else. A nice, easy, dreamless sleep. Buzz. My phone vibrates on the table, cutting into the chapter I'm reading, and bringing me out of that diversionary attempt. And I frown, uncertain. I don't really know anyone around here well enough to get many messages. Pressing a button has my dad's lawyer, Paul S. Barron, flashing up on the screen, and I breathe out again. See? It's fine. No scary, unidentified messages. I unlock it and bring the message up, and then those fleeting, insubstantial worries about Anton disappear entirely. Naomi, the distribution of your father's estate has been completed. I will forward the details, but wanted to send confirmation immediately. Best regards, Paul. It hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. Totally unexpected, and I find myself unable to look away from that brief, businesslike message. Dad. It's not the message itself, that simple confirmation of something I knew was happening anyway. It's just what it means. I feel my composure start to wobble, pressing the back of my hand to one eye and trying to blink back the dampness there. It's done. The last of his assets transferred into my name, or distributed to his friends and our few remaining extended family. Everything he had left in the world. Dispersed. Just like him. A sob breaks away from me, and I take a gasping breath as it all starts to overwhelm me again. The idea that he's really gone, that I'm all alone in the world now and I'll never see him again. It was hard enough when Mom died, but now I have to do it all over again. Learn how to adapt to the new status quo. Only in this one, there isn't even anyone to share that grief with, as Dad and I did when Mom left us too early. The hole in my heart never really disappeared after that either. I just got used to it being there. And I know Dad took it harder. I'm not sure he ever really recovered from her death. If he had, I'm sure the strong, vibrant man would never have withered away in the way that he did. He would have beaten it all back, fought to live. Instead, towards the end, the love of his life dead, the daughter he adored slowly disappearing from his life as she fought to stay with a man who treated her like crap. I think he gave up. You took away his reason to live, Naomi. If you hadn't been so stupid, if you'd been there. Now the sobs are flowing freely, washing right through me as my body shakes, my hands over my eyes. It's the guilt that makes it so hard. If I hadn't been with Anton, I would have heard so much sooner. Those letters wouldn't have gone missing or been tossed out as trash before I ever had a chance to read them. Those phone calls would have gotten through. I would have been there when he really needed me. Instead of arriving only weeks before he passed, when all hope of treatment had died, and all that remained was to make him comfortable. I got to watch him fade away, his body failing him, and the conversations between us getting shorter and further apart. I gave him the last thing he ever wanted, a promise to finally get out. In truth, the moment I'd found out about the cancer, I'd already decided I was never going back. I hadn't realized just how isolated or cut off I'd become until that moment. I'd told Anton I was leaving for a few days to care for my dad, and he knew me well enough not to push it, and thanked the stars that it lined up with his business trip. I never went back, and by the time he found out about that, I wasn't somewhere he could find me. Still, deep inside, I'm not sure keeping that promise can ever be enough, not for what I put my dad through. The thought of that destroys me every time I think about it. And now that he's so completely gone, I can't shake the feeling of loss, the deep ache in my stomach and the hollowness in my chest as I think about everything my dad deserved, everything he should have had from me. Thunk. I glance up from behind my hands, startled to see Mac's large, towering presence over me, and the bottle of beer he just placed on the table. I flush immediately, trying to wipe at my eyes, and knowing that what he's seeing is probably some sort of sniffling mess. It looked like you could use something a little stronger than coffee. He rumbles, the sound washing over me and making me feel just a little bit warmer. I try, and then another sob interrupts me. I cover my mouth again and close my eyes, shaking my head instead. Don't, he says gently, and I don't think I imagine the warmth there. Don't say anything. I'm not going to intrude. Just thought I'd offer, in case you wanted company. I bite my lip again, still feeling totally not under control, but grab for the bottle of beer he left and take a swig of it. He's right. Something stronger is exactly what I need right now. I feel him nod at me, even though I can't bring myself to look at him and let him see me like this. Why is it so much harder to get yourself back under control when there are other people around and you really need to? Before he'd arrived, the sobs had mostly subsided into simple tears. Then he turns to go, and I realize he meant what he said about not intruding. Wait, I get out before I think better of it. He turns back to me, tilting his head in question. I'd like that. He smiles, still soft and gentle, more so than I would have thought a big, hard guy like him could be. But then again, he is a kid, and maybe that makes a difference. He takes the other seat at the wooden table, twisting it around so that it's next to me, and he's looking out at my backyard with me. Somehow, the moment his gaze isn't on me anymore, having him here feels a whole lot less intimidating. I wait for him to say something, still jittery and hiccuping and trying to remember to breathe properly. But he just takes a few sips of his own beer and sits there, looking out like there's actually something to see in between the line of trees and the wilder grass that runs up against my backyard. After a few moments, I relax enough to take another sip of the beer, before I think just how nice he's being right now, and that triggers another wave of sobs. Oh, God damn it, Naomi. But when I'm already feeling emotional, I'm a sucker for simple compassion and nice gestures and... oh, damn. It sets me off again, and I find myself crying and sniffling without even being sure what it's about this time. My emotions have been so scattered today, as they always are after those nightmares, and then finding out about my father. God, what must Mac think of me? But I'm past the worst of the outburst, and I can feel the hiccuping sobs slowly starting to ease as I take jerky sips of the beer. I've never really thought of alcohol as a way to relax during moments like this, but to my surprise, it seems to be working. Though, since one beer usually has very little effect on me, maybe that's more due to the distraction it gives me. Or maybe it's the company drinking it with me, too. After a while of sitting there together like that, I wipe at my eyes, and Mac pushes a pack of Kleenex towards me. This guy really does have everything, huh? Then again, he came over because I was crying, so... I pull one out and wipe my face, taking a deep breath and giving him a slightly shaky smile. Thanks for all of this. I gesture vaguely, meaning everything. The beer, sitting here with me, the Kleenex, the way I don't have to say anything but I'm not so terribly alone. He just raises his beer towards me, taking another sip. I'm not sure whether he's not saying anything because he doesn't want to say the wrong thing, or whether it's just how he is. For all the easy banter we had the other night, it seems like most of the time, Mac's the strong and silent type. Definitely strong, anyway. But it also means I have no idea what he's thinking. Though right now, it's probably not too hard to guess. I shake my head, looking down at myself and giving a small laugh. Look at me. I swear every time you see me, I'm emotional or hysterical or totally ridiculous. God knows what you think of me by now. No. He cuts me off, looking over so genuinely I actually believe him. That's not what I've seen, Naomi. His eyes are doing that hot, intent, dangerous thing again, and mine dart away before I can get caught up in them. But it still makes my skin prickle with warmth, and suddenly I'm not thinking quite so much about what a mess I probably look like right now. Thanks, Mac. I shake my head again, turning back to the beer and stifling another sob as an aftershock of them wants to run through me. When you say it, I actually believe it. Good. Okay, that tone has definite heat behind it. An instruction that I might even find sexy if the context was different. You should do. I feel myself flushing, but I ignore it, just because my body seems to react to this guy without the slightest consideration for what's appropriate. Doesn't mean I have to get all caught up in it. He's just being nice. And right now, that's the only thing I can consider wanting. We drink in silence for a few more minutes, and I'm surprised at just how comfortable I'm starting to feel around him, as I slowly calm down. The emotional outburst might have taken me by surprise, but I'm getting used to them. Apparently, they're what I need to process it all. I just wish it didn't feel like I'm going to be processing for a good long time to come. I just got a message about my dad, I finally say, explaining. Mac never asked me to. The whole time he's been here, I never felt like I needed to, and that in itself is remarkable. But something about him, or something about the grief, makes me want to tell him anyway. He passed away this year, and, well, the legal stuff has all been sorted now. That was the message. But I just wasn't expecting it, I guess. And it kind of knocked me sideways. I take another swig of beer. Pretty sure I'm not doing a good job of explaining, but somehow relieved to get the words out anyway. Then I sneak a glance at Mac out of the corner of my eye, but he's still looking out at the field in front of us, unreadable as ever.
You want to talk about him?
I blink, surprised at the lack of empty platitudes that I usually expect people to say when told about something like that. Instead, he says it in that same warm, gentle voice from earlier, and I feel more care there than I did from the dozens of pitying nurses I encountered towards the end. Yes, I say, actually managing a real smile. Yes, I really do. He said him as well, not it, not the death. I don't want to talk about the decline, about the way it was at the end, or all the things I feel guilty about. Not just because I still feel ashamed and I don't want Mac to know about them, but because I think about them too much as it is. Instead, I want to talk about all the other memories that keep appearing in my mind. The times from my childhood, my teen years, my angsty phase, all those firsts that my dad was there for. And just him. The way he talked, the things he did, the amazing person that the world is now missing out on. The things that I've wanted to share so badly and haven't had anyone to talk to about. When Mom died, there was Dad, who loved her just as much as me, and a strong group of friends to listen even if they didn't understand. Now, those friends scattered years ago, tired of inviting me out when I never accepted, ultimately giving up when I moved to Portland, and somehow never managed to settle on a date to visit. So I take Mac's offer to heart, because right now, I think I really need it. I like my own company these days, but some of this is hard to take alone. Anton? Sure, I'll lock that shit up and bury it deep. But my dad? I want to talk about him. And I do. I tell Mac about what my dad was like, all those special magical moments together, all the things I keep remembering and all the little quirks that made him mine. I tell Mac more than I ever really planned to, and some of it is sad. How tragic it is that he's gone so soon. How hurt I am when I think about everything he won't be around for now, and how empty I feel sometimes. But most of it isn't. Most of it is the kind of celebration of his life that he would have rolled his eyes at, but secretly loved. And Mac just sits with me the whole time, listening with the occasional smile and the same sort of wistful sadness on his face that seems a reflection of everything I feel. The sky slowly starts turning darker over us, and we finish a second beer before my mind and my voice finally run dry. But, by the end of it, I feel better than I can remember. And so incredibly grateful to the man who was willing to do that for me. I can't even say it either. I don't know how to. So instead, when he stands up to head back to his house, I hug him. I just step in and wrap my arms around him, squeezing tightly. Then, before it can be awkward, I let out a small laugh and wipe the corner of my eye again. Thank you, Mac. God, I had no idea how much I needed that. I'm pretty sure my eyes are shiny and raw as they look up at him, but I can't help it. This is possibly the nicest thing someone has done for me in so very, very long.
He sounds like an amazing man.
Mac rumbles back, smiling softly. He was, I say, sighing slightly.
If you ever want to talk about him some more, I'd enjoy hearing about it. I would have liked a father like that.
He squeezes my shoulder and turns to leave, and I'm left staring after him with that thought in my mind. I would have liked a father like that. I don't know anything about Mac, not really. I don't know about his life or his family or anything, so I don't know exactly what he means by it. But I'm suddenly struck by such a wave of gratitude that I have to sit down again. And not towards Mac this time, just towards the universe. I've been so angry and upset about my father being taken so soon, and it feels wrong and unfair and terrible. And I don't think that's going to change, but I can't even imagine what my life would have been like without him. The reason I'm so devastated is because he was about as perfect as I could want. And all it took was that simple comment from Mac to remind me how fucking lucky I am that I got that at all. Damn. Talking about all the good stuff only emphasized it, too. I stand up again as I appreciate that, hugging myself, and finally noticing how chilly it's become outside. My fingers freezing to the touch. It isn't until I hear Mac's door close on the other side of the road, beyond the fence surrounding his house, that I bring myself to pick up the coffee cup and empty beer bottles and head inside. The last thing to hover on my mind is how good that brief physical contact was. When I was pressed up tight to his chest, and if I'd dared, I would have taken a deep inhale of his masculine scent, too. It had been too quick to notice much, to the point he didn't even get to return it. But he'd felt warm and firm, and I can't get the thought of being in his arms out of my head. At least, as I walk back into the house, I'm not so worried that the nightmares will come back tonight.
Chapter 8. Mac. I can't stop thinking about Naomi. I spent the night sleepless and awake, picturing the heartbreaking expression on her face as she talked about her father, the tears running down her cheeks and the sobs that made me wish I could gather her up into my arms and comfort her. And now I'm spending this morning thinking about the way she flung her arms around me, just briefly, just for a second, and I was too surprised to react. Me, with all my military training and lightning-fast reflexes, stood dumb as she hugged me and darted back before I could do anything, which was probably a good thing, because if I'd had the chance to get my arms around her, I'm not sure I ever would have let her go. I'm not sure I could have stopped myself from turning that friendly thank-you hug into something else entirely. It was a bad idea to go over there. I knew it as I was doing it, but I didn't give a damn. There's no way I could see any woman upset like that and not at least try to help. And with it being Naomi, well, damn, I'm still fucking drawn to her. I just wish it had been a simple problem, some asshole I could punch or some appliance I could fix. But then I'm not sure Naomi would be crying over something like that. She seemed pretty determined when it came to that cabinet of hers the first day she moved here. The thought makes me smile, just a little, and I shake my head. I really shouldn't be thinking all this. I just wish there was something I could do, some way to help, to make her feel better. I fucking hate situations you can't just fix. It doesn't help that Tyler isn't around to distract me either. I mean, it was a nice gesture of Mom's. Have Friday night to myself, maybe see some guys, go for a few drinks, work on a project that isn't so safe for a 6-year-old to be around. Me time. But what I can't bring myself to admit to her is that sometimes the distraction Tyler gives me is the only thing that keeps me sane. I know she wants me to have some sort of life outside of simply being daddy, but I'm not sure I know how anymore. I'm not sure I even want to. Drinks with the guys is still fun, but we don't relate in the same way we used to. And what little bullshit I tolerated before, I'm done with now. When Tyler was born, my perspective on everything just seemed to change. Maybe if Fiona had stuck around, the pressure would have lifted enough to work it out, but I'm not even convinced about that. I was still going to try last night, though. Call up Finn and see whether he wanted to shoot some pool, until I saw Naomi there, and then, well, then that happened. But now, I'm not hungover, the house isn't trashed, and I have absolutely nothing that needs doing. So I'm tempted to head to Mom's and pick up Tyler early, find a park maybe, or drive to an adventure center, just to resist the urge to knock on Naomi's door and see how she is this morning. That would definitely be taking things too far, and probably shift my attention last night from a nice gesture to invasive, even if that's what I'd really like to do. Instead, I don't do either of those things, and settle for walking out into my side yard to look up at the tree I'm in the middle of cutting back, appraising it. I've been spending a lot more time out here recently. I tell myself that's because fall is a good time for it and I should sort the yard before the weather starts to turn. But it's also at least partly because from here, and particularly from up in that tree, I can also glance over to see Naomi out on her deck occasionally. And I know that's at least slightly what I'll be hoping for as I start work on it again. Just some confirmation that she's okay. Which I'm sure she is, of course. It's just hard to forget the way she looked, her shimmering auburn hair mussed against her tear-stained face. Or to forget the things I wanted to do. Holding her, brushing those tears away, reassuring her, doing something to make it better. Just something to put a smile on her face again. I keep thinking about it, even as I work at cutting back the overgrown branches towards the top of the tree, balancing in the middle of it and working by hand. Something I prefer to a chainsaw. It actually gives me a workout that way. And since I left the Marines, I've tried to maintain as much of my strength and fitness as I can through real work. I've definitely slipped from that military standard, but I think it's only my old Army buddies who would notice. When I finally see her come out mid-morning with that cup of coffee and a book, no tears obvious this time, the urge to go over there only gets stronger. One thing about this kind of work, it doesn't need enough mental focus to distract me. She spots me in the tree and waves as per usual, getting my nod in return, before we both go back to what we're doing. I can only stay up there for so long, though, with her sitting right there distracting me, making me think about last night and wonder how she is this morning. So after a while, I climb back down, looking at the gardening equipment scattered around as I head in for a shower. By the time I'm done and outside again, though, I can't fight it any longer. I don't find myself heading for that tree at all. No. Instead, my feet turn towards the gate at the edge of my yard, just to make sure she's okay. Halfway there, I have another idea. Not a big one, and probably not even a good one. But with this, small is probably what I'm looking for. A little while later, I'm heading out to see Naomi still sitting there with her book. She definitely doesn't look as upset today, but I just don't want her to feel like she's alone, I guess. And I want to make her smile. She looks up as I approach this time, not too lost in her own thoughts to notice me, and puts the book down with a small smile. "Hey," she says, her tone light and easy. "Hey," I smile back. I don't ask her how she's doing. When you're feeling shit, I've found that's probably the worst thing to hear, and after last night, I think she'll tell me if she wants to. Instead, I put the little plant pot I'm holding on the table. I was gardening, and I thought I might like this. She looks at it, and the curious expression on that sweet face makes me want to step closer to her, to tilt that head up towards me, and... "What is it?" I chuckle. "Keep it, and you'll find out in spring." A perplexed look crosses her face. "What, you're not going to tell me?" "Right now, it just looks like a small pot of soil." "It's more fun this way," I assure her. "Half of the enjoyment of gardening is the long build-up to see how things turn out." She laughs, shaking her head. "I'm afraid I don't exactly have green fingers. If you don't tell me, I'll probably never know. Spring is a long time, and however much I try, I think it might be dead long before that." "It's easy, I promise. Find somewhere to plant it, and then you won't have to do anything at all, or keep it on a windowsill and just water it a little occasionally. Very resilient," I say, then give her a winning smile. "It'll be worth it. Maybe it doesn't look like much now, and spring might be a long time away, but days have a habit of creeping past when you don't notice them. And before you know it, things have changed, and it'll be sprouting to life in front of you." She glances at it, eyes narrowed, but there's a spark in them as she looks back at me, one eyebrow raised. "Is it supposed to be a metaphor for my life?" That makes me snort in amusement. I'm not that deep. I just thought you might enjoy the anticipation of what it might become. I know my tone changes as I say anticipation, my mind suddenly darting to something else entirely, but I hold her gaze anyway. She turns back to the pot and pulls it closer to her, looking inside with a smile. "Well, I might take it that way anyway. I quite like the idea of that. Maybe by next spring I'll have sprouted a little too." My mouth twitches up, but I don't say what I'm thinking, that I doubt she could blossom much more than she already does, because, well, if nothing else, it's super corny, and I don't say things like that. "Thank you, Mac." She smiles up at me, and there's a genuine pleasure in her gaze. "I'll try my best not to kill it." There, you found something to make her smile anyway. "If you do, it definitely wasn't a metaphor, okay?" She laughs, then gestures towards the other chair, still in the position I left it last night. "Do you want to join me again? Or do you need to get back to the gardening?" "Actually," I pause, then figure what the hell and go for it anyway. "Would you like me to show you around town? You've only been here a week." She blinks, then straightens in the chair, her curves shifting as she does, tempting me to glance down and see. "That would be lovely." She smiles openly at me. She moves to stand, and I instinctively offer her my hand. It's not really what I want to do because it suggests something other than a friendly tour, but I couldn't stop myself if I wanted to. And when she takes it, it's like a little jolt runs straight through me, and I have to remind my cock that now is not the time to come out and play. That, in fact, there isn't a time for that at all. We part a moment later, though, and I raise an eyebrow. Right now? She reddens just a little.
Well, that's one thing about only just moving here. My weekend is an open book so far.
Now works just fine then, I say, gesturing her back towards my truck. We'll drive around a little before hitting the center. She nods and walks over to it with me. I help her again when it comes to stepping up into the cab before going around to jump in the driver's side. Well, I think as I put it into gear and we roll out of my driveway, it looks like you're really doing this. I mean, it's just showing her a few things in town, an innocent, friendly thing to do, and any other friend she made here would probably offer something similar. But I also know what else it is, an excuse to spend time with her. A reason to indulge in the heat that she stirs within me and watch as her gorgeous curves walk right beside me. Not to mention, get to know her a little more than I was planning to. But she was so open with me yesterday, and now I feel like I want to show her some of me, too. I've lived my whole life in this town. It's almost as much a part of my childhood as my mommy's, and I like the idea of showing it to someone new around here. Showing it to Naomi. We drive around for a little while, and I show her some of the places on the outskirts similar to our little road, except maybe a bit more populated. It's not a very big town, but I've got a few stories about the rope swing over the slow-moving river there, or that dark overlook where the street lamp has been broken for years that tends to get cars gathering at night, or the auto shop that'll offer a discount if she mentions my name. Enough to have her smiling and laughing beside me, with warm, flushed cheeks and a lively expression. It feels good to see that after last night, and also because a week ago she seemed nervous and uncertain around me. I'm glad that's faded, and I can't help the small relief that whatever I was doing wrong before, I'm clearly not anymore. By the time we get into the center of town and I find a parking lot, I'm more relaxed than I can remember being for a long time, and I think I'm smiling almost as much as she is. That's something that only Tyler and Mom tend to get out of me these days, so it feels strange. Strange, but kind of nice, too. Enough that there are distant warning bells going off in my head. I didn't want to get involved. Don't want to get involved. But damn, Naomi. The girl does things to me. It doesn't take long to show her the town. We walk past the school, which she already knows. Then I show her the main street. It consists of a couple of grocery stores, Applebee's, and a diner, plus the local post office. Oh, and Lisa's bakery. That I drag us into, to come away with 2 of her world-famous apple pies.
You know,
Naomi says, squinting at the steaming paper-wrapped delicacy.
For something world-famous, I'm not sure I've ever heard of 'em.
She takes a bite, blowing on it to cool it down, but too impatient to actually wait. And then her eyes widen.
Oh my God,
I laugh. Yeah, that's why she gets to stick the world-famous label on them. I'm not sure they're exactly common knowledge here in Oregon, let alone across the world, but once someone tries one, they're not going to object to the idea. I take a big bite of mine, then jerk my head back just as quickly as all my taste buds get seared away. Damn, do you have an asbestos mouth or something? Naomi laughs, then takes another easy bite.
I drink too much coffee, and I can never make myself wait for it, so I got used to scalding my tongue.
I shake my head, waiting another few moments before cautiously going back to the pie.
Well, I might have to start making Lisa as a part of my walk home from school,
Naomi says, her eyes glittering with a good humor that makes the polite distance between us suddenly seem very small. Then she looks around.
So, where's next?
I laugh, shaking my head. I think you've seen most of it now. There's a mall further outside town, but I don't tend to go there much. As you know, small town. Why do you think we spend so much time driving around at first? This is the main street and probably the only street worth showing you. She stares at me for a moment.
It is?
You really did grow up in a city, huh? I smile, shrugging a little. Yep, this is it.
Huh, really?
She shakes her head, obviously amused.
I'm pretty sure I could have worked this much out for myself. She glances around the street, an ironic smile on her face, and before I can help it, I find myself stepping closer to her. Yeah, you're right, I murmur, and her eyes find mine again, darkening just a little as she catches the way I'm looking at her. Maybe the tour was just an excuse. I smile, not nearly as casually as I have before, and I can feel more than see her breathing hitch as she looks up at me, then tilts her head ever so slightly, her mouth parting, tongue darting out to moisten those full pink lips in a way that makes my cock twitch against my pants as I shift towards her. Not sure how much longer I can control myself. Not sure I even want to, as our locked gazes thrum with an unspoken, "Mac?" The voice cuts in a moment before I can give in to that feeling between us. "Mac, it is you. Oh, I wanted to talk to you about—" Naomi's gaze darts to the side, breaking the spell entirely and forcing my attention back to something far less appealing. Reluctantly, very reluctantly, I look away as well, to see Fiona. I blink, mentally reeling from the sudden shift away from something I wanted so very much, and into, well, this. "Well, are you?" I frown, feeling totally behind on this conversation, while something roils in my stomach in warning that no, this is a bad idea. Something is wrong here, you should leave, because before, in case— "Mac," Fiona repeats again, overly exasperated. Huh? My brow furrows as my mind refuses to relay any of what she just said. "The town fair. Next Saturday. You know, the one that happens every year, the Harvest Festival. Are you going?" Oh. I pause, vaguely recalling that I probably knew about that. I don't know. We haven't worked it out yet. All I do know is that I don't want to be having this conversation. Not here, not now. Actually, not at all. She gives me an incredulous look. "Don't you take Tyler every year? When have you not gone?" I run a hand through my hair. If she thinks the only answer is yes, then why the hell did she even ask the question? I shrug. I guess I just haven't thought about it. I don't tend to make plans these days. Between all the plates I'm trying to spin at the same time, it's an exercise in futility. And I don't much like thinking about the future, so I let these things happen to me instead. And most of the time, I barely even register them. "Oh, the Harvest Festival," Naomi says, her soft voice soothing some of the hackles that always rise when I'm talking to Fiona. And I glance over. "I'm really looking forward to that. The school are doing a few things, and I'm excited to see it for the first time. Do you go often? Is it good?" She directs the latter to Fiona, and whether it's deliberate or not, I have to admire her for subtly trying to change the direction of the conversation. I don't know if she realizes that Fiona is my ex-wife, but her antagonistic tone would be obvious from a mile away. Not that Naomi's friendly attempt works. Instead, Fiona seems to notice her for the first time, swinging around to look at her with a frown. "Who are you?" Fiona's voice cut sharply as she glances back and forth between us, her pointed gaze narrowing even further. Oh. The insinuation is obvious, and my stomach churns as Naomi shifts awkwardly beside me. "I'm Naomi," she says anyway, still trying to be more friendly than Fiona deserves. "I just moved to Mayfair. I'm living— Well, that explains why I've never seen her around before." She turns to me, completely ignoring Naomi, and the familiar anger starts to build again. "When were you going to tell me you'd started chasing after girls again, Mac? What is it? No one from this old town good enough for you anymore?" Naomi flushes bright red and my fists clench before I can stop myself, my pulse soaring into my ears as I glare back at my vicious ex-wife. "Don't, Fiona. It's not like that." "Sure it isn't." She rolls her eyes and I catch the dagger she shoots at Naomi as she does. I don't care what she says to me, but this attitude towards Naomi— "Mac was just showing me around, that's all," Naomi says, her voice cool but the tension in her body easy to read. I stop her anyway. She shouldn't have to explain herself or anything we're doing to Fiona. "I don't care what you think or what you want," I say, only noticing how hard my tone is when she flinches slightly, the most reaction I ever get from her. "No, of course you don't," her eyes flash. "I was just going to suggest that I come along with you this year to the Harvest Festival. You know, make it a bit of a family thing for Tyler. But since you're too busy with her to care about that, well, never mind then." She turns around in a huff and leaves, and even though I know it's because that's her best chance of retaining the moral high ground here, I still find my blood boiling over with infuriating impotence. God damn it. She knows that I wouldn't have accepted that suggestion for a second, but this way she gets to retain her deluded idea that she's denying me because I don't care enough about our kid. It's the sort of impossible parallel world that she's lived in for years, and it drives me fucking crazy. Mac? Naomi's hesitant voice finally snaps me out of it, and I stop glaring after Fiona for long enough to turn back to her. I'm sorry, I sigh, shaking my head. I didn't expect. I pause because I'm not quite sure what I was expecting. There's no reason Fiona wouldn't be here at the center of town on a Saturday morning. I just didn't think about it. Or what it would look like if she saw me here with Naomi. Not that it should matter. What she thinks doesn't matter. But putting Naomi in that position... It's not your fault, Naomi says, as if she can read the direction of my thoughts. And I feel like shit that she ended up in the middle of this. That was, well, my ex, Fiona. I sigh again, my mouth twisting into a grimace. I'm sorry that you got caught up in that. Maybe coming out with me wasn't the best idea. Oh, you probably had a few stories that were worth the trouble. She smiles just a little, and some of the warmth comes back into her caramel-colored eyes. I can see why she's your ex, though. I snort at that. Yeah, you could say that again. She hesitates, then starts worrying at her bottom lip, glancing back the way Fiona had come. Do you think she really thought... She doesn't finish the sentence, but I know exactly what she's asking, and my stomach sinks even further. That brief moment between us flashes back into my mind, and I know if it had lasted just a second longer, something would have happened. The kiss that was right there, waiting. Now, one look at Naomi and I know it's gone. Not just a broken moment, but the awkwardness that Fiona planted, the awareness that we aren't trying to do that. After denying it, God, I don't know whether saying no out loud made it feel like what almost happened between us was more real or less. But either way, the discomfort on Naomi's face makes it obvious how she feels. She doesn't want this. I try to remind myself that I don't either. Neither of us wants to add to this mess. My ex, whatever Naomi is dealing with. Mac? I shrug, feeling awful about it. I know what she's worried about. She just got here. She doesn't want ugly rumors circulating, untrue rumors, things we definitely didn't do, even if we might have been so damn close to doing them. I don't know. I eventually sigh. I wish I could tell her that it doesn't matter, that Fiona wouldn't say anything, that no one would listen to her if she did. But I don't know. Women can be malicious sometimes, and Fiona, I wouldn't trust Fiona as far as Tyler could throw her. I'm sorry, Naomi. She might have gotten the wrong idea, but, well, I doubt it will go anywhere. I try to give her some reassurance, at least, but I'm not sure I'm doing a great job. It doesn't help that part of me thinks that what Fiona picked up on was the right idea, and the idea of that not going anywhere doesn't make me as happy as it should. Naomi sighs as well, raising a hand to her head as if to massage away a headache. It's okay. She shrugs and makes an effort to shake off the tension. I'm sorry you have to live with... She cuts herself off, flushing slightly as if realizing what she was about to say. I just laugh. You don't have to hold your tongue around me, especially about Fiona. There's nothing I haven't heard. That makes her smile, but she doesn't finish the sentence. I kind of respect that, too. She doesn't want to get involved in drama that doesn't belong to her, in a town she's just moved into. And after the last few years, I can appreciate a woman who doesn't seem interested in gossiping about my split with Fiona. Come on, I finally say, nodding back in the direction of the parking lot. I'll take you back. Naomi nods and walks back to the truck with me. But I notice the slight distance between us and the careful way she holds herself apart. I feel the part of me that really wanted to kiss her sigh in disappointment. But I try to convince myself it's a good thing we didn't. If I'd had one taste of those plump lips or felt her body crushed against mine, I'm not sure what would have happened. It's probably best we were interrupted before we went too far. We can simply be neighbors. That was the idea all along. But where the drive earlier was lively and fun, on the way back we don't talk at all. And when she jumps out after thanking me for showing her around, I feel more awkward than I did that first night she came around asking for sugar, and I was too mesmerized to think of a damn thing to say. Fucking damn you, Fiona.
Chapter 9. Naomi. Hey, Naomi, did you hook up with Mac the weekend after everything you told us? Caitlin nudges me, her stage whisper doing nothing to conceal what she'd just said, and I try not to groan. Instead, I roll my eyes at her. Didn't you already ask me that a few dozen times? I say, trying to sound casual despite the way my pulse is suddenly pounding in my ears. I know that this time the question isn't simply because I'm living next to the guy. As I said, still not interested. I try to grin, but she gives me a saucy look that's not about to take no for an answer. Really, babe? Because I might have heard a little differently. What did you hear? I raise an eyebrow, wondering how I'm supposed to deal with this. I could really do with not being at the center of Mayfair's gossip already. I never liked attention to begin with, and this wasn't exactly the start I pictured to my new life here. She cocks her head at me, but at least her eyes are shining with warmth and mischief, instead of the slight ill intent I was worried about when I walked in today. That the two of you looked very close walking through town together? I breathe out, almost immediately relieved. I was expecting far worse than that. Really? I ask. That's it? And do you think that means we're hooking up? I don't try to hide the skepticism in my voice, and she laughs along with a shrug. Yeah, you don't know Mac Hunter like we do, babe. He never does shit like that. I blink. I didn't know that. Well, we're not, I say after a moment. Hooking up, that is. So what are you doing? She grins at me, sauntering a little closer, even if it is mainly to refill her mug of coffee from the machine in front of me. I'm more grateful than I should be that there's no one else in the staff room with us. Nothing, I shrug, then finally give her the answer she's really looking for. He offered to show me around town, that's all, but it was a friendly thing, Caitlin. Nothing happened. You didn't even kiss? I could have sworn someone said you kissed. No. I shake my head, repeating it again. Nothing. I take that moment to sip my coffee, bringing the mug up so I don't have to look in her direction as I think about that. Nothing. The frustrating, infuriating nothing that happened. And the moment when, just briefly, I thought maybe it would go another way. Nothing actually happened between us, except in my mind. In my mind, I was already kissing him, imagining that powerful body pulling me close, his hot lips crushed to mine as his tongue pressed inside, ready and waiting for anything and everything he might. Nothing. Anything and everything turned into nothing, and it was better that way. I couldn't imagine having this conversation if I had actually kissed him, so it was a good thing we were interrupted. And the thought of that particular interruption is all I need to kill my lady boner, too. I mean, I'm not sure I've had a civil breakup in my life, but damn, Fiona was a bitch. Even if I try really hard not to think that about other women because, well, I hate that kind of thing. The way she talked to Mac, the things she said, ugh. It's nothing to do with me, which is something I keep reminding myself of, but at the time it was so hard not to jump in there and defend Mac, even though I knew that could only make things worse. I don't know anything about their relationship or what happened between them, but it's already obvious I'm not the slightest bit impartial, so I really have no right at all to be thinking about something that's definitely their business. Not that it stops me from doing it. Naomi? I blink, looking up at Caitlin again, whose gaze has now narrowed at my obvious distraction. Are you sure you didn't do anything together? Yeah. I shrug it off. I was just wondering. She raises an eyebrow at me and I sigh. It doesn't hurt me to mention it, I guess, even if I really don't want to get involved. For all I know, Caitlin could be one of Fiona's friends. And as much as I don't see myself wanting to spend any time with Mac's ex, I don't exactly want to write myself out of friendship groups here because of our little run-in. Well, when Mac was showing me around the main street, we ran into Fiona. Caitlin's face twists into a grimace, which immediately reassures me. Well, that explains it, she announces, and I blink. What?
That's why Martha mentioned.
Just ignore it, Naomi. It'll all be bullshit she sent flying around. I'm sorry I even asked. I just thought, hell, maybe I was hoping you were having a little fun, that was all. She gives a light laugh at the end, and then takes another sip of coffee while I let out a deep breath. Oh, right, of course. I guess I've got a good explanation for the rumors after all. Jealous ex. I was worried she was going to stir things up, I admit, after a few moments. I mean, I've just moved here. Caitlin nods. Yeah, that can't have been nice. But I wouldn't worry about it. Most of Mayfair is used to Fiona overreacting when it comes to Mac. They'll work out you're not hooking up pretty quickly. Maybe a little gossip is fun, but I think everyone's over that drama by now. I'm surprised by the wave of relief I feel, and I find myself smiling properly for the first time that morning. I even reach forward and hug her. Thanks, Caitlin. I give a self-deprecating laugh. I think I needed to hear that this morning. She grins at me as I pull back. Anytime. And, hot bachelor or not, guess you were right about Mac. Not such a good idea with Fiona breathing down your neck, huh? He's a great guy, but, well, it's definitely complicated. Probably why when it comes to him, the girls I know are so much more talk than action. I pause as she says that, looking over at her as something churns in my gut. It feels so wrong hearing her dismiss him as complicated like that, or thinking that others might act that way just because of his ex. And if I'm honest with myself, I know she means Tyler too, even if I can't bring myself to think of that adorable little guy as baggage. I want to say as much because it just seems so unfair. And I'm not the kind of girl she's talking about either. The last thing I want to do is swap sexy talk about Mac and, well, maybe I'm far too interested in the action for my own good. But then I guess I know she's not really talking about me. And after neatly sidestepping all those difficult rumors just now, I don't really want to linger on any of this. So I ignore the urge to mention any of that. I still find myself hesitating on the edge of asking about Fiona, though. About what happened there, what Mac ever saw in her, and how it all broke down. That's the sort of gossip I could get away with asking about, but it still feels wrong somehow. It's Mac's story, and I'm not sure I feel comfortable intruding on it. The door swings open before I've quite convinced myself it's none of my business, and I'm slightly relieved to have that make the decision for me. We both glance up in the same moment Rebecca sees us, and she smiles before heading over to where we're gathered around the coffee pot. Is there any of that going? I nod, moving aside as she reaches for a mug. As she pours it out, she gives me a curious look of her own, a little less intent than Caitlin maybe, but with exactly the same thing behind it. So, she nibbles her bottom lip, eyes sparkling at me. I heard something interesting yesterday. My internal groan returns, but this time it's got an edge of amusement to it, instead of the slight terror I came in with. I set about explaining all over again. Over the next few days, I feel like I explain myself a good dozen times. Most of the staff are a little too old to care, but then there are the parents that come up to you after school to talk about their kid, of course, and a couple of subtle glances that darted between Mac and I as he picks up Tyler from the gates or drops him off in the morning. Slightly infuriating, and my assessment of rumors traveling around this town like wildfire was obviously more accurate than I would have liked, but at least none of it really feels malicious. Or even that serious. I don't know exactly who believes what, though it was nice to have Caitlin and Rebecca understand immediately, even with the teasing they gave me. But I get the feeling there's enough skepticism to go around. So as I walk back home slightly later than usual after a staff meeting that went around in circles about a few irrelevant details for the Harvest Festival, I figure that Caitlin is probably right, and it shouldn't take too long for whatever Fiona has stirred up to die down. It's opened my eyes to what living in a small place like this will be like, though. I mean, maybe I guessed some of it, but I'm not sure I quite believed it. I wonder idly how many people end up getting together just because there were enough rumors circling about them that it made it impossible to get the thought out of your mind. That's why I'm still thinking about Mac, of course, just because the rumors make it hard not to. Yeah, sure, Naomi. I glance over as I walk up toward my door, but I don't see him working outside, and the lights are on in his house. Not that it would have made a difference if he was there. Since that run-in with Fiona, we've been avoiding each other in a way that started to become very obvious, and slightly awkward, if I'm honest. If he'd been there, I know I wouldn't have been able to resist a quick glance, but the waving and casual acknowledgement we used to have has faltered. In fact, I don't think we've exchanged a word since. We probably should, but, well, Caitlin might have been right about that too. If there's anything that I've taken out of all this, it's that I was right about it being a bad idea to get too close to Mac. Not just because of Fiona and the rumors and trying to settle in a new town either, but because when I'm around him, I feel tempted to throw all my plans to the side and just indulge in a few sinfully bad decisions, and I can't risk losing control like that. Unfortunately, the moment I see him, all I can think about is being around him, so staying away is the safest option. It kind of sucks, though, especially after everything he's done for me. Hell, if I didn't get the impression that he'd come to exactly the same conclusion, I don't think I could even do it. I sigh as I put my key in the door, looking over at the house next door one last time, before opening it up and walking inside. I shrug my light coat off and pick up the Post, walking through to flick the coffee maker on, my mind wandering back to that almost something moment between Mac and I, as it's been doing with irritating frequency this week. I tear open the Post, flicking through a couple of welcome letters from various suppliers as the coffee whistles, leaning back against the counter and trying not to feel too sorry for myself. Then, everything stops. My blood freezes inside me, fingers turning white around the almost innocent piece of paper I'm holding. Hello, Naomi. The two words take up the whole page, 2 lines of printed block capitals, bold and chilling. I flip it over immediately, my heart racing, but there's nothing on the other side, and scramble for the envelope looking for something, anything. Nothing. Just my address, printed neatly on the front in the same font as those words. A stamp, nondescript and generic. No return address. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Something inside me breaks and crumbles, and the piece of paper falls to the floor as I look around the house that now seems terrifying and treacherous, where it was cozy and mine only minutes before. I grip the counter as my blood races in my ears, and I try to convince myself there's no one here, that it's just me, that I'm okay. He knows where I live. I bite my lip hard enough that I can taste the piercing metallic tang of blood, but it still barely holds back the scream I want to let out. The coffee's whistling reaches a crescendo and then stops, leaving me in sudden, total silence, and that's enough to break through just slightly, so that I push myself jerkily away from the kitchen counter and look around. This is the only light on in the house. The rest of it is shadowy and dark, and it feels like something from one of my nightmares as I edge towards the door. Hello? I call, but it's so quiet, I'm not sure anyone would hear, even if they were here. I can't stop the panic that he's here, that he's waiting for me, that any moment he's going to jump out and... I try to force myself to get a grip, to breathe steadily and just deal with it. It's hard, maybe one of the hardest things I can remember doing. But if he's here, if something is going to happen, part of me would rather it happen now than it lurk in my mind, terrifying and insubstantial. So, very slowly, I check the house. Every room, every cupboard, everything I carefully organized and was slowly starting to find comforting. Nothing. I have to do it 3 times before I can actually convince myself that, right now at least, I'm alone. He's not here. Not yet. That sends me back to the kitchen, pacing frantically as I try to work it out. How can he know? How did he find me? I thought I was safe. There's no one else that letter could have been from. It's a threat, an innocuous, paralyzing threat. And I could come for you any time. Fuck it all to hell. This was meant to be safe. I have the sudden urge to pack it all up, to grab a bag, find an obscure motel on the other side of the state and just hide, to run away and keep running, so that he'll never find me. But I know the instant I think it that I simply can't. The idea of living like that, and of letting him contort my life into something like that, when he's already taken so much from me. No. Just no. But that means staying here, where he knows exactly where to look, and he's a bully and a coward. He's not worth this much fear. He's not. Nothing will happen, Naomi. It's just mind games, just a trick. He won't. But as much as I tried to tell myself it, I can't picture him as coward. He's too fierce in my memory, too intimidating, too everything. I can't see him running in fear if I stand up and yell boo. I can't picture him being afraid to confront me, even now that I'm independent and different and me. I curse myself thrice over. Maybe I should have reported it. Reported him. Gone to the police with everything that had happened and got a restraining order if nothing else. But I couldn't do it. I never wanted to see him again. I just wanted it to be behind me, in the past. I didn't want to have to confront him, to face him. It was enough to be away. And now I don't have a clue what I should do. There's a sudden noise from outside, something against the window, and I jump a mile, letting out a shriek and spinning around. Nothing. Just a branch or something else. Nothing, Naomi. I look around the kitchen, the house, everything feeling so unfamiliar and threatening now, my heart in my throat, knowing that despite all that, I'm not going to leave it, and terrified of that decision, of how easy it would be to... Another noise, and I startle again, squinting through the window pane to see the tree outside shifting gently. Damn wind, damn tree built too close to the house that I never noticed before now. I should chop it down, I should get a chainsaw and... A burst of rain hits the glass, a sudden downpour starting up, and even though I see it, it still tenses every nerve inside me. This is stupid. It's stupid and ridiculous and before I can think anything else, I'm walking back through the house and out of the door. Within moments, I'm through Mac's gate and striding up to his house. I knock on the door before I can think about it, and it's only when he appears in front of me that I realize what I'm doing. "Hey," he says. And even though his expression is closed and unreadable again, his voice is soft, almost gentle, and maybe a little surprised and warm. "You're reading too much into nothing, Naomi. You're being crazy right now. Stop it." But my heart is suddenly pounding for a reason that isn't Anton, and I'm confused. "Hey," I repeat, momentarily distracted just by seeing him again. As he looks back at me, some of the ice lining my veins starts to melt, just a little, and the sudden sense of warmth and safety is almost painful. And I know immediately that's the real reason I came. Because when Mac is around, it's almost impossible to be afraid of ghosts and shadows and distant men from the past. "You know, we talked about security stuff for my house? Well, I know this is kind of out of nowhere, but do you think you could install something after all? Alarms and stuff?" He blinks, looking more than a little taken aback. "That's, why you came over?" I get a sudden flash of guilt as I realize that was probably not at all what he was expecting, and I remember the ignoring each other thing we're supposed to be doing, and how the last time we saw each other we were trying to deal with the awkwardness Fiona had created. So maybe he thought I was here because of that, or to deal with that, or... Yes, I say, plunging ahead regardless. I can't talk to Mac about anything else right now. I can't think about anything else right now. And if I could, it would be that I don't want Mac caught up in my shit. And I've still got this urgent, manic, scared thing going on in my mind, a pounding pulse that reminds me that I'm in danger, danger, danger. "Are you all right, Naomi?" He frowns at me, squinting. And I thank God for the dim twilight and shadows around us. I have no idea what I look like right now. "Uh-huh," I say, nodding, feeling that manic thread in my voice again. Well, can you do the alarms?" He reaches a hand up, scratching the back of his neck as he looks at me, head tilted. Yes, I guess we could do that." I can feel the intensity of his gaze increasing even though I can't quite see those dark eyes. "Why do you want them?" For one brief moment, I want to tell him. I want to say I'm scared and terrified, and I think Anton is going to come and do something. And I don't want to run, but I don't really want to stay, and I don't feel safe, and please, please help, just help me. And I think if I did, then he would. I think he'd take me in his arms and keep me there, and that nothing in the world would be able to touch me. But I can't. I didn't run from Anton to fall into someone else. I did it so I could be myself, take care of myself. And Mac doesn't deserve this shit. He's got his own life to deal with, and I couldn't stand him helping me out of pity or something. You're going to do this yourself, Naomi. You're going to deal with your life your way, and you're going to be fine. I somehow need to think that, to sustain any scrap of self-esteem. So I shake my head. I just do. So can we? How long do you think it'll take? I've got the money. I can pay for... Tell me why, he repeats, brows drawing down as he looks at me. Because I want them. To protect against burglary or anything else. I throw my hands up in the air, frustrated by the questions, and start to feel trapped. What does it matter? Why do you need to know? I bet you don't demand all the reasons from the clients you have at your job. Actually, we do. We have to know what they're trying to do so that we can suggest the right solution. His expression shifts, his voice lowering with resolve. But you're right. With you, I'm asking because I care, Naomi. I feel something flutter inside me at that, but I clamp down on it hard, taking a step back. I don't feel like I can deal with this right now. If you care, then help me with this, please. Just help me. It's the closest I can come to the plea I really want to make, and I can feel my heart in my throat as I say it. I'm closer to tears than I want to admit, and I hate myself for that. The intensity of his attention only seems to increase, and I squeeze my eyes closed as I wait for his answer, which means I miss the way he reaches up to flick the porch light on until it floods behind my eyelids. I open them with a gasp, to see something close to alarm on his face. Naomi? My God, what the hell happened? You look pale as a sheet, and I'm pretty sure I'm shaking. He moves closer, but I step back again, and almost off the couple of steps up to his porch. Nothing, I repeat, determined even in the face of that obvious lie. Will you help me with this or not, Mac? I teeter on the edge of that step, feeling ready to bolt, which is stupid because I don't think I can remember feeling quite so safe as Mac makes me feel, but there's that part of my mind that feels trapped and panicky and wants to run away, and I know I'm about to. I see his face twist up in impotent frustration, and I can almost feel his need to push further, or to pull me closer and force it out of me, but just as I'm expecting to have to bolt away from that at any moment, he pulls himself back instead. Okay. It comes out of gritted teeth, but at least it comes. I said I'd help, Naomi. I'll fix up your house with whatever you want, okay? All my breath leaves me in one go, the sudden relief almost overwhelming. I really do feel tears at the edges of my eyes, but I blink to clear them and turn slightly away so that hopefully Mac doesn't see. Thank you. It comes out so quietly, I'm not even sure he heard. I'd been so ready for him to press, to push and demand, and... Do you want to come inside and talk about the details? He raises an eyebrow, shifting to the side to gesture me through the door, but I hesitate. Right now, if I go into that house, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. My own house feels treacherous and scary right now, but his? I'm not sure I can hold out against that sort of pressure to tell him what's going on if it feels like he's all around me. Can we... I take a deep breath. I'm not sure I'm going to feel any better talking about it tomorrow either. I just want something to keep people out, that's all. To know that the house is safe. Whatever you think, Mac. I don't need to discuss details with you. I'll trust what you pick and however much it costs, I don't care, just as soon as possible, okay? The concern is back in his expression, and he frowns again. But thanks, Mac. I step down off the porch. Really, I mean it. I'm sorry about everything, but thank you. I turn to go before he can say anything else, trying to convince myself that I've done it. I've sorted it. I'm going to be safe now. I worked it out, and I'm dealing with it, and I'm not going to let anything happen. It will be fine, right? I feel Mac's gaze all the way back to my own house, but I don't turn around. Not even when I hesitate opening the door. That animal part of me wondering if Anton is waiting right behind. He's not. I make it into the house without anyone grabbing me. The house is empty. It's fine. It's fine, Naomi. But it still takes me a long time and a lot of pacing before I feel like I've done enough. And I stay up that night until I can't hold my eyes open any longer, as late as I can, because I know what will come the moment that sleep takes me.
Chapter 10. Mac. Dad! I swing around to look down at Tyler, and he starts pulling up my hand. Dad, you said we were going. Right, yes. Sorry, kiddo. I nod, tearing my gaze away from Naomi's house and walking over to my truck to help him inside. I make an effort to give him a goofy smile, too. My boy has a tractor to ride. Yes! He punches his little fist toward the sky as he jumps up and down, and the obvious excitement on his face eases some of the discontent that settled into a hard lump in my stomach over the last couple of days. I didn't see Naomi out on the deck, so I guess she's already at the Harvest Festival or somewhere else. She hasn't been home much at all over the last few days, and after that erratic request for sudden security and alarms, Dad! I snap myself out of it. Yes, sorry. Guess your dad is getting old now, kiddo. Slowing down a little, huh? Tyler scowls up at me, obviously not impressed with either the explanation or the idea of that. I smile, ruffle his hair anyway, and shut the door before climbing into the driver's seat. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. It used to be that the moment I focused on Tyler, everything else disappeared. He's all that matters to me, and when I'm doing something with him, the rest of the world stops. But I haven't been able to shake that unnerving evening Naomi came over at all. And as I drive to the Harvest Festival, idly listening to Tyler's excited plans on what he wants to do and offering the occasional suggestion, it's at the front of my mind again. I want to know what's going on with her, and the more I think about it, the more I want it. Agreeing to set up security for her house without knowing what it's all about is driving me crazy. But saying no is never an option. There's no way I'm charging her for it either. Maybe for the parts, but definitely not labor. I tell myself that's what I'd do for any woman in town who was so obviously spooked by something, but it's a little harder to trust that voice these days. I'm not really sure about anything when I start thinking about Naomi. It's not like we've spent any time together since that stupid run-in with Fiona, and the idea of talking to each other still feels awkward now. When I heard what Fiona had been saying, I was so furious with her I could barely speak. Rumors have never bothered me, but Naomi, she doesn't deserve any of that. And just because she wants a security system doesn't mean she's any more willing to consider getting involved in all that. That's pretty obvious, and I can't say I blame her for it either. The only real discussion we've had since that night she came over was when I told her it would take a few days to order what we needed. That freaked her out too, and I was so close to inviting her to come and stay with me in the meantime, despite the awkwardness still lurking between us, just to ease some of the fear in her eyes. I mean, my house isn't about to get burgled. Yeah, burglary. That's really what's going on here. I've made it clear I don't believe that for a second, but I haven't asked again. There's something going on, and as much as it kills me if she doesn't want to tell me, I'm going to respect that. I'm pretty sure the alternative is having her not talk to me at all. But I'm also determined that whatever it is, whatever she's afraid of, I'm not going to let it happen. And not just because I'm going to install a state-of-the-art security system. No, it's almost like I'm back in the Marines, with how tense and alert I feel at the moment. If anything looks out of place. Look, Daddy! I look up to see Harvey leading a group of ponies through the wide arch decorated with flowers and ribbons to welcome us. One of the ponies tries to nibble at a flower, and Tyler laughs as I pull the truck into a space and help us both out. I try to remind myself that this is a fun afternoon out. The Des deliberately gave me the time off so I could make it, and I only have so many of these before I'm no longer the most interesting person in Tyler's life. I shouldn't be thinking about Naomi or her security system or whatever the hell is bothering her. I need to pay attention to the one guy that matters, my little boy. I take his hand and smile as we walk inside, watching him skipping eagerly along beside me and looking around, eyes wide. Wow, Dad! I know, kiddo. He's seen it before, and he definitely remembers at least some of it. Billy's tractor is featured in more than one conversation this week, but I love how each time he still seems blown away by it all.
The noise and color and music and laughter. It's a good day. Before Tyler, I'd long since grown bored with the whole event. Living here all your life does that to you. But now it's always fresh and new. I swing him up to my shoulder so that he can see all around us despite the usual crowds, then tell him to point in the direction he wants me to go. Like that, we start exploring the first of the little stalls set out in the field that's been given over to the town fair this year. It's already been going all day, which is obvious from the well-worn paths through the winding attractions and activities. The grass that was probably flourishing only a couple of days ago has been trampled and turned to hard mud by now. We've also arrived in that slight lull where it's obvious the people who've been here all day are tired and flagging, but before the buzz of the evening starts. Perversely, it's my favorite time. The crowds thin just a bit, and we get to look at everything with a fresh face, watching as Tyler's antics bring some of the life and energy back to those around us. We just wander around for a little while, absorbing the atmosphere and the hubbub before indulging in a guess the number in a jar game, or trying to throw rings over bottles lined up on hay bales. When Tyler gets fidgety and obviously has too much energy, I let him run around next to me as his attention is snatched by one stall and then another and then another. He listens to Jeff explain how he grows the pumpkins and squash that he's offering samples of, and asks a million questions as I share little smiles with the old man, sneaking bites of the vegetables. Then he gets distracted before actually eating any of the crops he was so interested in growing a moment before, and tugs me along to the piles of fallen leaves that have been collected off to the side, and the other kids that have made a game of jumping in and out of them, scooping them up and rolling around. "Can I go play?" Tyler asks, already walking backwards as he looks up at me, and I just laugh. "Sure thing, kiddo." I'm not even sure whether this is a part of the festival, or just the result of preparing the field for it. But either way, it looks like the kids are having just as much fun with it as they do with the organized games. I hope someone is making a note of it for next year, too. What kid needs ring games and bowling balls and number puzzles when they've got crisp fall leaves to jump into? I lean back against a tree and watch from the side, just as content to be beside the festival as actually in the middle of it. "Kids, huh? You give 'em a fairground and they pick this." I glance over at the voice, seeing Martha coming up beside me. I grunt, but I don't say anything else. Martha's a nice enough woman, and I know Tyler gets on well with her Jamie, but she's also one of Fiona's best friends, and, well, I've never felt entirely comfortable around her after the divorce. We're pleasant enough to each other, but she isn't someone I choose to spend time around, and I'm surprised she'd choose to come over to me now. Surprised and not exactly pleased about it. She doesn't take the hint, though. Somehow Fiona's friends have that same trait, and comes to stand beside me as we watch Jamie and Tyler throwing leaves at each other and running around the small group of trees.
Is Tyler enjoying the fair?
I shrug, giving in to the persistence. We only just got here, but yeah, he always likes it.
"Oh, we've been here all day," she says. "Jamie really liked Bill's tractor. You guys should check that out."
That makes me smile at least. Oh, it's on the list. Tyler has already reminded me a few dozen times. She chuckles, shaking her head, and then waits a beat before finally making the reason she came over obvious.
"I saw Fiona over there earlier, you know."
I don't reply. I'm not interested in talking about her, and Martha knows that. At least, unlike Fiona, she's a little bit reasonable about it.
"I know you don't really talk anymore, and I know why, Mac, but I thought you might want to know, to hear it from someone else, that she might finally be coming to her senses. I don't know." She exhales deeply. "It's not my place, and I know why you wouldn't believe her, but, well, I know what she's been like, and the last few weeks I've been hoping, maybe—"
Good for her. I cut her off. I'm not at all interested. Whatever Fiona does these days has nothing to do with me. Martha sighs.
"Well, I'll tell her you said that, maybe."
She tries to offer me a small smile, but from the way it dies, I'd guess the look on my face isn't particularly inviting.
"I just thought, well, with a little encouragement, it might be more likely. I care about her, Mac. I just want to help."
Well, I don't. I push off from the tree, not willing to let my irritation affect my afternoon with Tyler. Enjoy the fair, Martha.
I look back at the pile of leaves Tyler is playing in, reluctant to bring his game to an end, but knowing that I will if Martha keeps pushing it. Then I frown, sweeping my gaze over the whole group of kids, laughing, jumping up and down, throwing leaves everywhere, and running around. "Tyler," I call, my heart starting to race. Martha looks up from where she was obviously about to try and say something else to me, scanning the kids with me. "What is it?" "Where's Tyler?" My voice is suddenly clipped and dangerous, and I leave her standing there as I walk forward. "Hey, have you seen Tyler?" I stop and ask one of the kids, still looking around. The little boy shakes his head, eyes wide, and it takes effort to school my expression back to neutrality. I don't want to scare the kids. "He went that way," Jamie cuts in, and I look around at him, and then at where he's pointing. "Said he'd be right back." I glance in the direction of his finger, the crowds between two stalls, and bite back a curse. He knows better than to run off without me. I glance up hurriedly. "Martha?" She looks over, obviously worried. Whatever our difference is, we do share the mutual terrifying experience of being a parent to a 6-year-old boy. "Jamie said Tyler ran off in that direction. I'm going to look for him, okay? If he comes back here, could you call me?" She nods, and that, plus a brief thanks to Jamie, is all I need before I'm jogging off in the direction he pointed, my guts spinning. I can't believe I lost my fucking child. What kind of father am I? How could I take my eyes off him for one moment, knowing how easily distracted he is? Oh my fucking God. I've had enough training to compartmentalize some of the fear and worry as I swing my head from side to side, looking through the crowds for any signs of a little boy. Enough that I can focus, but not enough to stop my heart from racing, blood pounding through my body and adrenaline surging. Military training doesn't deal with threats to your own fucking kid. Apparently that adds something that not even terrorist bomb threats can compare to. Shit. I can't see him. Of course I can't see him. He's tiny, and most of the people here are not. I find myself weaving in and out of people just to see around them, checking whether there's something I've missed, and God damn it. There's so many stalls and winding paths and impromptu routes between them, so much to block any kind of good vantage point, even if I am taller than most. And once he got between those two stalls, I have no idea where he would have gone at all, which direction, or how long he's had to disappear. How long has it been since I lost my kid? A few seconds? A minute? Several? What could have happened in that time? I try to ignore all those thoughts and just concentrate on finding him. It's just the town festival. This is a small place. Most of the people here know him, know me. Someone will call me. It'll be okay. But as I look around, I see a frightening number of unfamiliar faces, too, and I have to block out the part of my mind that fears the worst, that wants to assume the worst. Too many surrounding towns come down here when we put this on, and I dart through another couple of stalls, actively calling his name now. I don't care that it means that everyone knows I lost my kid, so long as it also means I find him again. I don't know whether to head further towards the center of the festival or back near the outskirts, when I hear a sudden peal of laughter. Familiar laughter. Tyler's? Or just some other little boys? I turn in the direction anyway, calling again, my ears hunting for that sound. It isn't until I step beyond a stall and into a slightly more open area that I finally see him. Oh my fucking God. It's like everything crashes through me at once. The fear and anger and panic, everything I desperately pushed to the side in an adrenaline-fueled need, totally blindsides me for a moment. I almost sink to my knees from it. Fucking hell. "Hey, Dad! Look, it's Dad!" Tyler looks over and sees me before I've quite recovered from the emotional breakdown I'm about to have, then runs over to me, tugging on the hand he's holding. That gives me a moment's pause. He only tends to pull me along like that. I look up to see Naomi's warm, slightly rumpled expression as she looks between Tyler and I. That makes me stop altogether. Totally distracted by Tyler, I hadn't noticed her at all. And now, "I found Tyler in the queue for candy floss," she says with a small smile. "When I didn't see you anywhere, I was a little worried, so I thought I'd stick with him and try to find you." She glances down at him and makes a face. "His directions kinda suck, though. I was just about to ask someone for your number. Are you okay?" "Yeah." It comes out as an exhale, and I have to force myself to take a deep breath. "Yeah, I am now. Thank you." I raise a hand to my head and squeeze the bridge of my nose, trying to suppress the wave of uncontrolled emotions before dropping down to pull Tyler into me. He squirms and squeals and complains, but I don't pay the slightest attention as I simply breathe him in, feel him solid and safe and warm against me. Then I pull back and I have to fight not to glare at him. It's so hard not to yell, really yell, but I need him to understand. Don't ever do that again, Tyler. I didn't know where you were and I couldn't find you. My grip on his shoulders is a little too strong, and I loosen it as he squirms again. I wanted candy floss, he says defiantly, annoyed at me for spoiling his fun. I was right here. I didn't know that, I say again. We were coming back, he whines in protest, face still scrunched up in objection. You scared me. I was scared, Tyler. The protest disappears, replaced with wide eyes as he shakes his head. You're not scared of anything. I'm scared of losing you, kiddo. I was terrified. I pull him into me again, breathing hard, and kiss his temple roughly. I need to know where you are, Tyler. You can't run off like that. He blinks, and I can see him starting to get upset as he wraps his arms around me. You were busy, and there was a girl with candy floss, and I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry. He bursts into tears, and I immediately feel bad, but I don't regret it for one moment. Instead, I hug him tighter and rub his back. It's okay. Just don't do it again, okay? I say, and he looks up at me cautiously, eyes wet. Okay, he sniffles. And I'm sorry, too. Really? I nod. Really. You can always interrupt me, Tyler. Always. He nods and hugs me again. I won't do it again. I kiss his head and let him step back, wiping the tears from his eyes. Then I offer him a little smile, a peace offer, and he takes my hand. And I would have bought you candy floss, kiddo, I add. He laughs, and just like that, the tears are gone, as he shakes his head and nudges me. Nah, you would have made me eat dinner first. My smile widens, and I feel my pulse start to ease as well. Glad that I managed to hold it together enough to do this the right way. After having him disappear on me, I felt just about ready to explode. Well, maybe you're right about that, I admit. Then I stand up and look at Naomi, breathing deeply. She just saw all of that between us, but I don't care at all. The only thing I can think about is how grateful I am that she was there, that she cared and thought to step in and make sure he was okay. Thank you, I say again with a deep sigh. She just smiles. It was my pleasure. You've got a fun little guy on your hands there, though I'm sorry you had to go through that. I can't imagine anything worse. I don't think I've dealt with anything worse. I'm not sure that's entirely true, but right now it feels like it. I give her a small smile anyway, amazed at how different it's possible to feel between losing Tyler and having him back with me now. Maybe we should give your daddy this, huh? She tilts her head at Tyler, holding something out to him. To make him feel better? I glance at it. The last fluffy bits of candy floss wrapped around a long stick, and Tyler takes it, nodding solemnly. Here, Dad. You can have it. I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing as I take it, the seriousness behind the bright pink and blue candy floss something entirely new to me. But I can't help appreciate what she is doing, too. It's hard after something like that to recover and have a good time. And I know Tyler is probably still feeling upset. Hell, maybe I'm still feeling upset, too. Candy floss seems like as good a way to make up as any. Thanks, kiddo. I nod, and then glance at the overly sugary treat. Not really my style, but I make a show of enjoying the rest of it. And by the end of it, Tyler is smiling at the exaggerated yum noises I'm making. Naomi is as well, and it's hard to look away from how radiant her expression is when she smiles. When I'm done, I turn back to Tyler and raise an eyebrow. So you got your candy floss, huh? Did you have a good time with Naomi? He nods enthusiastically, bouncing on his toes. Yes! We got candy floss and played the hula game, and I saw the chickens and... I thought you were looking for me, I say, giving him a narrow look that shuts him up very quickly, except from the slight mischievous giggle that explodes from behind his hands. As I said, his directions were not entirely helpful, Naomi adds with a shake of her head. He'd point in a direction, and it was only after he'd stopped that I'd realize he just wanted to play with whatever he was pointing at. I smile anyway. That sounds exactly like Tyler. Yep. Tyler has never been too good at attention. But thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate. Can Naomi come with us? Tyler interrupts, tugging at my hand and looking up at us both. I blink, glancing between them both as something twists in a not quite unpleasant way in my stomach. Really? I look at her and we both hesitate. Please? Too many things rush through my mind at once, but the one that jumps out at me is just how very much I'd like that idea. But it's impossible to work out how to say that without pressuring her into it with Tyler here. I don't know what she actually wants, and with the ears of a 6-year-old just beneath us, I can't find out easily either. Well, Naomi might have other plans, but if she'd like to, I'd like her to come with us too. I tell Tyler, to give her a way out if she wants it, and then look up at her, giving her a real smile. Would you like to? There's something about how Tyler seems to have taken to her that just makes me feel warm. She smiles back, slightly more hesitant, but no less real, and she looks between us both. Yes, I'd love to. I can see the flush on her cheeks, but I don't say anything about it as she grins down at Tyler. Thank you for inviting me. Yes! He punches the air, then tugs on my hand again, already looking around. I'm going to go ride a tractor. You want to ride a tractor, Naomi? Come on, Dad, you promised. I let him tug me in the direction he wants to go. The wrong one, but I imagine we'll circle around after playing at every stall along the way, and give Naomi an amused, apologetic expression. Sorry, maybe I should have warned you about what coming along would mean first. Her smile only widens, eyes sparkling as she looks down at Tyler, then falls into step beside the two of us. I think you gave me a good idea already. She buries her hands in her coat pockets and looks like she's trying not to laugh as Tyler starts telling her all the things he wants to do, leaning in to murmur to me, Honestly, I can't imagine a more perfect way to enjoy the festival. I get a brief impression of that warm, slightly spicy scent of her perfume, the feel of it hot and tantalizing in the air between us. And then it's gone, leaving me wanting so much more. I'm suddenly not sure whether this is a good idea, for rumors, for either of us, or for anything else. But as Tyler directs us officiously towards what he thinks he wants, I can't help but agree with everything she just said. I can't think of anything more perfect than this either. Chapter 11. Mac. By the time I drive us all back to our little street, Tyler is almost half asleep, and I think Naomi might be too. We were at the festival for far longer than I'm used to. Somehow having that extra person there changes things, though just how it manages to double the time that everything takes, I don't know. I would have thought it'd make things easier, which, to be fair, it probably did. But having Naomi there meant Tyler wanted to show her everything, even things he declared he was too big for last year, and he insisted on playing every game until he got a good enough score, or watching us compete together at something again and again and again because it made him laugh when we got competitive about it. There's no doubt that after she joined us, Dad clearly became old news. Tyler wanted to know what Naomi thought, and what she wanted, and whether she could beat him. But I found it more amusing than anything. It was just something special to see him so excited. And I'm not gonna lie, the break he gave me from Tyler's relentless energy and enthusiasm helped. Naomi seemed awkward about it at first, but after I let her know I wasn't going to be jealous about a 6-year-old's attention, she relaxed enough to throw herself into it. And she really did, too. She was patient and enthusiastic and fun. And more than that, she treated him and his opinions with the kind of respect that not enough people give him. Tyler might be a kid, but he knows when he's being dismissed, and it's a surefire way to a temper tantrum. But Naomi, for someone without kids, she was amazing with him. No wonder he was so interested in having her join us. I guess she's a teacher and she's around kids all the time, so she knows what she's doing. But it was still special to watch someone else share those moments with Tyler and to see how he reacted to her. It made me think, well, things I probably shouldn't, things I've taught myself not to want. But it seems like everything about Naomi is tempting and teasing and makes me want like nothing I've ever known. So when we pull up into my driveway and I lift Tyler out of the car, letting his head flop against my shoulder, the question comes out before I think anything of it. Do you want to come in for a bit? I see her hesitate, but she's still glowing from spending the afternoon with us, and she glances between the house and the boy I'm holding. Doesn't he need... He'll be out like a light. I smile. One of the few times I can count on it. I don't think he's had so many successive bursts of energy since, I don't know, last Christmas. She grins at that. Okay then, sure. I'd like that. I can feel something stir in my pulse as she accepts, but I ignore it as I head inside. Make yourself at home, I say easily. I'll just take him upstairs and then I'll be back down with you in a little bit. She nods, shrugging off her coat as I take Tyler up to bed. I'm right about how easy it is to get him sleeping tonight, too. He's almost nodding off as I carry him upstairs, and it's more of a fight to get him to brush his teeth than to stay curled up in bed. Dad? He murmurs sleepily, just as I'm about to leave him for the night. I crouch beside his bed again, stroking his hair back from his face. Yeah, kiddo? I drove the tractor good, didn't I? I can't help but smile as I nod. Yeah, you were great, little man. He nods, which only burrows his head further into the pillow. Do you think Naomi thought so too? My heart thumps again as I lean down to kiss his temple. Yeah, I know she did, Ty. She was telling me all about how she wishes she could drive the tractor like you did. He smiles even as his eyes slide closed, and I stay there for another moment as his breathing slowly evens out. Good night, Tyler, I murmur again, even though I don't think he can hear me anymore. You're the best thing that ever happened to me, you know? His eyes flutter, but I don't get any other response before I finally stop looking at him with the kind of wonder and awe I haven't quite managed to shake even after 6 years, forcing myself to head back downstairs instead. I invited Naomi in, after all, and it's not exactly polite to then ignore her in favor of my sleeping son, even if he is the best thing about my life. Today seemed to remind me of that yet again. Sure, it's not easy, but damn if it isn't rewarding. Raising a kid is probably the most amazing thing I've ever done, even if it has been by myself. Everything okay? Naomi asks softly as I walk into the living room, keeping her voice low. I smile, matching her tone. Perfect. He's already asleep. I can see the same warmth and affection in her face that I feel when I think about him, and when I meet her gaze like that, I have to give myself a reason to look away. Want to share a nightcap with me? Figure we deserve it after all that. Yeah, thank you, Mac. I move towards the tiny cupboard I use for drinks and glance back at her. Is whiskey okay? It was my dad's favorite. She smiles, and I remember her telling me before. I pour one for each of us and then hand it to her as I sit down on the 2-seater couch beside the larger one she's chosen. They're set at an L to each other and close enough that it's hard not to reach across and squeeze her hand. After seeing her today, I shake off the feeling, raising my glass to clink against hers instead. She smiles back and we both take a sip. Hey, this is good, she murmurs, as the warmth of the drink hits my blood. I have it rarely enough that I figure it's worth getting something nice. I think my dad said something similar. We just sit there quietly for a few minutes, and it's like the awkwardness of the last week has completely disappeared. I don't know what it is. Maybe Tyler, and the distraction he always is. But for once she seems comfortable around me, not intimidated, not worried about what might happen, and not distracted by whatever she's got going on. I don't ask about that, even though I'm immediately tempted. I still want to know, I still want to help, but for once everything seems nice, good, easy, and those aren't things I get in my life. So I take another sip of whiskey and just enjoy it. The wonderful day I've had with my boy, the joy of the woman beside me joining us, and the pleasure of her company now, with the darkness outside and the cozy atmosphere in my living room. Thank you for today, I say, almost without thinking. I look up, catching those deep caramel eyes again, and feeling the warmth inside them. Tyler had such a good time. She smiles. He's an amazing little boy, Mac. You should be so proud.
You know how to stroke a father's ego, hmm? My heart beats pleasantly inside my chest as I look back at her. This close, if I leaned forward, my knees would knock against hers, and I'm sure I'd feel her breathing against me. With the simple enjoyment of the day, it's impossible not to think about it, not to want to relax like that, and not to wonder whether she's thinking the same thing, feeling the same thing.
Thanks for letting me be part of it. Mayfair's Harvest Festival is wonderful, but I was feeling a little out of place before I joined you both.
I tilt my head at her.
It was lovely in the morning when I was helping with the school stalls, but I don't know. Maybe I'm being silly. It just seems like the kind of place that's better with, well, with a family, I guess.
Her gaze darts away from me, but not before I catch something there, something that makes me want to look deeper, figure out some of the emotion behind her words. I can see that. I nod, sipping the whiskey. Truth be told, I was bored of them before Tyler came along.
He makes it impossible to get bored?
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe sometimes it's a little more excitement than I'd like, but I'm not gonna complain. Life is infinitely more interesting with him around. She nods, and this time the wistful expression is a little more obvious.
It definitely is.
I nudge her knee with mine. Well, you're welcome to join us any time. It comes out before I can think about it, and I have a moment of surprise to wonder whether I actually meant that, and what the hell that might mean. But I know almost immediately that I do. I saw how much Tyler loved having her along, and...
What?
She gives me a look full of disbelief.
You don't have to...
I'm not, I say, my tone firm again. I mean it. If you want to come along, well, Tyler loved it today. You were amazing with him, and I loved seeing that too, so you're welcome. I raise my glass in an impromptu toast to that, drinking again. I mean every word, but I'm not sure I want her to know quite how much.
Oh God.
The next moment her head is in her hands and she's blinking hard, obviously trying to regain control of herself as my stomach flips. Fuck, what have I done now? You don't... Hey, Naomi, I didn't mean... You don't have to, I just...
No.
She gets it out in a gasp and then dashes the spots of wetness from her eyes with the back of her hand. Shit, I made her cry? Way to fucking go, idiot.
God, I just can't believe...
She takes a deep breath, shakes her head, and then downs the rest of the whiskey.
Sorry, I'm being stupid.
No, you're not, I say, wanting to reassure her even though I have no idea what the hell is wrong. Except that maybe some guy she barely knows invited her to hang out with his son more often. That's probably not something people do. Hell, I don't think I've ever done it before. I give up on the mental acrobatics and lean forward, the way I've been wanting to do this whole time, taking her hand and squeezing it. She glances up at me, startled, eyes wide in her soft, sweet face. I get the sudden urge to kiss her, but I force myself to ignore it. It's okay, I murmur again, feeling my voice rumble out from my chest. Then I can't take it anymore, that mixed play of emotions over her face, the ones I can read but can't understand. And I come to sit next to her on the couch, turning to face her as she tries to regain control of herself. What is it? She shakes her head, but to my surprise, she actually answers me.
It's just, I don't know. Today was maybe the best day I've had in a long time, and well, it's stupid, but spending time with Tyler.
She takes a deep breath, then finally looks at me, shrugging a little awkwardly.
I've always wanted kids, and, well, I thought I'd have them by now, I guess. It's the one thing, well, I might as well tell you, huh? It's probably pretty obvious anyway.
My blood is hot and electric within me, and it's more than just hearing her actually talking to me. It's a feeling of being so close, being sat just next to her, our skin almost touching and our hands leaning in towards each other. It's intoxicating and hot and sensual and more real than I can bring myself to believe. I reach out to put my arm around her, pulling her just a little bit closer, and she lets me. She leans in towards me, her head resting on my shoulder as she sighs, and I swear it feels like her whole body just relaxed. Mine hasn't. No, mine is now tense and tight as a wire, my cock growing hard and the desire I forced myself to ignore rising up inside me.
My long-term relationship ended badly just before I came here. I think that's the only thing I miss from it, too. The chance to have a baby before I'm 30, to have a family, to have kids. It was the only reason I was holding on to the guy. I think, even though it would have been a fucking terrible idea, well, anyway, my body clock is going kind of insane right now, and I get these bursts of emotion, and today was just the best day, and I just felt so good. Being with you and Tyler, it made me remember how much I wanted a kid, but it also just made me happy, and I don't remember being that happy.
I'm struggling to stay quiet and still and easy as I listen. I want to interrupt a dozen times to tell her the weird mix of emotions that I feel about all of that, to tell her that I don't remember being that happy either, and that I can't believe she wants a kid. Her big emotional confession is that she wants to have a baby, and I can feel myself reacting to that in a way I don't even understand.
As I said,
she shrugs again, looking up at me with slightly calmer eyes now, still warm and affectionate and raw, but a little less emotional.
It's kind of stupid, but when you said I could join you guys again, I was just overcome, I guess, because I couldn't think of anything better. But now I guess, now that I've put all this meaning into it and made it into some big thing, I'd understand you reconsidering. I mean, he's your kid, and I guess I seem like some kind of overly attached, crazy...
I kiss her. I can't hold back anymore, and I don't even try. My hand threads through her hair and tilts her up to me as I finally press my lips against hers, the sweet softness melting into me as I make the kiss urgent and passionate and full of everything I've tried so hard not to feel. She kisses me back just as hard, her hands coming around my head as my body pushes her back against the couch. My cock is hard as a rock already, and I can feel my blood pounding with a kind of heat I didn't even realize was possible. Beyond looking twice at an occasional pretty girl, I've not really thought about sex or relationships or anything since Fiona left me with Tyler, and fuck, maybe it's just all that time without, but I didn't know I could feel this strung out and ready for something.
Oh, God,
she moans against me as I nip at her lips, my tongue pushing into her mouth and showing her all the things I want to do to her, everything I want to give her. Her hands clutch at my shoulders, and it's so hard not to let my hands wander, but I don't. I drive her crazy with just my hands holding her face and my mouth against hers, drawing it out and making it every bit as explosive and powerful as I thought it would be. You want a baby? I murmur, lips moving against hers before I press back again, feeling her body arch under mine. She's grinding against my cock, and if she keeps it up, I think I'm going to see stars. But fuck if I ask her to stop.
Yes,
she breathes, voice light as the breeze.
So much.
Impossibly, my cock gets even harder. I have no idea why that turns me on so much. I've done the whole baby-making thing before. It's not sexy, it's graphs and charts and planning menstrual cycles and the anticipation, disappointment, frustration of finding out it hasn't worked yet. But for some reason, the moment she said it, all I could picture was Naomi with a baby. How amazing she'd be as a mother. A baby in her arms, in her belly, a family. That's what she said she wants. And it's stupid. Maybe she's right about that. It is stupid. I have Tyler, and another kid hasn't even crossed my mind. How could it? Me, a single dad with an allergy to dating. But, fuck. A baby? Naomi's baby? And the secret part of me that wants to whisper, my baby. You'd be the best, Mom, I murmur, even though I'm not sure I should. She's already told me how much she wants it and how scared she is that she won't get it. What I'm saying could easily make that worse. But it's not me talking, it's my fucking cock, and from the way she rides under me, I don't think she's complaining. You're the hottest thing I've ever seen, Naomi, I mutter, and I've been thinking about this for so fucking long. Her eyes snap open, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of disbelief there, confusion. About what, I have no idea, but if she doubts that, well, I'm gonna prove her wrong. I kiss her again, until those eyes close and all she's doing is moaning softly under me. I feel like a teenager making out on the couch with a hot girl I've crushed on for so long, thinking I'm the luckiest damn guy in the whole world. Excited enough that I'm even worried I won't be able to make it last the way it should. I'm too old for all of that. Too serious, too responsible. But I don't give a damn. I've missed making out on the couch. And Naomi and I, we do it so well. When I finally get her begging for more, her whole body squirming and moving against me just to feel the hard muscles against her soft skin, that's when I let my hands drift. I catch her mouth with mine, sparring with her tongue in a passionate fervor that I can't even remember feeling before, and then I slowly start exploring those gorgeous, full curves. I circle my large hands around her breasts, thumbs stroking the hard points of her tits, visible even through her bra, until I nip at her lower lip at the same time I pinch them between my fingers. She gasps again, her hips slamming up into me insistently, and I can't help chuckling. My God, she's responsive. And the sexiest damn sounds keep coming out of her, little choked-off moans, half whimpers. Obviously aware of Tyler upstairs, but unable to help letting something escape anyway. It turns me on like nothing else. I slip my hands up under her blouse, pulling it over her head in the next moment, and then all that sweet, soft skin is right there under me. I finally let my mouth fall to nibble and suck and kiss, at her neck, along her collarbone, in that sweet cleavage, and then down to her stomach, her sides, her hips, tickling and teasing until she's almost cursing me. She reaches behind to undo her bra, not even waiting for me, especially not as my mouth avoids that oh-so-inviting area. The moment the lacy bra is gone, though, I can't help it. I bury myself in those delicious curves, my hands stroking and playing even as my tongue flicks at her nipples, sucking and nibbling and feeling her writhe against me. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, but I can't stop. I don't want to stop. Whatever it means, whatever I should be thinking or feeling or doing.
Please, she whispers. Mac, fuck. I've been so desperate since I met you.
My cock threatens to explode in my pants as she says that. I don't know if anything could be more sexy to a guy than the idea that I did that to her. I made her this way. This turned on, this desperate. She pushes her skirt over her hips, baring her matching lacy panties, and when I see the pool of wetness there, I can't resist any longer. I move down over her, kissing and licking at her body as I do, my fingers slipping beneath the sides of the panties and slowly slipping them down. She whimpers a little, but I don't think it's from the cold. If anything, I think we're both burning up. When I nestle my head between her full, beautiful thighs, though, she tenses, just a little. I glance up to see her confused expression.
Are you...
She starts whispering, and it's my turn to be confused. Is she really not used to... Trust me, I murmur back gently. I don't want to do anything she doesn't want, but I know how much pleasure I could give her. I know exactly what to do with that wet, exposed pussy, and I'm so caught up in lust and desire and need that I want to give her that, if she'll let me. She hesitates, still looking confused, a mix of caution and her own desire obvious on her face. Then she nods and I give her a small smile, reaching to squeeze her hand, too. I'm glad I know to go slow, and start with kissing and nuzzling at the top of her thighs, working my way up until her scent is so tantalizingly close I think I might explode when I finally get to taste it. I link both hands with hers, and there's nothing that looks better to me than a woman spread out like this. Head back, breathing heavily, knees up and spread as I get to enjoy the sweetest, most intimate part. I nuzzle her labia softly, kissing and nibbling the outside of her gorgeous sex before finally letting my tongue start teasing and tempting her. I can see how wet she is already, and despite all her earlier hesitation, she's thrusting herself up to meet me now, wanting more as the frustration eats at her. It would make me smile, but I'm too focused on everything in front of me. When I finally run my tongue over her sweet, soft folds and Naomi's taste explodes in my mouth, I can't help myself. I groan. I just about stop myself from thrusting against the couch like a horny teenager, but I'm squeezing her hands just as hard as she's got me. When she gasps and thrusts up to meet me, I stop the slow, gradual approach and let my tongue run up and down her whole pussy. Long, slow strokes that make her toes curl as she gasps and tries to muffle that heavy breathing. My own body is alive with energized nerves and hot lust as I start working my tongue in earnest, dipping into her center and making her twist on me, before coming out to breathe against her clit oh so lightly, then wrapping my tongue around it and flicking and playing until she twists her head to the side and pushes her mouth into a cushion. That makes me smile, but I don't stop, loving the way her body tenses and writhes with the most amazing responses, unable to believe how into this she is, how desperate she is for exactly what I want. I can feel that wetness seeping out of her, starting to gush around my tongue as I move faster, more deliberate, pressing firmly against her clit before teasing her labia and repeating again and again, and I hear the muffled scream, a pitch higher than human ears can easily detect, before her juices swamp my face and she bucks hard against me. Fuck, wow, shit. I press further and harder and keep going through her orgasm, feeling her shuddering again and again as her hands shake in mine, even as I can barely believe it. I've never doubted my sexual prowess, but I'm still not sure I've ever quite done that the first time. Not like this, not with... She tries to pull me up a moment later, and I oblige, still slightly blown away as I look down into her blissed-out, stunned face. "You're fucking amazing, Naomi," I murmur, my cock pulsing and straining against my pants as my hands start caressing her breasts, almost as if they have a life of their own. I can't believe... Wow. She gives me something between a laugh and a whimper, shaking her head. "I think that's my line. Oh my God." I don't get the chance to respond, though, before she's tugging at my jeans and those two wide eyes are looking at me hungrily. "I've never felt... I want this so bad, Mac. I need... Ugh." Her head falls back again, but I know exactly what she wants, and giving it to her is all I can think about right now. I open my belt easily, shoving my pants down and then off entirely, and then her hands are tugging at my shirt, too, insistent. That makes me smile, but I slip it over my head, and then it's just us, skin against skin, passion and pleasure against intimate need, and oh, so much more. More than I can think about, more than I want to think about. I just want to do. I slip my boxers off a moment later, and my cock jumps up eagerly, hard and free and desperate to get its taste of the pussy I just had my mouth around. She sees it, and her breathing hitches again, but she slides into position before I can say anything. "Please, Mac." The words go straight through my blood, and I kiss her cheek, moving down to her jawline, her neck, her collarbone, before meeting her gaze with that heated promise. Always. Her body rocks at that, and then I scramble for where I drop my pants, remembering my wallet at the last moment. She grabs my hand, and my eyes dart to hers as she stops me. "Don't," she whispers. My blood freezes, even as the fervent lust spirals almost out of control. But I know better. I've thrown so much caution to the wind just being with her, but that... Whatever we said earlier, I'm barely managing with just Tyler. I can't afford... We shouldn't. My brow furrows, and I watch as the confusion turns into mortification on her face. "No, I didn't mean..." She looks away, and with her naked like this, I can see the flush rise all the way from her chest. "It's safe. I'm on the pill. That's all I meant." Right. Of course, idiot. Why, I thought for one moment she was actually thinking. I cut the thought off. I'm crazed with lust and hormones in a 5-year dry spell right now. I can be forgiven for thinking totally stupid things. The moment of awkwardness disappears the moment my cock presses against her wet, aching, waiting pussy, and I realize I'm going to get to feel it, really feel it, without anything in the way. My heart rate soars as I reach down, holding her hips and positioning myself. Then I take one look at the huge dilated pupils in her eyes and the flushed warmth of pleasure on her face, and I press deep inside her. I don't stop, and I feel her buck and gasp, but it's not pain. Or if it is, it's gone in a moment because she's rocking against me almost immediately.
Her legs come around my hips, and I start slowly pressing her back into the couch, one deep, long stroke at a time. And it feels fucking incredible. Better than I ever remember sex being. The kind of thing that I actually understand people wondering why the hell I've gone without for all this time. She's wet and warm and moist and so tight around me. I can feel her pussy clenching down on me, those little tremors and vibrations as I stir friction inside her and press right up against her clit. I pull her to me, my arms around her back and my head buried in her neck as I kiss and nuzzle and tell her just how incredible this is. I don't know why, but it feels like so much more than a quick hot fuck. So much more than two people who barely know each other. Right in this moment, it feels like everything. And with Naomi murmuring softly into my shoulder, her face tight against mine and her body rocking with every thrust, I feel like I'm on the edge of something too intense to even try and control. I'm thrusting harder and faster with every moment, and I can feel her urging me on, her pussy clenching and tightening and drawing me in until I'm so totally lost inside her that everything else disappears. All that exists is that slightly spicy scent filling every breath I take, the heat of her skin against mine, and the overwhelming need for her that drives me again and again and again. I can feel every stroke pressing against her tight walls now, her pussy slick and beautiful and perfect around me, and she gasps higher and higher as I don't stop, as I take her hard and fast as she's urging me to. Never felt... Her voice is broken and desperate and on the edge of something that I want to take her to, that I want to give to her, with every part of me. I push her back against the couch, slamming forward into her, and her eyes fly open. Her lips clamp shut at exactly the same time, and I know she's trying not to cry out. I help, leaning forward to kiss her deeply and smother her cries with my own mouth. I can still taste some of her juices, but she doesn't seem to mind, her tongue tangling with mine as our breath mingles and I thrust harder and deeper than I have before. I can see her pulse jump every time, and I adjust my angle just slightly so that I'm running along her clit instead of just hitting it. And that's all it takes to feel her start to clench against me again, eyes wide. I grin, but I can't say anything over the pounding lust that threatens to swamp me. My cock pulses inside her, and I feel my balls draw up tight as that urgent need gets more and more desperate. I want her so badly. And a moment later, she clamps down hard against me. Her pussy becomes almost impossibly tight as her eyes widen and I slam my mouth into hers, kissing her as she shudders under me, her eyes rocking back in her head. That's all I need, and I'm not sure I could hold back anymore if I tried. I feel myself explode within her, my cock pulsing as her pussy milks me, cum filling her as we both fly through the kind of high that I didn't even know existed. My mind blanks, pleasure swamping me, and deep warmth filling every part of my body. My mouth slips away from hers a moment later, both of us gasping and desperate and so thoroughly sated. I feel my eyes slip closed as I gather her up into my arms, twisting so that I'm supporting her on the couch. A few moments later, my cock starts to soften and I slip out of her, but I don't let her go, not for a moment. She nuzzles against my shoulder, kissing softly, and it's just about the most perfect thing I could imagine right now. I run a hand through her hair and kiss her temple, but I don't say anything. I can't think of anything to say that could possibly follow something like that. Instead, I let the heat and presence of my body do the talking, wrapping her up in my arms as she relaxes with the kind of lassitude that only comes from mind-blowing sex. I feel a little thrilled that I could give her that, and I can feel and taste and smell her all around me. Perfection. We lie together like that for a long time, and it's only when I start to feel both of us drifting off that I nudge her, half reluctant. We should go upstairs, I murmur, running my mouth along her temple again. She blinks hazily at me, but then slowly shakes her head. I'll go home, she whispers back, then squeezes me tighter instead. I frown almost immediately, the idea clashing with a sweet languid state. Come to bed with me, Naomi. She shakes her head, though it's obviously reluctant. I shouldn't be here in the morning. Tyler. I feel a stab of guilt, followed just as quickly by regret. She's right. I know she is. I just don't want her to leave. I really don't. But she's right. Okay, I say softly, kissing her temple again and tracing a pattern along her bare arm with my fingers. I'll walk you home. She gives me an incredulous look. It's just across the road, Mac. She shifts just a little as she starts to glance around for her clothes, but I pull her back to me. If I can't wrap you in my arms all night or cook you breakfast in the morning, I'm at least going to be gentleman enough to walk you just across the road. I can feel the goosebumps across her skin as she looks at me, still with an amused, indulgent expression, but something else, too. At least she doesn't argue again as I help her up and we slowly find our clothes. I miss her body against me almost instantly, and I find myself pulling her back against me more than once, just to smell her hair and feel the warmth of her gorgeous curves. It makes her laugh, even though we're both sleepy and neither of us really wants to let go. The icy chill as we open the front door doubles that regret, and I pull Naomi into me again as I walk her across the street, trying to warm her with my quickly sapped body warmth. She nestles against me, not having bothered to put her coat on for the journey. And even though we both have goosebumps and we're shivering by the time we get to her doorstep, we still hover there. I step close, one hand on her chin, and pull her in for another kiss, the deep, long, lingering kind. When I finally withdraw, she bites her lip, and I'm mesmerized by the play of her teeth on that sexy mouth, before she gives me a small, hesitant smile, then turns to get her key in the door. She backs up until she's inside, our gazes still ravaging each other, and then gives me a little wave before shutting the door behind her. It's not until she does that I turn and walk briskly back to my place. It took everything I had not to hold that door open and push her inside, kiss her again and again until that simmering desire came back enough to... I cut that thought off immediately and remind myself again that she's right about Tyler. He likes her at the moment, as the nice lady next door who gives him cupcakes and attention. But if he wakes up to see her still in the house, who knows? I'm vaguely aware that I seem to be thinking about how I'm going to introduce this whole thing to my kid. After swearing that I wouldn't get involved, shouldn't get involved, couldn't get involved, and without knowing what Naomi thinks at all. But screw it, I am involved now. She told me she wants a baby, and then she screwed my brains out like I've never known. I can't resist any longer. I already know that this one brief taste of Naomi is never going to be enough for me.
Chapter 12. Naomi. I wake up the next morning feeling sated and sore in all the best ways. Turning over hazily, I half reach for the source of the warm, fuzzy feelings I drifted off with, and when I find the space next to me empty, I stretch out anyway, feeling too decadent and luxurious to be for the empty bed to take anything away from it. I let myself drift in and out for a while, indulging in the lazy post-sex Sunday morning feeling, until I find my hand wandering down to my pussy, idly teasing while images of last night play over in my mind. Last night. My God. I don't think I've ever had sex like that. I didn't even know sex like that existed. I mean, I know that sex was good with Anton at one point, or since last night has blown my mind and shattered all my preconceived ideas of good, it was at least okay. But after all those years together, all I can remember is the hurried 3-minute attempts we made towards the end, late at night, when I was too exhausted and uninterested in anything or anyone to care. It was something you just kind of did, for the sake of it. By the end, that was so normal. I think I'd forgotten it had once been different. It's not like my sex drive seemed abnormal or anything either. I got off plenty, by myself. And I guess somewhere along the way, I just convinced myself that masturbation worked better. No pressure that way. No need to try and make my mind focus on something I found hot or sexy, and nothing to interrupt the flow or vibe once I found it. And before Anton? Well, I'm not sure I can even remember the clumsy fooling around with high school boyfriends, or the drunken makeout sessions at college, and they certainly can't compare to last night. Or how everything we did last night feels this morning. This full, warm, satisfied feeling is just out of this world. My other hand comes up to massage my breast, and I feel my lips part, the slight moan I couldn't voice last night slipping out as I think of Mac's big, rough hands on me, the way they closed around me, touched me, took me, and made me feel safe at the same time. Even though he's so much stronger, the way he touched me, it was so gentle. That might have undone me at the time, if I hadn't been so totally distracted by everything else he was doing. I sigh softly, feeling the slickness between my thighs as I squeeze them together. I just keep thinking about his impossibly wide chest, those shoulders, the way he looked over me, his mouth glistening with me after he'd done things I'd never had anyone do properly before. I think Anton had given oral sex a brief, occasional attempt early on, but it had always felt weirdly uncomfortable, and then that somehow slipped away too. I squirm a little as I think back to Mac's mouth, remembering the way the pleasure had just rolled through me again and again. I can't get him out of my head this morning, and as my fingers inch back down again, playing lightly, I don't think I even want to. Yeah, getting out of bed takes a long time this morning, and then I find myself spending a little longer in the shower than usual, too. By the time the coffee is finally whistling and I'm breathing in something other than the idea of sex and heat and pure masculine spice, I'm not sure whether it's satisfied that I feel after last night or aching for more. I don't feel even the slightest bit done. I can't help wonder if I've finally gone totally crazy. People can't really feel like this all the time, can they? There was a part of me last night that gave in to what happened with a simple idea of getting him out of my head. Getting what I'd thought of as my raging libido to calm down. Turns out it was actually more purring than raging. I feel like I'm getting far more acquainted with raging right now. There were a dozen reasons it was a bad idea, but I'd thought maybe a hookup would work. Maybe I could satisfy the fantasy and move on with my life. You know, like an empowered, independent single woman or something. Isn't that what they do? Take back one-night stands for our pleasure this time? That sounds about right. Though I can't be too sure. I've never been that well acquainted with it. Now I'm feeling like they should have put a warning label on it, though. You know, caution, this might not solve any of your problems, or warning, this might actually drive you crazy instead. Because who wouldn't get addicted to those explosive orgasmic feelings? Or the warm lassitude I woke up with this morning? Or the total comfort of being wrapped in Mac's big arms? I walk through to the living room when the coffee is done, curling up in the armchair I brought from Dad's and looking out at the street. I can see Mac's house from here, but there's no sign of life there yet. I still have that squirmy, wanting feeling inside me, and when I glance across to my couch, all I can see is images of what we did on his couch last night. But it's not just that. It was everything else, too. That amazing time at the Harvest Festival with Tyler. Walking around with him like I was actually part of something. And more than that, talking to Mac afterward. Actually telling someone how I feel for once.
Yeah, this isn't good, Naomi.
I know that. I know that stepping up my interest in my hot neighbor from casual fascination to totally in lust is a terrible idea. But I can't quite bring myself to feel too bad about it either. Not right now. Not when I had the best night's sleep I've had in forever, and I can still feel that warm embrace around me. Despite everything, there's some part of me that thinks last night was really damn good for me, even if it might mean I spend the rest of the week going crazy with hormones and lust. I'll be the first to admit that I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm going to do or what I should do, but I feel lighter this morning. And right now, as I sip my coffee and my eyes keep glancing over to the plant he gave me the other day, the one I hopefully haven't killed yet, I'm going to hang on to that feeling. The confusion and problems and difficulties can wait. Whatever last night means, at least I know I've dealt with worse in the aftermath of an ill-advised but still delicious hookup before. That's one thing you were good for, Anton. After surviving us, my other bad decisions don't seem such a problem, huh? But the knock on the door comes before I'm at all ready for it, and I feel butterflies rise in my stomach immediately. I make myself set the coffee aside and walk over to answer it anyway. Mind racing as I try to work out what on earth I think or feel about any of this. I know who it will be, obviously. And the moment I open the door, I see him standing right there. Larger than life. eyes on fire with the same intensity that I feel deep within my bones. And even though it's been less than 12 hours since we saw each other, the thought of what we were doing then flashes through my mind. Fuck, what has he done to me? Hey, I say, my voice soft as it threatens to abandon me. Hey. He responds easily enough, but that fuck me stare says so much more, the gravelly tone he uses sending shivers all the way through me. I just made coffee. I glance back towards the kitchen. If you, want some? I have no idea what the etiquette is here, or what I'm supposed to do. I don't even know what he came for, except I guess we probably have to talk about last night, right? Not that talking is at the front of my mind right now. Not at all. He steps inside and I move back to make room as his gaze flicks briefly to the kitchen, and then back to me. He shakes his head, gaze piercing right through me. I didn't come for coffee. My breath catches in my throat as I pick up on what he doesn't say. He came for me. His hand reaches up to touch me, and God, he's finally touching me again. The warmth of that rough skin pressed against my cheek, fingers teasing the roots of my hair, and I already feel like I want to give in to it. Before I can say anything else, he stepped close to me. My back against the wall so that his large presence feels like it's all around me. I shouldn't like that. I'm pretty sure I'm meant to have some sort of phobia of small spaces and feeling trapped, right? But that's not how it feels. It feels like all the bad stuff is trapped outside this little space, and in it, I'm safe. I woke up with you everywhere, Naomi. He murmurs, his voice low as his eyes roam all over me. Your taste in my mouth, your scent all over my body, my sheets, my couch, those half-choked cries you made in my ears, and fuck, your face in my mind. All I could think about, just you. I'm frozen as he looks at me, intent and demanding, but so intoxicating too. And I'm thinking the same thing, feeling the same thing, waking up with a memory of him, right there, even though he's never even been close to my bed. I came over because I had to see you. I want you to know, last night wasn't a one-off for me. I don't do that. Never have and never will. And when it comes to you, I want so much more. He pauses, so close that he could kiss me, that I can feel his breath against mine, and I almost wish he would kiss me, partly because my blood feels like it's on fire, and partly because I'm not quite sure I want to hear this. I'm not sure I'm ready for it, and I'm not sure what he's suggesting is a good idea. I mean, there's a reason we haven't already done it, or hadn't already done it before last night. His hand tightens in my hair, the strength there making me melt back against the wall as my gaze fixates on him. I don't know how he's taken this silly crush I had and made it something so much more, but he has. It feels like my body is attuned to every touch, every gesture, every slight look, and all I want to do is press back against him and kiss and touch and fuck, until I finally feel like I've had enough good sex in my life to overwrite the memory of every other kind. That desire is totally confusing everything. I want to do this properly. He smiles at me suddenly, eyes sparking with more than just lust, and his hand trails from my face down to my neck. Let me take you on a date, Naomi. I freeze in surprise, a whole range of emotions sweeping through me as I stare up at him. I wasn't quite expecting that, and despite the thrill of excitement and heat at the idea, my hesitation overwhelms everything else. I don't know, I say, barely audible as I look up at him, uncertain. I'm not sure it's a good idea, Mac. I know, he says, surprising me. It might not be, but I don't care anymore. I've spent the moments since you moved in trying to resist you. It hasn't worked. Now, I'm not going to try anymore. His words vibrate inside me, and I can feel the temptation, the idea of it. But I didn't come here for a relationship. I didn't leave Anton just to jump into something with someone else. I was going to be cautious and careful and ready when I finally did that, and this is none of those things. Does it matter how much I want to say yes if I'm just not ready? Would I be doing it for the right reasons? What even are the right reasons? Not to mention, Anton. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm scared. Nothing has happened since that letter, but that doesn't mean it won't. I don't want Mac involved with that. Hell, I don't even want him to know about that. He's already asked enough questions. If we actually went on a date, doesn't that give him some kind of right to know?
Talk to me, Naomi.
He shifts back just a little to give me more space, and I hadn't even realized I needed the breathing room until he does. I bite my lip and my gaze skitters to the side, but I still reach up to rest one hand on his bicep, the simple warmth of the contact making me want to say yes so badly. And not just for the hot sex. There are things. I don't know if I can, Mac. I bring my eyes back to his, and I'm surprised at the gentleness in his expression, the way the intense fuck your brains out stare has slid away to something else.
I know we've got reasons not to, Naomi, both of us. But screw it. It's what I want. I want you. For the first time in years, I want something for myself.
He tilts my chin up, kissing me slowly and softly, until I feel like butter against him again.
We'll go slowly.
And I'm not saying it will work. I'm just saying I think it's worth finding out. I hover on the edge there for a long moment, scared, absolutely terrified in a way that feels so different from the fear I've grown used to living with, and with a creeping, tingling excitement that doesn't feel like me at all. For the first time in years, I want something for myself. His words resonate with everything I'm struggling with, and I can't help wanting to do exactly as he said, to say screw it to everything holding me back, to Anton and all the ways he might have fucked up my life, and to the idea that he might hold me back from the life I want to live now. Slowly, I repeat, cautious even as I feel myself start to give in. The smile I get in return seems to reach all the way up to Mac's eyes. Slowly, he promises, and the sensual thrum to his tone makes me think of something else entirely. It shivers through me, and then he reaches forward, back in my space again, as his lips take mine in one deep, shuddering kiss. My tongue tangles with his as I wrap my arms around his neck and press forward, every part of me alive with a desire I haven't been able to shake since I woke up this morning. Then he pulls back, leaving me wide-eyed and breathless, with only the echo of his lips against mine.
I'll pick you up at 7 on Tuesday.
He steps back, that immense masculine presence falling away from me as he turns to go. When I give a brief protest, he glances back over his shoulder, and the hot smirk there sends heat all the way down to my toes.
I promised you, slowly,
he reminds me, eyes sparkling.
I told you, I'm doing this properly.
Then he slips out of the house before I can say anything else, and I'm left not sure whether to roll my eyes at that interpretation of slow or grumble in frustration. After last night, I'm hardly concerned about how fast we might jump into those activities, but there's a smile tugging at my lips anyway. It's a strange feeling, but there's something nice about his insistence on doing it properly.
Just find a man who'll treat you right, and then it doesn't matter what happens, Naomi. You'll be set for life.
My mom's words come back to me, together with a fond smile she gave Dad as she said it. I know I messed that one up, Mom, for such a long time. But now, well, maybe one found me, huh? It's a silly romantic notion, but even the idea I'm having silly romantic notions is a little bit of a thrill for me these days. And even though part of me wants him back here with me right now, and my lust-fogged mind thinks that Tuesday seems like the longest time I've had to wait for anything, I can't help the excited buzz of anticipation. A date. Stupid, insane, and totally not part of my plan for the year. But what the hell? As Mac said, screw it. I'm too excited to care.
Chapter 13. Mac. I spend the next couple of days planning the date. The moment I asked her, I knew what I wanted to do, and I spent a little while setting it up, and a whole lot of time wondering what she'll think. I'm buzzing and excited in a way I haven't felt for a long time, and even though she might be right, this might be a bad idea. Now that I've made the decision, I don't care anymore. I'm committed, and I'll do whatever I can to see if it could work between us.
Simply because I haven't met anyone in 5 long years, ever since everything deteriorated with Fiona, who makes me feel like Naomi does. No one with that sexy smile, those gorgeous curves, or that sweet, affectionate nature that's so different from my ex. She's the first person to stay on my mind for more than a day, and the only one that not even Tyler's boisterous demands can distract me from. I have no idea whether any of that is good criteria for maybe this is worth trying, but if it's not, I don't know what is. And the sex was fucking fantastic too. I won't deny that either. That's been on my mind more than a little since that night. I find myself getting horny at all the wrong times, having Naomi's tits and ass and beautiful body pop into my mind when it's least convenient, making my attention waver from even the most interesting challenges I'm working on at JTech Security. It's more obvious than I'd like that my attention is elsewhere at the moment. Desmond has commented more than once, and I'm sure Mom's noticed, even though she's kept quiet about it. It's not just a lack of focus, either. I know I've started smiling at random times, and I'm getting the same surges of adrenaline that mission briefings in the Marines always used to bring. Obviously, this date isn't the same thing, but the edge of anticipation is hard to deny. Still, despite the occasional questions and curiosity, I don't tell anyone about the date. Not Desmond, and definitely not Mom. She agreed to watch Tyler without comment, actually, so easily that I suspect she knows something at least. Or maybe she's just hoping. It's strange to think that after the last couple of years of her wanting this, it might actually be happening. Maybe. But if Mom is going to make assumptions about all this, I'm going to make damn sure it's not because of something I've said. If Naomi and I are really going to try this, to see where the undeniable heat between us might go, we sure as hell don't need an audience. I promised her I'd keep this slow and easy, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I have a feeling there's too much in both of our lives to do it any other way. Tyler still comes first, too. He always has and always will. Even if, for once, his dad is starting to want something else, too. A woman. And maybe a family. I try to shake off the thought as I drop Tyler off at Mom's for the evening. It's pretty much the definition of not casual, but after what she said about a baby the other day, it keeps appearing anyway. A baby, another one. But this time, a mom, too. The thought makes my lips curve up, my eyes lighting with that same desire that made me start kissing her 3 days earlier. And even though I know it's not what tonight is about, not yet, I let myself ride that energy anyway. And when I pull up at her house, only moments away from my own, I feel the kind of excitement that I haven't in years. A grown-up kind of excitement, something altogether different from the fun and games I play with Tyler. No, the fun and games I want to play with Naomi, those are something else entirely. I knock on her door at exactly 7 p.m. and the door opens almost immediately. For one brief moment, I just stand there, looking at her. We've both been busy the last couple of days, and I think we've made an effort not to see too much of each other before tonight, so either I'd somehow forgotten just how gorgeous she is, or that dress is simply stunning. Maybe both. It's a flowing, knee-length dress that hugs her curves in all the right places, riding high over her breasts, but close enough that you feel like you can see their exact shape anyway. The dark green has little flourishes of gold that remind me of the depths in her caramel eyes. And she's wearing matching emerald earrings behind the waves of curls she's brought out in her hair. I was going to say something. I have no idea what. But instead I just step forward, bring her into my arms, and kiss her deeply. After a few days apart, it feels like finally quenching a never-ending thirst, and the kiss slowly widens, expands, envelops us both, as her arms come around me and her soft body presses against mine. My cock starts hardening almost immediately, but I force myself to ignore it, bringing my mouth to her ear instead and nipping the lobe as she gasps. "You're so fucking beautiful," I murmur, voice dark with lust. I'm gonna be fighting for control all evening. She shudders and I kiss her neck before finally stepping back, keeping her arm in mine. I meant what I said. But I've had a lifetime of control, and I know the anticipation will just make everything so much sweeter.
I walk her over to my truck and help her in before walking around and getting into the driver's side. I start the engine, and as I turn the truck to head out of town, she rests her hand on my thigh. My cock leaps almost instantly as I growl, and she gives me a saucy little smile, the minx.
I've been thinking about this all week.
That makes me laugh, even though it's hard to pay attention to anything but those small fingers. It's only Tuesday, sweetheart.
Yeah, I know. Long week, huh?
I glance across to rake my eyes over her for one brief moment, before turning back to the road. Yeah, she knows exactly what effect she's having on me. Well, I'll try and make tonight more exciting for you. That makes her laugh, and some of the thick air between us shifts back into that light, playful feeling that I love. Somehow, I think that'll work. Her eyes sparkle, and she tilts her head at me.
You never told me what we're doing tonight.
I give her a small smile. You'll see.
I didn't know what to wear.
She points out, and even though it's a casual comment, there's a glimmer of uncertainty under it. Sometimes Naomi seems so confident and self-assured that I forget about those occasional glimpses of vulnerability. But then there's always a moment that brings that back and makes me wonder. I reach down and squeeze her hand, taking a moment to drink in her dress with my eyes again. Your dress is perfect, I say, the way my voice roughens with interest, making it obvious I mean it. Okay, maybe some might question whether this is quite the right date for it. It's a very nice dress, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to it outside of the nice contained dinner date environment it's probably intended for. But I like it far too much to think anything else. We don't talk much on the drive out of town, but it's in a comfortable way, and apart from a few gear changes, I keep my hand closed over hers, just enjoying the soft skin under mine. Every now and then I catch her curious glances out the window and toward me, but I don't say anything, even as I start smiling in anticipation. I realized pretty quickly as I was setting this up that beyond cupcakes, coffee, and I'm guessing kids, I don't know much about what Naomi likes at all. But I wanted to share this with her, and I'm already looking forward to lying out under the stars in one of my favorite places. It's about a half-hour drive before I turn down a dirt road, the trees becoming thick around us. Now she really is giving me uncertain glances. I smile easily, squeezing her hand, and then a few minutes later the truck climbs to the clearing that I found years ago when I was hiking up here, and I drive it right out into the middle before I bring it to a stop. Naomi glances around, but before she can say anything, I jump out and walk around to her side of the truck, opening the door and helping her out.
Mac?
She looks around us. Shh, trust me. I smile, then bring her around to the back of the truck. The sun is still shining as it sinks toward the horizon, the clear skies painting the scene around us in a gorgeous array of autumnal color, reds and oranges and yellows from the trees surrounding the natural pool of water in front of us. From the grassy bank we're stood on, the little clearing looks almost mystical with its trickling water and breeze-stirred branches. But off to the side, the trees clear to give a view out over the surrounding countryside and the little towns and houses dotted over it.
Oh my God,
Naomi breathes, her objections disappearing as she looks around. My smile gets wider, and I step away from her for a moment to walk toward some of the trees surrounding us. Reaching up, I find what I'd set up earlier and flick the switch to see dozens of fairy lights come on, woven through the branches and making the water in front of us glitter. There's still enough daylight that they're faint, but as the sun sets and the moon rises, I know they'll make this place look magical.
It's like something out of a fairy tale.
She smiles at me, and it's suddenly shy as she starts walking around investigating the pool while I return to the bed of the truck, pulling off the blanket I'd set over it and lowering the tailgate. Then I join her, wrapping one arm around her shoulders and enjoying the way she leans into me. I spent a lot of summer days skinny dipping in there, I murmur, and from the sudden heat in her cheeks, I think it's not the thought of my childhood that caught her attention. This is one of my favorite places. I used to come up here all the time just to lie here, looking up at the stars, getting away from it all. At least, before Tyler was born. It's strange how easily the words come. Things I haven't shared with anyone. Things I just don't say. Somehow it's easy around Naomi.
Not anymore?
She looks up at me, curious. I brought Tyler here to play a few times, but Time to myself? I laugh, shaking my head. What's that? Her mouth curves up in amusement, and she leans into me, brushing her lips against mine. This time, though, I'm not the one who pulls away, as she turns in my arms to look back at the truck and the lights surrounding it.
It's beautiful here,
she says softly. I chuckle. That admission sounds a little reluctant.
Huh.
She twists her head around, glancing up.
Is it that obvious?
You looked more than a little distressed as I stopped the truck. I kiss the top of her head, then take her hand and lead her back towards the truck. But don't worry, I brought all the creature comforts. I help her up, then jump up after her and settle back against the cushions and blankets piled up against one side. I've slept in this truck more than once, and although my standards aren't high, it's incredibly comfortable if you know what you're doing. She comes to sit beside me, and I pull a blanket over us, before reaching around for the small battery-operated heater I brought. Seeing it makes her laugh, and she nuzzles up closer towards me with an appreciative smile. There are some advantages of the sweet, cool chill in the air, after all. Then I root around in the baskets I brought, and a moment later I'm holding a bottle of champagne in front of us and handing her 2 plastic flutes.
Okay, champagne too? You're starting to convince me now, she says.
I grin as I pop the cork, pouring us both a glass. I thought that might work. When we are both holding them, my expression becomes a little more serious. I put one arm around her shoulders and pull her closer, kissing her head and marveling at how easy it is to do that now, when only a few days ago I was holding myself back to keep from even touching her. I wanted to show you something different, something that's a bit of me, I guess. My expression furrows. I've never really liked those dinner dates or meals out or all that impersonal stuff, with dozens of other people doing exactly the same thing, and I wanted tonight to be just the two of us. I can see the warmth in her expression as she smiles, pressing closer to me.
I love it,
she says softly.
Really, I do, Mac.
I tilt her head up and kiss her, unable to resist, even though I know I need to be careful. If I start that, this will quickly turn from date to fucking, and while there's nothing wrong with that exactly, I want my date. With Naomi, the most beautiful girl I think I've ever seen. When I pull back, we knock our glasses together and take a small sip, and then I start setting out the food. I move on from one bag to another, and her eyes widen a little as she sees it.
You brought enough to feed a small army, Mac.
I grin back at her. Didn't you know? I am a small army. She laughs, starting to nibble before I've even set out plates or cutlery.
It's going to be such a spectacular sunset here.
She smiles at me. And then the moon will come out and reflect off the pond, I say softly, while the stars start merging with all the lights coming on in the towns around us. She laughs.
You're quite the romantic, huh?
That makes me snort. I think that's the first time anyone's ever called me that.
Well, I have to admit, at first glance, I can see why. A date outside in a truck? That's kind of a man thing.
I knew you were dubious when you saw this place. I grin, then pause. And in that case, thank you for indulging me. I didn't exactly know if it'd be your thing, something like this. I realized I don't actually know much about you at all, Naomi.
Yet,
she smiles, and my eyes spark immediately. Yet. I promise.
So you decided to go with the trial by fire option, huh? Find out whether I'm secretly an outdoor woods and lakes person by just bringing me here?
Well, I thought I could find a way to make it palatable. I let some of the heat back into my smile and see the resulting fire in her eyes.
I can already see this relationship thing is going to be trouble. You're the do what you want and hope I go along with it type, aren't you?
Relationship thing? The idea sends a thrill through me. I know she's just teasing, but relationship thing sounds a whole lot better than just a dating experiment thing to me. More do what I want because I'm right, I counter, and she rolls her eyes at me.
Great, that's going to be even better.
I was right, I point out, and she shakes her head with a laugh.
Nope, I've never been an outdoorsy person. My favorite thing is curling up inside with a glass of wine and a book. Hey, that's what you should have done. Taken me to a secondhand bookstore, preferably one offering samples of wine. Now that would be an awesome date. I almost splutter on the champagne, trying to hold back the laughter at that unexpected critique. I don't think I can remember the last book I read. Probably not since school, I tell her, then shake my head. And you're actually going to sit there and tell me what I should have done for this date while we're in the middle of it? Oh, I'm pretty sure you can take it. Besides, with the way you were talking, you clearly needed bringing down to size a little. She grins at me. I guess if I want my wine and bookstore date, I'm just going to have to organize the next one myself. The mention of the next one totally forestalls my objection, and I realize that so long as it's a date with Naomi, I don't really care what it is. You do that, I say instead, and I'll sit there complaining that there's no fresh air in the musty old place, and that you can't hear the wind through the trees. It's a deal, Naomi says, grinning at me, and I can't help it. I lean in to kiss her. She giggles under me, but wriggles out in search of food before I can do much more. I growl in frustration, but I can't complain about the idea of food too much. As she sits back with her plate, she looks around at the now setting sun, the bright colors shining through the trees and the soft lights I've put up around us, some reflected in the mostly still water. And for all the complaints, I know she can feel at least some of what I get out of places like this. You know, before I moved to Mayfair, I searched for all the activities it would offer me. When almost everything I saw involved hiking or camping or visiting lakes and forests, well, I figured maybe I'd have to give the outdoor thing a try, out of plain boredom if nothing else. She gives me an affectionate glance. But I always secretly knew I never would. Being out here with you, though, well, I'm thinking if anyone could convince me to try it, it would be you. I laugh softly, pulling her in to cuddle up to me as I do, and kissing the top of her head. I'll take that, Naomi. And you know, I'll take that challenge, and I will convince you too. I'm sure you will. The smile is still in her voice, and I steal a chip from her plate as we look out at the falling sun together. Why did you move to Mayfair? I ask after a few minutes. I mean, since it obviously wasn't for our beautiful surroundings. She hesitates, something I can feel under me before she answers. An agency found me a job here, she says casually, then after a moment elaborates a little more. I'd just gotten out of a long relationship. My dad had just died, and I wanted something new. Someplace new, I guess. I've only ever lived in cities. Grew up in Seattle, then spent most of my adult years in Portland, and I wanted to get away from that, see what it was like somewhere else. She comes to a stop, nibbling on some chips. I don't say anything for a few moments. There's more there. I know there is. But as much as I'd like to know what she doesn't want to say, I'm not going to push for it. I promised her slowly, and I meant it. There's so much about Naomi, so many little secrets and mysteries that I'd love to understand, but only when she wants to tell me. So I pick up a slice of pizza and ask the easy question instead. And how are you finding it? I like it, she says, smiling softly in a way that I know is genuine. I'm surprised how friendly everyone's been, how easily I've started to settle here. For some reason, that makes me inexplicably pleased, and I smile back at her. Small towns always have their quirks, but even after years away, Mayfair is too much my home for me to return anywhere else. She raises an eyebrow. Years away? Where did you go? I tilt my head slightly. I was in the Marines for years out of school. You didn't know? Really? Oh, wow. She shakes her head. No, somehow, despite all the gossip, no one mentioned that. I groan at that. Let's not think about the gossip, huh? She grins. I can get behind you on that. Tell me about the Marines instead, then. So I tell her a few of the safer, more fun stories I've got from my time in basic training, and about the other guys there that became almost as close as my real family. I still keep in touch with some of them, but it's hard when I know they're out there and I'm not. Things have changed. So many things. I don't mention that part, though. This evening is about something different. And as twilight starts to fall, the lights around us get brighter, and Naomi and I moving closer together. I know that's exactly what we're getting here. The chance to explore each other, actually get to know one another beyond that simple, burning attraction and the unconscious need I have to ease the brief flashes of nerves and fear I've seen in her from time to time. No. Tonight is about discovering and relishing all those little things that make her who she is, nourishing that burning flame between us with more than sexual heat and chemistry, and seeing whether after a few hours together we still have anything to talk about. When we finally finish up the last of the snacks I've laid out, making me laugh at her disbelief that we actually ate it all, I point out that we still have dessert. "Oh," she says suddenly, "I should have made cupcakes." I grin. I was very tempted to suggest that, but I figured it would have given away a little too much. It was close, though. "I'm sorry." She sighs, as if it could possibly be her fault she didn't predict it. Don't be. Though if you really want to make some, I'm sure I can find other reasons for you. I smile easily at her, and some of the regret in her expression disappears. I do think I found an acceptable alternative, though. I reach around to pull out 2 slightly crinkled wrappers, and she takes one with a bemused look before she laughs. "Oh, Lisa's apple pies. Yes, please." She opens it with enough fervor to put the lie to her previous announcement that she couldn't eat another bite, and I laugh. At least she seems to have forgotten about the cupcakes. I open my wrapper up too, but my phone buzzes before I can start eating. I frown, pulling it over to me and opening it up. "Sorry," I say automatically. I wouldn't, but... "No, Tyler, it's okay, of course." That's not what the message is, though. Instead, Fiona flashes across my screen, and I get a sudden burst of irritation, the first I've had since being out with Naomi. "Is he okay?" she asks, watching my expression with a frown of her own. "Yes, it's something else." I tuck the phone back away without looking at the message and go back to my apple pie instead, pushing it out of my mind. That has no place here right now. Except, in the time it takes me to eat the damn thing, I hear my phone buzz again, and then there's the unmistakable vibration of a call. I check it each time just in case it's Mom trying to reach me, but after that first message, there's no doubt about who it actually is, and each time my mood sours even more. "Do you want to deal with it now?" Naomi offers, giving me a small smile. "I really don't mind, and it sounds like they really want you." "No." It comes out too abruptly, and she recoils slightly. I feel immediately guilty and shake my head. "Sorry, I didn't mean... No, I don't want to look at any of that now." I pause, but when she's still looking concerned, finally I let out a sigh. "It's Fiona," I admit. "I'm not sure what the etiquette is on having an ex contact you repeatedly in the middle of a first date, but I'm pretty sure it's not good. She's been messaging me recently. She's talking about wanting to get back into Tyler's life, and, well, I don't know. It's not something I want to think about now. She tends to go a little crazy if I ignore the messages, though. I wish I could just turn it off, but Tyler," she finishes for me, and I nod. To my surprise, though, the admission doesn't make her withdraw from me at all. Instead, she curls up closer to my side. The phone goes off again, but a quick flick of my eyes is all I need to check it. Fiona, 5, and Naomi doesn't seem unsettled by it. Instead, she's silent for a long moment. "Tell me if it's none of my business, but..." She tilts her head to look up at me. "Can I ask what happened between the two of you?" I look at her, then lean back against the bulk of cushions behind us, raising my hands behind my head and gazing up at the slowly darkening night sky. "What have you heard?" I ask, more curious than anything else. I didn't exactly expect to be discussing this tonight, but, well, with those messages coming quick fire at me and the onslaught of wondering about Fiona and Tyler and everything I need to work out, it's suddenly more prominent in my mind than I'd like. "Not much," she shrugs, and I have a moment of disbelief. I know what this town is like. She sees my expression and shakes her head before I can say anything. "I don't really like gossip, and when it's about someone I know too, well, I tried to stay away from it. Figured it was your story to tell, if you wanted to." The sudden warmth I feel takes me by surprise. That isn't a sentiment I'm used to from the people around here. They all mean well, mostly, but I know how it is. Small town, everyone knows each other, and there's not always a lot to do other than talk. I'm silent for long enough that she continues. "You really don't have to, though." "No," I say quickly, then sigh. I'm not sure I know. I ask myself that question a lot,
even after all this time. What happened? She shifts so that she's facing me, on her side against the cushions behind us, and with one elbow propped behind her ear. My gaze wanders over her body almost instinctively, and I can feel my cock reacting to the beautiful figure she makes there, patches of shadow flitting over her soft form, but my mind doesn't quite follow it. I take a deep breath, trying to do what I've never been able to do for myself, put it together so that it makes some form of sense. Fiona always wanted a family. Right from the very start, that's all she'd talk about. Kids and babies and family life. It sounded, well, at first it sounded kind of terrifying, but after a few years it grew on me. I started thinking about it too. I was in the Marines when we got married, and I'll be honest, that was my life. It was everything I thought I wanted, but she point-blank refused to have kids unless I came home for good. She didn't want me being away for most of their life or dying out there and leaving them all alone. And yeah, I got that. My mom always hated that too. She never said anything, not like Fiona, but I knew. She was scared of what might happen to me as well. And she agreed with Fiona about me being there to raise my kids. I think that's why Mom is still so angry about how everything worked out. It was both of them that eventually convinced me to give it up. I look over at her, but she's just watching steadily, listening to me with such an open expression that I find myself tracing the line of her neck. That makes her squirm a little, but she doesn't say anything as I continue, glancing around the clearing. I came here so many times when I left the Marines. I felt like I was cutting a part of me off. I didn't think I could cope. Even with Fiona doting on me and Mom's support, I missed it more than anyone could ever understand. It sucks out there, you know? It's terrible, and you spend the whole time thinking of home. But being out for good, that was what almost killed me. I sigh. It changed when Fiona got pregnant, though, when I finally got to see the real reason I left the Marines. Tyler has always been worth it, even when he was just a speck in her belly. And when he was born, that changed just about everything about my life. I've never felt anything like it, that kind of love for something so small. Naomi smiles, squeezing my hand, and I lean over to kiss her. Totally ruined my reputation as a hard-ass Marine. She laughs and nods. Yep, I didn't even know you were one. He's got me wrapped around his thumb, that boy. The devil that he is. The phone buzzes next to us and I glance over at it again, my smile fading. But Fiona didn't feel the same. I don't know what changed or how it happened. All her life she'd wanted kids. The moment he was born, she couldn't deal with it. And I know it's not uncommon sometimes. Postpartum depression, anxiety, all the issues that might stop you bonding with your kid. I tried to be there for her, to help her through it. I always wonder if maybe I just screwed up. Didn't do enough, didn't do it right. And if I shake my head, not quite sure why I'm admitting all this to Naomi, except that she's just there listening. And I've never been able to before. Not like this. Everyone else already knows, one version or another. Just not my version. We spent a year hoping it would get better as she spiraled lower and lower. I could have dealt with the depression, I think, but then the mania hit. Her response to the crisis of identity that becoming a mother with a kid and responsibilities and shit all gave her. She decided she had to be a college kid again, started drinking, going out with friends, partying into the late hours of the morning, all while I was struggling to take care of a baby she could barely stand to touch. That was what made me furious. I couldn't deal with it. The erratic moods, her unpredictability. None of it was any good for Tyler. I moved back in with my mom, hoping it would be enough for her to get her shit together. I can see the horrified look on Naomi's face now, the one she's trying very hard not to show, and I have to look away, back up toward the stars that are now faintly visible in the sky, as I take another deep breath. I shrug, skimming over the worst of it, because the last thing I want to do tonight is relive that again. Long story short, she didn't. I'd given her what she really wanted, that freedom, and she used it. It all got worse. I tried to maintain some sort of regular schedule for her to see us, Tyler and me, something that might remind her of the family she'd spent her college years fantasizing about. But it was hard. I knew our marriage was over when it was obvious she was hooking up with random guys at these parties.
but I was still hoping that Tyler could have something from her. Until I came home after work one day when she'd promised she was going to watch him, to find her and another guy passed out on the living room couch, coke strewn across the table, and Tyler crying in the corner. I filed for divorce the very next day, and she hasn't spent a minute alone with him since. It takes me a moment before my breathing evens out again, my hands still trying to clench up into fists, but that wound is old enough now that it's long since scabbed over. It's not so easy for Naomi. I can see the hurt and outrage on her face, the one that mirrors everything I've felt and cursed and raged against for years. But still, she doesn't say any of that. Instead, she reaches out and squeezes my hand. "I'm sorry," she says after a long moment, soft and sad enough that it tugs at my heart too. "Me too," I murmur back. "I'm sorry for Tyler. And that's why all these requests for time with him, I don't know, Naomi. She's his mother, and he deserves to have one if she really has turned things around, but it's so hard to deal with her, too. I hate thinking about it." She nods, then uncurls from her position against the cushions and sidles closer to me, slipping her fingers through mine and pulling them over to my stomach as she lies against my chest. "I can't even imagine," she says gently, and I look down at her, meeting the eyes brimming with emotion there. And I exhale slowly, surprised. I've mentioned Fiona's messages more than once, to Mom, to Des, to anyone I think might be able to help me figure it out somehow. And everyone has an opinion. Looking down at Naomi, I know she must have one too, but she doesn't voice it. I can't remember the last time I got to talk about something and just have someone listen. I don't know what to do. I'll freely admit that. But it's a strange thing to have someone just listen, accepting whatever maybe-wrong decision I might make. I pull Naomi up closer to me, our limbs tangling together as I wrap my arms around her. I stroke her hair back from her face again, and I can't resist any longer. I start brushing her lips with soft kisses. "You really are special, Naomi." "Hmm?" she asks, distracted by my attention. I don't think there are many girls who'd be happy spending a first date talking about an ex. Her face crinkles, and I can see the amusement there as she kisses me back, with the same sweet, tender touches that I started only a moment ago. "I'm not exactly worried you're hung up on her, Mac. And it was years ago," she says gently. "There are always things you wish you could change, but everyone has regrets, a past." She shrugs, but not before I catch something else in her expression. I wonder almost immediately about her regrets, her past, what she would change. But I let it slip away. I told her about Fiona because I wanted to. And when she wants to talk about those shadows in her eyes, I'll try my fucking best to listen as well as she just did. Right now, though, as her hand slips down to my belt and I feel her thigh sliding between my legs, I have other things on my mind. The phone has finally stopped buzzing, and now that I've said enough that it's not an open sore in my mind, I wouldn't even care if it did. I feel too close to Naomi to think of anything else. Too warm and relaxed and content from her obvious compassion and from telling her things I didn't even realize had been trapped within me for so long. All I want is to touch her, to bring her close to me, and keep her in my arms for hours. And that's exactly what I get.
Chapter 14. Naomi. So, I have a confession to make, I admit, huddling around my mug of coffee. Both Rebecca and Caitlin look up at that, leaning forward with interest as we sit together during the mid-morning break at school. And from the sly smile that Caitlin gives me, I think she might have an idea about the nature of this little conversation. "Okay, do tell," Rebecca grins, reaching forward for a cookie. Apparently snacks are best when there's a little bit of entertainment going on. "I'm kind of seeing Mac now." I get it all out in one go, and honestly, it's not even hard. It's more giddy exciting than anything else, and Caitlin's slight gasp of "no way" is even a little gratifying. She nudges me, something between disbelief and outrage on her face. "So you were having us on all that time?" "No," I say quickly. "No, honestly, it only just happened. I wasn't doing anything before, but now I am." She laughs at that, the teasing smile there making me feel warm. Pretty much everything at the moment seems to be making me feel good. So how did that happen then? Rebecca raises an eyebrow, smirking a little. What happened to definitely not interested at all? Yeah, and all that talk about how bad it would be to hook up with a guy living right next door? Caitlin adds. I flush as they repeat my words back to me, even though there's a smile playing at my mouth that I can't seem to shake. Well, it probably is a bad idea, I say. But, well, he asked me out, and I couldn't say no. Can you blame me? I think back to the powerful intensity of him standing there, my back against the wall as I looked up at that hot, rugged face, and knew just how much he wanted. No, Caitlin laughs, taking a cookie herself as she grins. Definitely not, babe. I mean, you've seen me checking him out. Hey, wait, do I have to stop that now? I grin. I think if Jake's okay with it, I can't exactly argue. Oh, yeah. No worries then. Jake knows I like to look. He just likes me bringing all that pent-up energy back to him. Yeah, okay, I don't think I want to know. I nudge her back, shaking my head. Really? She looks surprised, and I roll my eyes. I've gotten the impression that compared to a lot of people Caitlin knows, I'm kind of a prude. Though I'm not sure Mac would agree, as my mind flashes back to what we got up to last night at my place. Snatched moments before he had to run out and pick Tyler up from his mom's. And after that, we all went to the park together. The whole evening was almost sickeningly sweet and fulfilling, and I know I've still got a glow from it today. From the two of them, not just Mac's prowess at making me weak at the knees. In fact, I'm not sure I've stopped glowing since that date. Naomi? Rebecca repeats, and I blink. Huh? Yeah, you've got it bad, babe, Caitlin says, almost chirping, glancing at Rebecca. I'm surprised we didn't see it before now, really. Rebecca smiles gently, and Caitlin gasps. You did see it. Why didn't you say anything? Because there are already enough assumptions flying around this place, she says pointedly, and I give her a small smile. I did want you guys to hear it from me, I say, before all the comments and everything come back. What about all those? Rebecca asks, curious. The thought of all that doesn't bother you so much anymore. I've been here a few weeks now. I'm beginning to feel like I know the town a little better, I say slowly, thinking it through. And I guess it's not really a rumor if it's true, right? It was only when we weren't doing anything. Yeah, that gets awkward real fast, Caitlin nods. There was one time no one would leave me alone about this guy called Brad, even though I was with Jake. Made things difficult for a while. Wasn't that while you were still in college? Rebecca asks, and Caitlin launches into the story as my mind starts to drift thinking about it. It's true. I don't really care what people say about something that's actually happening. It was only when I had to see Mac almost every day, with the weight of those assumptions and our impossible attempts to resist that attraction. Now, it's not exactly my dirty little secret anymore. I'm not denying anything that's going on between us. The last thing I want to do is deny it. And even if I did, the way I'm smiling and whistling and enjoying myself, dead giveaway. No wonder it was obvious to Rebecca. The last few days have just been so good. And yes, I know I'm just caught up in the heady energy of finally acting on what I've wanted to do since I moved here. But it's more than that, too. Not just the amazing sex or the high of feeling desired and wanted. It's the way it feels in his arms. Safe and easy, like nothing can possibly go wrong. Somehow being around Mac just cuts through all the bullshit of the last too many years. Reminds me who I am again and who I want to be. More than any therapy or talking or counseling. He just makes me want to be alive and to revel in every moment of it, even when I'm not with him at all. Which, to be honest, is most of the time. That's a strange and new thing for me, too. With Anton, we practically lived at each other's dorms, then moved in together in our second year of college. I can't remember the last time it felt like he wasn't there all the time. So it's kind of strange when I see Mac for an hour or a few minutes, or I walk over on some stupid excuse and then go home afterward, back to my own place, where I can do what the hell I want, and continue living my life, too. It's stupid that feels like such a revelation to me, but hey, it is, and I'll take all the revelations I can get. It doesn't change that I still feel excited and fluttery and eager the moment I know I'm going to see him, but it does mean that this new thing between us doesn't totally overwhelm my attempt at an independent new life. The thing I moved here to get. I still feel like my own person, And whenever I do see Mac, he only brings that out more, wanting to know what I think and how I like to do things, wanting to know me. Those small, innocent questions make me think about what I might want more easily than I ever have. And even though I know I have nothing real to compare it to, part of me keeps thinking, this must be what it's meant to be like. The idea that I'm finally getting to experience that thrills me, even if I'm determined not to make any assumptions about where this fragile, careful new thing between us might go. It's worth it just for this, Naomi. Just for these moments of happiness. Don't think about where it might go. We're taking things slowly, and that makes me feel so much better about the whole thing than if I was getting lost in thoughts of love and romance and happily ever afters. Even if maybe we talk about babies a lot more than most couples would during the slow, casual dating phase. It's just talk, of course. Even if the very real pangs of my body clock might wish otherwise. I would have thought that having a potential relationship on the horizon, an amazing man who obviously likes the idea of another kid and hanging out with Tyler occasionally, well, maybe that would calm my body clock down again. All of that should be enough to reassure myself that I do still have time, and this might actually happen for me. But nope. My body clock has never done what I want it to. As it turns out, all those things have done is make me think about it more and more. Babies and families and pregnancy, and the kind of glow I feel now, only so much deeper and longer lasting, and I shake it off. We both know that's not going to happen. It's not the time for it. The fact we're even talking about a time, even just hypothetically, is a little crazy. Just a fantasy. Yeah, a fantasy. But a hope of where things might go, too, maybe. Right now, though, we've both got more important things to worry about. Tyler, for one. Mac's adorable little son who we desperately don't want to know anything about what we're doing. That was something we agreed on right from the start. He doesn't need any more confusion or upheaval, and this is too new. If it doesn't work out, I couldn't bear him thinking I'd left him, too. So even though hanging out with both of them is one of the most adorable, heartwarming things in my life, we're very careful that I don't do it too often, and always as Mac's friend, to the frustration of little Tyler, who seems to want to invite me along every time he goes somewhere with Mac. Hopefully that's just a phase, a passing interest in the fun new lady next door, though I know how much Mac worries about him latching onto a woman. I have my own shit to deal with, too, though somehow it doesn't seem such a big deal anymore. Maybe it's because nothing else has happened. No letters, no threats, no hint or sign of Anton or anything that could freak me out, but I have a feeling it's because of Mac, too. We're slowly putting the security system in place. I've got most of the cameras set up now. But we're still waiting on the alarms I ordered. And a week ago, that delay might have freaked me out. But now, the whole thing is starting to feel a little silly. Mac hasn't asked anything more about why we're doing all this, which I'm more grateful for than I really want to consider. I like him too much to want to confess that it's mostly because of a slightly paranoid fear, and that it would just make me feel better to have all this expensive equipment around. And the idea of having to tell him anything about Anton makes me cringe. I don't want him to know that about me. To know who I was or what I went through. He likes me for me. I want it to stay that way. In the meantime, though, Mac is definitely making me feel better, even without high-tech alarms. When I'm in his arms, it feels like nothing could ever touch me. I've never felt quite like this before. That pure masculine strength around me seeming so protective and powerful and impossible to break through that I can finally relax. It's not like he's there in the dead of night, when everything is dark and suspicious, and I'm curled up in the house that I know Anton knows about, but somehow that feeling of safety lingers. Even the nightmares seem to have left me in peace. How long for, I don't know, but I'll take the dreams of strong hands and whispered need and romantic feelings for as long as they last. I go to sleep every night, hoping that all this precious, semi-implausible happiness will still be real when I wake up. It just seems too good to be true. But slowly, I think I'm starting to believe it.
Chapter 15. Mac.
I don't want to.
Tyler scrambles away from me on the bed, pushing himself up against the wall as I try reaching for him. Come on, kiddo. You love the arcade.
I don't love her,
he shouts, twisting himself around so that his back is facing me and pulling the covers up over himself. I pause, sitting back. I've spent the last week debating this, and I still don't know whether I'm doing the right thing. Fiona has started cleaning herself up, I've checked that out. but that still doesn't mean it's the right thing for Tyler. I rest a hand lightly on his shoulder, through the covers. That's okay, I say gently. You don't have to. He stirs under me, and the covers slip down far enough for me to see the confusion on his small face.
I don't...
I nod. You can choose who you decide to love, Ty.
But she's my mom, isn't she?
I try to swallow against the pain in my chest, but eventually I manage to nod. Yeah, she is. I agree. It's still your choice, though. Whatever you think or feel, that's okay. Maybe that's not something I'd say if things were different. I'm pretty sure that you're not meant to encourage the flightiness of kids' affections most of the time. But after everything that's happened, he might be 6 years old, but I feel Tyler is entitled to his own mind about this. It's only fair. He doesn't say anything, and I sit there with him for a while before broaching the subject again. Do you want to give her a chance, Ty? I made the decision for him, to the best of my ability, and in truth, I do hope he doesn't want to close the door to a relationship with his mother entirely. I'm not sure that it would be good for him not to have that. But if he really doesn't want to, there's no way I'm forcing this. I'll just call Fiona and tell her so.
But why are we going? He finally asks. She doesn't love me either, Dad.
Oh, fuck. I have to force myself to stillness so that I can keep sitting here with him and not say or do something that might be truly damaging. He needs me right now. I can't afford to give in to my own silly emotions, even if... Fuck. How could you do this, Fiona? After a long moment, I swallow hard, hating myself for trying to explain something I don't even understand to a 6-year-old who doesn't deserve any of this. She hasn't been a good mom, Tyler. I agree, stroking his arm gently. But you know, she wasn't very well. She was sick, and now she says she wants to be better for you.
She was sick?
He repeats slowly. It's about the best explanation I have, so I nod again.
Is she better now?
I hesitate, but he deserves the truth. I don't know, kiddo, but it's your choice whether we want to find out. He doesn't say anything for a long time, and this time I don't interrupt. I stroke the hair out of his eyes as I see him considering it, less angry and upset now that he feels more in control of it. And in the end, his tenderness wins out and he nods slowly.
Okay, I guess we could go.
I smile, my heart clenching again. Not because I'm glad for Fiona's sake. More of me than I'd like to admit was kind of hoping he'd say no. But because seeing that compassion, that openness and willingness after he's been hurt before, it makes me want to pull him to me and squeeze him tight. And if Fiona hurts him again, I'll fucking murder her. The whole thing is going about as well as I could expect. We're kind of late, but the plan was to hang around and play games before Fiona arrived anyway, get Tyler absorbed and distracted so that it's not such an emotionally fraught event. I made it very clear to her that today was going to be Tyler playing games at the arcade, not Tyler seeing his mom. This is about him, not her. And it'll be that way until he indicates any interest otherwise. I'm not sure how much of it she really understood. Once we had the date arranged, she just started gushing about how wonderful it would all be, and I hung up as soon as I could. I was done making her feel good about herself and her choices a long time ago, and her talking about coming back into Tyler's life doesn't change any of that. When I look around as we arrive, though, I get the sinking feeling that she didn't really listen to anything I said, because unfortunately she's early. At least she has the sense not to approach us straight away. I don't know whether Tyler sees her either, as I let him run straight to the fighting game he loves. Now that he's here, he seems a little less upset about the whole thing with his mom, though it's impossible to tell whether that's because he's more resilient than he has any right to be, or whether he's just burying it too deep to tell. I try not to sigh as I wonder whether those concerns for his emotional state will ever fade. Instead, I sit down next to him and challenge him to beat me as I fire up the machine. He yells in enthusiasm, and it's not out of place in the whirring background noise of shouts and beeps and explosions. We each choose our superheroes, then even my attention is sucked away by the challenge of trying to beat a totally unpredictable kid. He doesn't really play these things right, But his crazy hell for leather style can come out of nowhere and hand your ass to you anyway. We spend far longer than I want to admit dueling it out, and by the end of it, I'm vainly remembering the times I used to be good at these things. Surprised that I don't even have to throw a match or two for him to come away grinning and happy. Little monster, I mutter, ruffling his hair. He ducks out from under me, then sticks his tongue out and runs off to another one. Oh no, you don't, I say. We're playing something I can win now. I push him towards a hoop machine, and he laughs, picking up the ball at the bottom and throwing it even before I put the token in. It doesn't seem to matter to him that the hoop isn't working yet. Just throwing the ball seems to make him happy.
Can we get one of these, Dad, for the yard?
He asks as it lights up and the sound starts coming on. We take it in turns to shoot hoops instead of playing next to each other this time. I meant it when I said he'd never win. I'm not sure he scores a single shot. But then the ball is pretty big for him, and it's impressive when he even gets it to the right height. It's a good thing he doesn't really seem to care about scoring anyway, except to jump up and high-five me every time I make it. A hoop machine, I ask, putting most of my concentration into the ball.
No, silly, a hoop.
I actually stop for a moment at that. That is not a bad idea. Yeah, I grin. Yeah, sure thing, kiddo. I'll make you one. He grins back, and when the timer ends, I pick him up and spin him around. Okay, your turn to pick. He points towards the racing simulators, and we go over in that direction next. I'd forgotten how much fun this is, and after a few more games, I almost end up forgetting the whole reason we came here in the first place. Until that reason comes right up to me.
Hey, Mac.
I look over at the soft voice, breaking my focus on Tyler's far too graphic description of how he just shot something and it exploded everywhere. Tyler catches my distraction and looks up, too. Then the story trails off. Hey, I say, my gut churning even as I try to put on a pleasant expression. Fiona looks between us before giving Tyler a wide smile, too wide, and obviously forced, even though I know I'm being overly critical about the whole thing.
Can I join you guys for a bit?
Tyler looks over at me and I squeeze his shoulder, giving him a reassuring smile. Would you like that, Ty? I ask gently. He looks between us again, and after a moment he nods.
Yeah, okay.
I can see the relief on Fiona's face, and then that big smile is back.
That's great. I love that, Tyler. Do you want to tell me what you were doing?
He shrugs, the usual babbling enthusiasm drying up as he looks off to the side.
Just shooting stuff.
She gasps, and I wince at the exaggerated nature of it.
Oh, wow, that sounds like fun.
I want to tell her to just shut up and stop forcing it, but I'm not even sure I'm right. Maybe that's only obvious to me. Maybe I'm just too sensitive when it comes to her being around Tyler. You know, I think I can beat your score, kiddo, I say, nudging him, and that makes him laugh again.
You won't.
Just watch and see. I grin at him and put another token in the machine, picking up the gun myself. It's a weird feeling, playing shooting games in arcades now, and I only remember that I tend to avoid them as the thing starts up. The rest of it I can still get into, but after a real gun and real violence, it just feels too strange for me. But this is for Tyler, so I grin and tease him the whole way through, asking if he saw that guy, if he shot this one, if he could do what I just did. He buys into the competition eagerly, yelling misdirections at me and telling me I'm doing it wrong the whole way through. I can feel Fiona behind us, too, but at least this way she's faded to the side, and maybe she'll be less nervous without all the attention on her. At least, I hope it was just nerves making her act that way. Somehow, whether it's the weirdness of fake shooting games or Fiona standing over me, I actually don't beat Tyler's score, which he crows about for ages, and I laugh and let him pick the next game as winnings. We continue on like that for a while, and it's not too bad, but the resentful part of me keeps thinking how much better it was before Fiona got here. I know she should have the chance to spend time with Tyler, and I know that's going to be awkward, so I should just accept it. But damn, I was having a good time with my kid. And now, while he's still enjoying the games, the teasing between us is a little more muted, and it seems like whenever he gets into a more comfortable rhythm, Fiona will make a comment that leaves him quiet and unsure all over again. She doesn't seem to notice that, though, and goes on gushing over how good he is at whatever he's doing. As we make our way around most of the arcade, she seems to get closer to me, too, and starts talking to me while he's playing.
It's quite loud in here, isn't it?
She looks up at me, that wide-eyed expression that lets me see every one of her fake lashes. I just mutter something in assent, watching Tyler. What does she expect? It's an arcade.
I mean, it's fun for Tyler, so it's great, but...
She giggles, playing with the long blonde hair that falls down her shoulders.
Maybe we should pick something quieter next time.
I fight the urge to snap at her that whether there even is a next time depends on what Tyler thinks of this one. Maybe, I say noncommittally. Though if she's going to spend time with a 6-year-old, I feel like she should be prepared for a fair amount of noise. Tyler's never been the type for coloring books and crayons.
He's such a great kid,
she sighs, as I watch him slam the steering wheel to the side and veer drastically off course.
And I really do want to get to know him better, you know?
I tense up at that. He can hear us. Let's not talk about that here, I mutter, and she gives me a frustrated look, but at least she doesn't pursue it.
Okay, I just wanted you to know what a great time I'm having. It's so nice being back with the two of you.
Back? The last time she was with us was years ago, and I'm not sure that even counts. I just grunt and try to force my attention back to what Tyler's doing. He may be 6, easily distracted and playing a game with loud noises and flashing lights, but he's always known when the attention isn't really on him, and this afternoon is about him. The next hour or so continues much the same way. Fiona tries to play a couple of games with Tyler too, and he indulges her, even though she clearly has no idea what she's doing. But for the most part, she keeps up idle conversation with me, and I try not to make it too obvious that I'm barely listening. At least she does seem to be in a better place than I expected. She's not drunk, not hungover, with clear eyes and a little more color to her skin. Maybe she really does mean what she says, and if she does, maybe it's something Tyler needs. A mom. It still gives me a strange, uncomfortable feeling, which seems stupid after wanting that for him for so long. I'm not sure whether it's mistrust or wariness or the way Fiona really seems to grate on me these days. Just being around her for a couple of hours seems to be enough to have me edgy and irritable, which isn't good for any of us. It's hard to remember what I used to see in her. The overly made-up face, the skimpy clothes, and high heels that don't really belong in an arcade. I'm not sure whether all that appeared after she changed so drastically or it was always there and I actually liked it somehow. I guess it doesn't matter. What matters is that she's trying. Maybe. And maybe she'll keep trying. It's worth it for Tyler, even if it means I have to deal with her company whenever we do arrange for her to see him. That's better than letting her into his life unsupervised. I promised myself I'd never do that again. When it's obvious that Tyler is starting to flag, and I guess Fiona's annoyance with the choice of activity becomes a little too obvious, I suggest wrapping it up for the afternoon. She nods and bends over towards Tyler.
It's been great seeing you again, Tyler.
Yeah. He doesn't really look at her, just shrugs.
Oh, and I got you this little guy.
She reaches into her bag and pulls out a Batman action figure, handing it over to Tyler. He looks up at me as he takes it, looking uncertain.
Thank you? Great. Hey, you know,
she turns back to me almost immediately.
If you guys aren't doing anything else today, we could swing by that chic new coffee place at the mall.
Thanks, I cut her off, but I think we need to get home. Right, kiddo? I squeeze Tyler's shoulder and he nods, looking a little relieved.
Oh,
Fiona's voice drops.
Okay then, well, I'll talk to you later and we'll arrange another time, huh? Wasn't this great?
Yeah, I say slowly, feeling about as reluctant as Tyler was to accept the toy. I try to shake it off as I walk back to the truck with Tyler, and as soon as we leave the building, I swing him up and around onto my shoulders. That startles a laugh out of him, and he squeezes my shoulders tight with his legs, planting his hands on my hair. Ouch, I wince, looking up at him. Careful with that thing. He glances down at the toy he just whacked into my head and laughs again.
Sorry.
I squeeze his leg. You doing okay, kiddo? I don't get an answer until I let him back down again when we get to the truck, and then he throws his arms around my waist, looking up at me. I stop, a little startled, but I wrap my arms around him anyway.
Yeah, he finally says, leaning back, and I don't push it any further. I let him hop into the car and wonder why this whole afternoon has made my gut churn so badly. I don't ask him what he thought of Fiona, or whether he wants to see her again, or any of that. If we're gonna do this, it's going to be slowly as fuck.
Chapter 16. Naomi. And that's what happened to the dinosaurs. I tell the little boy from my class, Jackson, as the last of the kids filtering out from the school disperse through the gates to their waiting parents. Wow, that's so cool! He jumps back, spreading his arms wide and making explosion noises as he pretends to be a dying dinosaur. He thrashes around a little bit as I laugh, and suddenly sees his mom waving at him from the entrance. Oh, Mom's here. I have to go tell her about the dinosaurs. Thanks, Ms. Hart. He runs off before I can do more than wave, walking down toward the gates to make sure the last of the children get out okay. I don't cover this duty often, and I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised at how punctual most of the parents seem to be around here. There's only a few left hanging around by the gates, and I pause as I spot Tyler, running a branch along the fence with a clang, clang, clang sound. Hey, I call out, smiling. Your dad not here yet? He glances up, then bounces over to me enthusiastically. No, but he will be. I grin back. Of course he will. Did you have a good day? Yeah, it was great. Ms. Gardner told us the best story. It was all about pirates and kings and monsters. I want to be a pirate when I'm older. Do you think Dad will let me, huh? I could find the best treasure, and then I'd bring it back, and we could have a party. A pirate party. Thomas says he wants to have a pirate party for his birthday, but it was my idea. I need to tell Dad for my birthday. Is Thomas's birthday before me, do you think? Well, maybe you could both? I try, but I don't quite manage to finish the thought before he starts talking about all the other things he wants at his birthday, telling me all about what he did last time and on in that never-ending adorable way he has. I can't help it. Every time I see him, I think my heart feels ready to burst out of my chest. I'm not sure what it is about Tyler in particular. I mean, I'm around kids all day. There are so many precious, amazing little personalities in my class, but Tyler is the one that makes me melt, every time. So I just listen and smile, oohing and ahhing at the things he tells me, as I wonder in the back of my mind just where Mac is. He's not usually late, not at all, and especially not for Tyler. After a few minutes, I'm almost ready to consider calling him, but I know that's just because it's me. School policy would be to wait a while longer. And I've been pretty determined not to let my relationship with Mac affect anything about how I treat Tyler at school. If he were in my class, it would be completely different. And I'm not even sure I could be dating Mac. But as it is, it hasn't been an issue, so far. Tyler! We both glance up at the voice. Tyler's story about monsters cut off in the middle. And then my stomach sinks. Shit. Hey, Tyler. Fiona walks up to us, smiling at him. I was wondering if I might find you here. Tyler looks up at her, and all that bubbly enthusiasm of a moment earlier seems to dry up. Your dad wanted me to walk you home tonight, she says. Tyler looks up at her, obviously confused. I frown too, that announcement surprising me as I glance between them. This really isn't the kind of position I want to be in, but even though I don't really know the details, I'm pretty sure Fiona doesn't have legal guardianship, and even if I wasn't damn sure that Mac wouldn't have said anything of the kind about her walking him home, that's enough to worry the teacher in me. Did your dad tell you anything about that, Tyler? I ask gently. He looks back over to me, shaking his head slowly. No. Who asked you? Fiona shoots me an irritated glance. I'm on duty here, I say, trying to keep it as mild as possible. And you've never picked Tyler up before. I can't just let... Well, Mac is obviously late, isn't he? She says, huffing in exasperation. I can walk Tyler home, get him set up with his games and toys, make a snack or something. Save him waiting out here for God knows how long. That way we'll be waiting at home for when Mac does arrive. Doesn't that sound better for everyone? Alarms start going off in my head, and I take a small step forward. That definitely makes it sound like Mac didn't ask her to do this at all. And I'm not as well versed as I'd like to be on whether picking your own child up from school might count as abduction, but... Why don't you walk me home, Naomi? Tyler interjects before I've managed to formulate an appropriate response to Fiona. He reaches out for my hand, looking up at his mom defiantly. She lives right there, too. Because Naomi isn't your mom and can't just take you out of school. I'm sorry, I say more firmly this time, interrupting the snide tone that I can't believe she's talking to her son with. I can't let him leave with you. I'll call Mac and... She shakes her head. I don't know what you're fussing about. I'm Tyler's mom, and Mac and I are pretty much back together again. Wait, what? She must see the stunned disbelief in my expression, because her lip curls up. What? You didn't know? Yeah, we went on a date the other day and everything. Tyler knows he was there. It was lovely, just like a real family again. I just stare at her. I don't believe a word. She seems to blend lies and the truth in her own mind as if they're pretty much the same thing. But it's still hard to hear her say that, to think about it. So I might as well pick him up because we'll be spending a lot more time together anyway. And I want to make things easy for Mac, you know? He hasn't had it easy for a long time, and I want to make that up to him. Take care of him and Tyler the way a family should be. What? I jump at the deep, furious voice behind her, and Fiona spins around, her hand on her heart. Tyler just yells and runs right up to him. Daddy! I watch Mac visibly check himself, bringing his focus back down to his son, even though I'm pretty sure I can see the red throbbing vein at his forehead. He drops to one knee and pulls Tyler into him. Hey, kiddo. I'm so sorry I was late for you. There were some silly people that kept trying to talk to me. Tyler peeks out at Mac, considering, before he eventually replies, Were they pirates? Mac blinks, but somehow manages to smile. Though if he caught even half of what Fiona just said, I'm not quite sure how, and ruffles Tyler's hair. Yeah, Ty, they were pirates. Cool! Tyler jumps up. Can I meet them? Maybe some other time. Can you give me a moment? I just want to talk to the grown-ups, okay? Tyler nods, looking back at us, a shadow crossing his expression again. Okay. I step towards them and look at Tyler, having a good idea how that conversation might go, and thinking it would be much better if Tyler weren't around to witness it. Would you like to finish telling me about the monsters? I ask, holding my hand out and raising an eyebrow at Mac. He gives me an appreciative glance as Tyler nods and takes my hand, but there's something else there too. Later, I think. We can talk later. I lead Tyler back inside the gates and try to distract him with questions about the monsters he was telling me about. And after a few moments, he starts responding, not quite in the same unending run-on way he usually does, but I figure at least some of his attention isn't on the furious debate raging in quiet tones behind us, even if a whole lot of my attention is. I'm not sure what Mac heard, but well, any of it would probably be enough to make me go ballistic. The only reason I didn't was because I really don't want to put myself in the middle of that situation. And I'm not exactly sure what place I have to do so either. As far as I'm concerned, it's up to Mac and Tyler what relationship Fiona has with them. But either way, I couldn't just let Tyler leave with her alone. Even if I don't know what the legal guidelines are, it seemed like a really fucking bad idea. Especially after what Mac said about the last time Fiona was with Tyler alone. Maybe it was years ago, but if it can happen once, and this is a child we're talking about. A child who, so long as we're within the bounds of the school, is under my care. The very fact she could even say half the things she did in front of Tyler. I try to shake it off. It shouldn't be my problem. It shouldn't be anything to do with me. But as angry as Mac might be, it's hard to suppress my own rage, the idea of what Tyler might have heard or the things that might have sunk in. He deserves more care than that. More respect. A few moments later, Fiona storms off in one direction, and I watch as Mac takes a minute to cool off, obviously still angry. By the time he comes over to me, though, he's back under control, though that unreadable mask is still over his face. Until he turns to Tyler, anyway, and then some of it cracks into a smile. Hey, kiddo, sorry about that. You all okay over here? Tyler nods, either because he did get distracted enough talking to me, or because he doesn't want to upset his dad further. Come on, then. He scoops Tyler up and swings him around to sit on his shoulders, and Tyler grins down at me from above. I gasp with surprise, then wave up towards him, before Mac catches my eyes. We pause like that for a moment, and I read far more in his gaze than he can easily say in front of Tyler, but I offer him a small smile anyway.
"Thanks, Naomi," he says softly.
"What she said." "I know," I say in the same tone of voice. He shakes his head. "I can't believe it. Or maybe I can, and that's worse. But none of it was like that." "I know," I say again, glancing briefly up at Tyler. He's already overheard more than I'd like him to, and I don't want to add to it, even if I do still feel a little uneasy about what Fiona said. I know it's not true, but it's still... Mac reaches out to squeeze my hand, bringing my gaze back to his, and the grateful expression there. "I was going to ask, even before all that, would you like to come and have a dinner at mine tomorrow with Tyler and my mom?" His smile becomes more genuine, and my heart skips a beat. I've never met his mom before, but I know just how important she is to them both, and a small, nervous, excited thrill runs through me. "Yes," I say, biting my lip slightly. "I'd love to, Mac." "Good." He squeezes Tyler's leg and looks up.
"What do you think, Ty? Would you like Naomi to come for dinner tomorrow?"
"Yes!" he yells, bouncing in excitement, and my heart goes out to him again. "Then it's settled." Mac nods, his eyes lingering on me for a long moment. "I'll see you tomorrow." He pauses for just a brief moment, and I know exactly what he's thinking. Because it's at the front of my mind, too. How easy and natural it would be to lean forward and kiss me, to take my chin in his hand and pull me in for the kind of spine-tingling kiss we need right now. But he doesn't, not in front of Tyler. So we settle for that moment passing between us, and then he gives me a little wave. As he walks around the corner toward his truck, I turn back to the school feeling lighter than I have any right to after that whole incident. I know part of the reason he suggested dinner tomorrow was to reassure me that everything Fiona said was false. But hell, it worked. It was stupid earlier to feel awkward and insecure about all those things she was throwing around, and it's stupid now to feel relieved because of a dinner invitation that he was going to offer anyway.
"Oh, well, Naomi, maybe you should get used to being stupid when it comes to Mac and Tyler."
I'm still smiling, though. Things have been going very well between us. But this feels just a little more serious.
Chapter 17. Mac. As we wait for Naomi to arrive, Mom and I making casual conversation in the kitchen, while Tyler plays with toys in the living room, I can't help feeling a little nervous about this evening. I know there's absolutely no reason to be nervous, of course. My mom hasn't said anything, but I know she's quietly thrilled about all this, and I highly doubt she's going to do anything that might scare Naomi off. And Naomi is wonderfully easy to get along with, popular at the school, with the people in town she's starting to get to know, and with Tyler, which is what counts the most. So it's stupid to feel like that, but I do anyway. Mom opens a bottle of wine, something we rarely indulge in, and pours out 3 glasses for us all, then glances over at me.
"You know, you haven't really told me anything about this girl of yours."
"She's not exactly mine," I say, even though that's exactly how the deepest, most primal parts of me want to feel. I've never felt quite so possessive or protective of anyone as I'm starting to feel about Naomi, except maybe Tyler. But we're still taking things slowly, and I'm not quite sure what she'd think of that label, so...
Well, however you want to call it these days.
She's lovely, Mom, I reassure her, as it suddenly occurs to me that I might not be the only one who's nervous. Maybe we all are. Believe me, you'll like her.
But what...
There's a knock at the door, and I give Mom a smile at the convenient excuse to disappear.
At least she's on time, unlike some people have been recently.
The muttered comment makes me smile again, and I go for the door, Tyler running out in front of me at the last minute, while Mom arranges the table. It's my house, but when she's here, she tends to take over the cooking, because apparently I need help. What she said is true, too. I haven't told her much about Naomi. I still haven't gotten used to the idea of talking about her at all.
The idea that she's in my life now, in a way that no one has been since Fiona. I haven't quite reconciled how very easy and natural it all feels and how alien it is at the same time. I guess Mom will just have to see for herself. That shouldn't be a problem. Mom has never been shy. "Naomi!" Tyler shouts as he opens the door, as if we might possibly be expecting someone else, or she might have forgotten who she is. "Hey there, little guy," Naomi smiles, offering him a high five that he returns enthusiastically. "Naomi's here!" He turns around and shouts almost in my face. I smile down at him, ruffling his hair. "Thanks, Ty. Why don't you go and tell Grandma?" Because she definitely hasn't already heard. He nods and runs off, and I get what I really want. The chance to step in close, pull her to me, and press my mouth against hers. She exhales all of a sudden as her whole body relaxes for that brief moment. And when I break the kiss, some of the tension seems to have left her body, replaced with heat. Okay, I'm definitely not the only one who's nervous then. "I missed you," I say softly, and her eyes light just a little. "Me too, Mac." Then her lips quirk into a smile. "I've been thinking that I need to start organizing that second date." I raise an eyebrow. Our time together so far might have been generally limited to the occasional hour or two here and there, in between childcare and other responsibilities, but I'm not sure I would have said we were still in the pre-second date phase. "Spend a little alone time in a used bookstore." Her smile widens, and I catch her eyes drifting down my body. I feel my cock start to respond to the insinuation, and I have to choke back a laugh. "I think that's the first time I've ever thought used bookstores sounded sexy," I murmur, then glance behind me. I thread my hand behind her head and pull her in for one last brief kiss, a promise for when we can steal some time for ourselves. When I turn around, feeling something eerily similar to the worry I might have been caught upstairs with a girl as a teenager, she's got just the right amount of heat in her cheeks. There's no one there, and I'm tempted to. She clears her throat deliberately. "So, are you going to take me in and introduce me? How are we doing this?" It's enough to bring my mind back around to the point of this evening, which isn't nearly as much sexy fun as I might like to indulge in. "Yeah, I think we can do that." I offer her my arm and she rolls her eyes, but she takes it anyway. She seems to find those little gestures more amusing than genuine, but for me they're real. It's how I was raised. I lead her back to the kitchen where Tyler is asking Mom what's in every pot and pan, and they both turn around as we walk in. Mom's eyes focus on Naomi immediately, and I feel the flush in Naomi's cheeks turn a little more deep, but she offers a small smile back. "Mom, I wanted you to meet Naomi. Naomi, this is my mom."
"Maddie,"
Mom adds, nodding.
"It's lovely to meet you." "And you."
They exchange a brief smile. Then Tyler knocks into Mom as he tries to balance on his toes and get a look at the food, and that's enough to interrupt anything else. "Tyler, can you help with the cutlery?" I ask, trying to get him out of the way as Mom turns back to fuss over the food.
"Is there anything I can do?"
Naomi asks at almost the same time. No, Mom says easily, handing across the wine she poured earlier.
"It's almost ready. Just sit down."
She serves the food with an efficiency born of years of practice, and within a few minutes we're all sitting down together. Tyler is grinning because Mom's bolognese is his favorite, and she doesn't make it all that often. I'm pretty sure that's deliberate, too. This way we're more likely to be able to have an actual conversation while he's distracted. A conversation that begins almost immediately, with Mom far more interested in Naomi than the food, even after Naomi's exclamations of how good it is. I can't help but smile, mostly just listening to them talk as I eat my pasta, only interrupting to give Naomi occasional breathing room or when I want to point out something particularly impressive or interesting that I've discovered about her over the course of the last few weeks, which doesn't fail to make her flush and earn me a subtle glare, but it's worth it. I just grin back. At first, Mom's natural interest and curious questions feel a little bit too much like she's grilling Naomi. But after talking about moving here and what she's thinking of the town, they get on to teaching, and that's when Naomi really comes alive. She talks about her time training, then stories about the first few jobs and what it's like working with kids, showing the kind of passion that makes me wish I'd asked about it earlier. Partly because she's really, really hot when she talks like that. But also, I just love watching her eyes light up. It's no wonder that she's so good with Tyler and he's taken to her so easily. The way you talk about it is so beautiful to see, Naomi. Mom smiles at her warmly. I'm surprised you ever stopped, even for just a little bit. It's an easy comment, with nothing behind it, but I catch Naomi tensing up, a defensive mask slipping over her face. It's just how it worked out at the time, she says, stiffly enough that my mom shoots her a curious glance before she makes an effort to smile. I'm glad I'm back into it now. I wish I'd never left, to be honest. Mom nods and they go on to talk about the class she teaches, how she deals with the differing age groups they've mixed together now, and her approach to classroom management. But I know Mom caught the brief tension, just as I did. It makes me want to understand more than ever. It still seems like there's so much of Naomi that's a mystery. And while I could guess or put a few things together, what I want more than anything is for her to tell me, to trust me, with whatever she doesn't like talking about. You did with Fiona. It's an unfair thought, but it still appears in the back of my mind from time to time. If I could tell her so much about my past, why does she still close off to me? Except, that was 6 years ago now. It's been a long time, and she only just moved here. I have a feeling the things that haunt her are a little more recent, and from the security system that we're slowly installing, maybe not entirely the past either. That thought is alarming, and another one that I have to try not to let bother me. If there's something going on now, I want to know. I feel like I've got a right to know. But there are moments she seems so vulnerable, I don't want to press her on it. Instead, I enjoy the time we have together and know that when it feels right to her, I'll probably know more. That will have to be enough. And it's not like she's totally withdrawn either. Mom starts asking her about her family, in the typical way she used to do with any girl I brought home. Who was her father? Her mother? What do they do? Are they close? Family was always very important to Mom, but as soon as she mentions it, I wince, wishing I'd thought to warn her that my dad died earlier this year, Naomi says softly, glancing down at her plate for a moment. But then she looks back up at Mom, and although it obviously still affects her, she doesn't seem to find it too hard to talk about. And my mom, a while back. Tyler looks up at that too, and the sweetness of him reaching over to squeeze her hand, pasta sauce staining them, makes my heart go out to them both. She gives him a smile, though, and then starts telling a couple of her favorite stories about them. Within a few minutes, we're all laughing again, and I forget there was ever a point at which this might be hard. I know my mom can be a lot to deal with sometimes, especially for someone new, but it's obvious how much she cares, and I know Naomi appreciates that too. Dinner time passes easily, and Mom and Naomi get on, well, just as well as I knew they would. See? No reason for nerves. The conversation flows smoothly enough that I find myself just enjoying it, feeling like I don't need to step in to help, and I can just leave it to Naomi and Mom. Watching them makes me feel a little strange, actually. Not in a bad way, though. Instead, something that feels unexpectedly good or wholesome. Family. The word comes to me almost immediately, even if I don't want to admit it, but that's what it feels like. Of course, Mom and Tyler and I have always been a family. It's felt that way from the start, and I've insisted for years that we don't need Fiona for that. But this is still different, in some sort of special way that sends tingles all through my body. It's hard not to let my mind drift, to think of this being my family, of Naomi here for good, and maybe a few more little feet pattering around the kitchen. Mac? I blink, totally zoned out and hoping I didn't miss some kind of natural disaster. With Tyler here and all of Mom's questions, that's a definite possibility. Sorry, what was that? Tyler was asking about dessert. Mom's eyes are sparkling at me and I smile at that. Of course he was. Oh, yes, I think we have some. Actually, Naomi says, in a tone that says this isn't the first time she's said it, amusement shining in her eyes. If you wanted, I made a cake. Yes! Tyler punches towards the sky in excitement, and I have to laugh. Of course she did. I smile enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. She gives me a smile in return and leaves the room to get it. That interlude is all it takes for Mom to give me a pointed look and mouth across the table. I like her. I smile, unable to help it. I knew she would, but it's still gratifying to hear it, especially considering how much time she's spent actively disapproving of Fiona over the last 6 years. "What are you saying?" Tyler interrupts the looks Mom and I are giving each other just as Naomi comes back in the room, and I feel my face heat up a little. "Just that cake is exciting," I say, entirely to distract him. It works anyway, and he jumps up from his chair to look at the cake Naomi is placing on the table. Dual-layered chocolate cake with frosting and decorations and shit. Wow, she really did make an effort. "Oh!" Tyler looks between us all. "I want some!" "Tyler?" Mom frowns at him. He gives her the kind of adorable, innocent look he only reserves for her. "Please?" She laughs and gestures to Naomi. "Well, it's up to Naomi." "Of course you can, little guy." She finds a knife in one of the drawers and starts cutting into it, making the huge mistake of asking Tyler how much he wants. We have to moderate his answer more than a little, and he still gets a much bigger piece than he should. But tonight I'm not sure anyone really cares. We're all just enjoying the evening too much. The rest of us cut more slices of cake, and together we finish up the remainder of the wine, too. Afterward, I can tell Tyler is getting sleepy, but he insists on playing some more anyway, so we retire to the living room to talk a little more and watch as he plays with various action figures, telling us what's going on at seemingly random intervals. He doesn't seem bothered that none of us are playing with him, even though I usually do. I think he likes something about this atmosphere, too. I know that I'm loving it. This feels like one of those commercials that try to get across the picture of wholesome family life. If there was any example of that, this would be it. I still don't think it quite seems real, but it keeps making me think again and again how easy it could be. How we could just slip into these roles, this life, this family. I can feel some part of me that I didn't even know existed, aching for it. A real, visceral feeling somewhere between my heart and my stomach, like it could stop me breathing with how much I might want it. It feels risky to want something that much. To want Naomi to be a part of the family Mom and I have created from struggle and difficulty and pain. I know that she might still say no, that things might break down between us. It's still early days. I know that, even if it's really starting to feel like this going wrong might be impossible. We stay like that for a while, the conversation between the three of us easy and casual now, and I think all of us are caught in wanting to prolong it just for a little bit longer, to stay happy like this for as long as we can stretch out. Eventually, though, Tyler's eyes do start drifting closed, and I reluctantly offer to walk Naomi back to her house. I'd love nothing more than for her to stay, to curl up with me in my bed so I can breathe in that sweet, spicy scent of hers, feel her body soft in my arms, and give her everything that kiss promised earlier before we drift off to sleep. But we're not going to do that for Tyler's sake. I know both of us feel more comfortable with him knowing, even in this sleepy, not quite conscious haze, that Naomi is going back to her own house to sleep. So she nods when I suggest it and stands to get her things together. "It was wonderful to meet you," she says, looking over at Mom with a genuine smile, and I can see my mom return it. "And you." She glances between us, then gives me a small smile. "I'll stay and watch Tyler until you're back to put him to bed." It's not until I'm outside with Naomi that I realize exactly what she just said. Until you're back. That's not something you say to someone walking for less than a minute down the road. The smirk creeps across my face as I put an arm around Naomi's shoulders. She leans into me, not quite picking up on where my mind is suddenly going, and sighs softly. "Your mom is amazing," she says, and I can hear the warmth there. I laugh a little, squeezing her shoulder. "Well, you should have told me earlier that you like being asked to give your whole life story. I could have worked with that." She nudges me. "You know what I mean. Besides, she's just curious, and maybe a little protective. I can get on board with that." I kiss the top of her head. "You're amazing too, you know. I had the best time tonight, Naomi. I think we all did." She opens her door and turns on the porch, leaning down to kiss me until I wrap my arms around her, holding her tight. The moment I do that, she relaxes in the way I've grown used to, like all the tension suddenly leaves her body. "I know what you mean," she says softly, then looks up at me, hesitating a moment. "It was almost like, well, it reminded me of being with my parents, a bit." My heart thumps hard in my chest, and I have to fight the sudden emotion. Oh, Naomi. I can't imagine what it must be like to lose both your parents. Just life without Mom seems impossible, but to be so alone in the world, to have no one. Well, she's got me now, and I hope soon you'll have my mom, too. It's not the same, but it could be something, right? I'm glad it gave you that, I say instead, wanting her to read between the lines, to hear what I really want to say. Family. We can have that. You, me, Tyler, and Mom. Me too. She looks up at me, then leans in again for another kiss. This time I keep it going, deepening it when it looks like she might withdraw, and I feel her breathing hitch under me. Her body shifts just slightly as the desire that's been thrumming through me all night comes alive again. I can still feel that kiss from earlier, that promise. "Can you come inside?" she murmurs. "Just for a few moments?" I grin at her. I think that's what Mom was suggesting we do. She blinks and then her expression clears. "Oh, God, I love your mom." She takes my hand and leads me up the 2 steps and into her house, as that comment is still resonating through my mind. As she goes, laughing and smiling back at me, she flicks on the lights and we stumble into the living room. We don't have long, not long enough to do half the things I really want to do, but I can definitely get her more than ready for when we finally get some real time together. If not, Naomi screams. I freeze, looking over at what she's staring at, and then I see it. 3 bricks in the center of her living room, shattered glass all around them. I reach for her immediately, pulling her hand behind me even though it's totally stupid. Whoever did this is probably long gone by now. But that doesn't stop the surge of outrage and protective instinct. What the actual fuck? My eyes scan over the room, taking in the darkness outside the broken window, too. But there's nothing there, just a few bushes shifting slightly in the wind, and little enough else to see that some of my adrenaline rush fades. Just a little. I run a hand through my hair as I look at the mess. Who the hell? Then my voice trails off as I glance over at Naomi, her arms wrapped tight around her chest, pale and shaking, and something in my stomach lurches with sudden misgiving, at the same time as the need to protect her overwhelms every other instinct. "Naomi, what is it?" I take a step toward her, reaching to pull her back into my arms where I can wrap her in warmth and comfort and help her get over the sudden shock, but she twists away from me as soon as I move. I pause, the rolling sensation in my stomach getting worse. "Who did this, Naomi?" I ask her, straight up this time. She knows. The look on her face says she knows exactly. And she's going to tell me so that I can beat the shit out of the motherfucker who scared her like this. She jerks, turning away and shaking her head. With effort, I see her try to pull herself together, but she can't stop her teeth from chattering as she tries to brush it off. I don't know," she shrugs. "Must have been kids or something. She shakes her head, taking a deep breath. "Naomi." I keep my voice gentle, but it's implacable too. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. "Sorry." She tries to laugh, but it comes out slightly hysterical. Sorry. Must be the shock or something. I didn't expect." I reach out to her again, wanting nothing more than to draw her into my arms and tell her she's safe. Show her that she's safe. That whatever it is that has her so petrified right now won't touch her, can't touch her. Not with me around. She darts back with such a look of alarm that I'm frozen still. She's never looked that scared of me before. "Don't," she says, shaking her head. "Just don't. I can't." "It's okay," I say, trying to be as gentle and soft as I can. It's damn hard when right now I've got rage and hurt pulsing through me and I feel like I want to rip someone's throat out for this. But I try anyway. "I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Naomi. I promise." "Just go, please. Just go. I'll deal with this." She gestures wildly toward the window, refusing to look at me, and I'm left stunned for the second time that evening. No way. Not a fucking chance in hell. I finally close the distance between us, forcing myself to ignore the way she flinches as I approach. And I take her in my arms, bringing her close to me even as she freezes, then struggles, then freezes against me again. Shh, I say, my mouth pressed against her hair and breathing in that sweet scent as I rub her arms, trying to do something about the chill and goose pimples there. I'm not going anywhere. She shudders and shakes her head. I just want you to go. No, I say, gentle and soft, but firm. She shudders again, but after a long moment I feel her start to collapse in my arms. Her head comes forward and she shakes as sobs start to rack through her. I hold her closer still, murmuring softly, telling her I'm going to keep her safe and that it'll be okay, and she can trust me. It goes on for a long time, but at the end of it, she slowly puts her arms around me too, resting her head against my chest. Some of the tightness wound inside me starts to loosen just a bit. Talk to me, Naomi. I want to know what's going on, I say, rubbing her shoulders, trying to ease some of the tension there. I promise you can trust me, whatever it is. Right now, I feel like I'm ready to fucking kill for her. It's all I can do to control that aggressive fury as I try to calm her down. The dual need to comfort and reassure and to fix and solve and hurt threatens to drive my mind totally crazy. She doesn't say anything for a long time, still shaking slightly against me before she finally mutters something into my chest. It's stupid. Stupid? Really? All this and the thing holding her back is that she's worried I'll think she's stupid? I don't say that out loud, not in that way. That's okay. It can be stupid. I run a hand through her hair. I want to know what's doing this to you, Naomi, and not just the window. Whatever you've got running through your mind right now. She shudders again, and on an impulse I pick her up in my arms and carry her over to the couch at the other side of the room, far enough away that there's no risk of glass. I settle us down on that, and then when she tries to curl up by herself in a ball, bring her back against my chest so that she's curled up there. Right now, I don't think I can stand not having any physical contact between us. Tell me, Naomi, I say again, who did this? She hesitates, then wipes her sweat-soaked hair out of her eyes, looking over towards the broken window before her gaze skitters away and back to my chest. She starts tracing circles around one of my abs, and I rub her back at the same time. Then she finally sighs. My last relationship, it wasn't a good one. Her voice takes on a toneless quality, and she doesn't look at me, but at least she's finally saying something, and she stopped telling me to go. He was abusive, got abusive towards the end. It was so stupid. I should never have stayed that long. I should have left the first time it happened. The knot in my gut twists into pure revulsion, and I actually have to fight back the nausea, then the murderous rage that wants to follow it. The thought of anyone hurting my Naomi, actually hurting her, let alone making her feel this way now, it's like poison all the way through me. I think I suspected something like it, some violence, something to explain the nerves and the fear, but actually hearing it is something else. It's not stupid. It wasn't your fault, Naomi. I say it automatically, partly because it wasn't, but also because it's the first thing that comes to mind. I continue rubbing circles around her back as I fight the impotent rage on her behalf. She gives a harsh laugh, shaking her head. What he did wasn't my fault. That was on him. But staying? Sure, it wasn't my fault that I stayed. That's what everyone says. I mean, he conditioned me to, right? That's what they do, people like him. But if that's true, then what am I? If I couldn't have gotten myself out at least a little bit, I could have left, Mac. But I didn't. I stayed. And that's on me, at least a little bit. I want to object, but she looks up at me in that moment, her eyes bright with unshed tears and emotion. My dad was dying while I stayed, Mac. I didn't know. If I'd been there earlier, maybe. She shakes her head roughly as I feel my heart start to shatter into 1,000 pieces for her. I pull her into me and feel the tears pricking my eyes, too.
I expect her to pull away, but this time she doesn't. Instead, she clings to me and starts sobbing for real. Worse than the time I saw her out on the deck thinking about her father. God, what an idiot I was then. I didn't know. I didn't know anything at all. Naomi, I murmur, just saying her name, feeling for her. I want to tell her how sorry I am, for everything that's happened, for everything she's been through and suffered and is still going through, for all the things that have already happened that I can't fix. But it doesn't seem enough. Nothing seems enough. Eventually she gasps for breath, the sobs slowly easing, and all I can do is hold her, kiss her, cuddle her, and swear to myself that if I ever meet this fucking guy...
When I found out about Dad, I got out, she finally says, continuing almost as if she hadn't stopped. As if she's said this before and she's used to the emotional interruption of it. I'm not. I'm still feeling raw and hurt and too much else. I left. I just left. Left a note saying I'd be back, but I was never going to. The first few weeks, I was with Dad at the hospital, terrified Anton was going to burst through the doors at any moment. Do something. Take me back. I don't know. But it didn't really matter. Dad mattered more. I still don't know why he didn't. But after that, I ran to a women's shelter. Did all the stuff you're supposed to do. So they can't follow. New town, new job, new phone, new everything. She looks up at me again, and I finally feel like she's really seeing me this time. Like she's working her way out of that mental hell to some dim awareness of where we are and what we're doing. She glances around again, but this time she doesn't flinch away from the broken window, and I feel a surge of admiration that she can do that. How strong she is, despite everything. I meet her eyes, and I don't have a clue what my expression says, but she squeezes my hand. She still looks raw and emotional, but she snuggles up closer to me. But he found me, Mac.
She almost breathes it into my chest, like an admission she doesn't really want to say out loud.
I got a letter. A few weeks ago.
That makes me freeze, something going cold inside me, but I force myself to just listen.
That was when I asked about the security stuff, because you seemed so safe in your house. I wanted to have that in the middle of the night when I'd wake up thinking he was with me, inside somehow.
She hiccups, gasping for breath again, and squeezes her eyes closed.
That's so pathetic, right?
No, I say immediately, squeezing her hand back and leaning forward to kiss her head. No. It's brave and careful, and it makes sense, Naomi. God, I'm so sorry I didn't put a rush on that order. I would have called up a few favors and... But I didn't know what it was for. I didn't think it was important enough, even though it was for the most important woman in my life. She just shrugs.
Doesn't matter. I started thinking it was silly anyway. I felt better about things when I started seeing you. You made me feel safe.
That sends a wave of conflicting emotion through me, pleasure and regret. That's how I want to make her feel, always. But I can't help feeling like I've done a fucking bad job of it.
And nothing else happened. I knew it was from him, the letter, but, well, I thought maybe it was just a mind fuck. I almost forgot about it most of the time. And then, well...
She glances around at the room.
This could be anyone. But inside I know, just like he wanted me to.
It couldn't be anyone, I murmur. I know this town, Naomi. She nods, accepting it, and we stay like that for a while, my fingers running through her hair.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you,
she says after a long while, her voice calmer. She glances up at me, those big caramel eyes making my heart flip all over again.
I wanted to, I promise. I didn't want you to think there was something wrong with me. I didn't want to be the girl who was broken or abused or anything. This was meant to be my new life. I just wanted to be me, and you made me feel so much like me. I didn't want to bring that into it. I didn't want to pollute that happiness with all this crap.
I pull her up a little until I can lean down and reach her mouth, brushing my lips against hers in a kiss that turns deeper and more needy with every moment. I kiss her until we're both gasping for breath, my hands in her hair and hers on my hips, steadying herself, rocking against me with something that's not at all a sexual need. You are you, I say, my voice firm and insistent. All that crap might have happened to you, but that doesn't mean it is you. You're not broken, Naomi. You're the best person I know. She gasps, the sob tearing through her as she looks up at me, tears still sparkling in her eyes. I take her chin in my hand, kiss her softly, and look back at her with the strength of everything I feel blazing inside of me. You're the person I love, Naomi. Her eyes widen, and I can see the objection as clearly as I can see the warmth there.
But it's only been...
I know, I say, smiling gently. I love you anyway. I think I've known that for a while now, this convoluted mix of feelings I get whenever I'm around her. I just didn't want to name it because then I'd feel the need to say it, and I didn't think she was ready to hear it. I'm still not sure she's ready to hear it, but I'm so ready to say it. I love you, I repeat again, and my smile widens into a grin. It gets better each time, too. I love you so much, Naomi. She flushes, and I can see the heat rising in her face, the hesitation being chased away by warmth and pleasure, and she glances to the side, suddenly shy, before her eyes dart back to my face and she wraps herself a little tighter around me.
I love you too,
she says quietly, and it's like a breath of fresh air runs all the way through me, stirring cobwebs and clearing out dust from years of emptiness. My eyes meet hers and I just smile.
I don't feel I should, Mac. Not so quickly. But you're right. You make me feel safe and whole and me again. And I love you.
I lean in to kiss her, and we share that gentle closeness for a long time together, our lips and tongues brushing and exploring slowly, as if we are discovering each other all over again. When we finally break the kiss and lean back, I feel happier than I can ever remember, despite the chaos around me and everything Naomi just told me. Even the raging anger and hurt and need to do something has subsided, at least a little, at least for the moment. Naomi shifts a little, biting her lip.
But,
she starts, and I already know what she's going to say. You still want to go slowly, I finish for her. She pauses and glances away again, sighing a little.
I just want to make sure I don't lose myself this time.
That squeezes my heart again, and I shake my head, bringing her eyes back to mine. I'm never going to let that happen, I promise, kissing her again. It takes a moment before she sighs and relaxes into me, but every time she does, I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to her really believing me, on a level that's not even conscious anymore. And we're going to deal with this. I won't let anyone hurt you ever again, Naomi. I'm going to keep you safe. I scan the room all over again, my decision already made, even if I don't expect her to accept it easily. And you're going to come and stay with me until it's all over. She blanches, just like I expect, shaking her head.
I can't. What about...
Tyler? I ask, then simply smile. Well, we'll ask him about it, see what he says.
What?
Her voice is still alarmed, and I rub her arms to warm them up again. It's not forever, Naomi. I'm not suggesting you move in. But you said it yourself, my house is safe. No one will touch you there. Just come and stay with me until we find this guy and nail him, okay? She hesitates, as I knew she would, but I can tell she's really thinking it through. That itself tells me how much she wants it. She doesn't want to be alone here in this house.
You really think Tyler...
He's a good kid, Naomi. He'll be fine. She bites her lip, and I finally get a nod out of her.
Okay, just until this is over with.
I smile, and suddenly, despite all the reasons we're doing this, I still feel like the luckiest guy around. I have Naomi. She loves me. I love her. She's going to be safe, and she's going to be in my house, in my bed. There's not much else I could ask for. When I finally get us both off the couch, taking her hand and walking back over to my place, Naomi is a lot more steady on her feet. In fact, looking at her, you wouldn't be able to tell half the things she's been through. which I guess is the idea. The moment I walk in, Mom is in the hallway to meet us. The glare she's wearing falters the moment she sees Naomi, though, and then she really looks at the both of us. "My God," she murmurs, glancing behind at the living room that I guess Tyler is still in. "What happened to the both of you?" "Someone threw bricks through Naomi's front window," I say, my voice brusque. "We had to clean up, and she's going to stay here for the night. I have nothing but love and respect for my mom, and there's very little I wouldn't be willing to share with her. But this is Naomi's life, not mine, and right now she doesn't need to know more than that." The frown on Mom's face deepens.
"Who would do something like that?"
"I don't know," I say, letting some of the pent-up aggression seep into my tone. "But we're going to find out and deal with it." Her gaze darts between the both of us, obviously concerned, but she nods. "I'm sorry we kept you later than you planned," I add, offering her a tired smile. "I'll take Tyler up to bed now. We just need to ask him something first."
"He's still awake, the little imp,"
she says, the fondness in her voice unmistakable despite everything else going on.
"I'll get my things together then."
I step in, hugging her briefly and kissing her temple before we move past. And as we do, she turns to Naomi.
"I'm sorry about the trouble, sweetheart."
She shakes her head.
"I didn't know there were people like that living in Mayfair, and I'll be honest, I feel a little ashamed by it."
Naomi has a moment of awkwardness, but she gives my mom a small smile anyway.
"Don't be. We'll work it out."
Mom looks over to me.
"Well, I hope you get that done fast, Mac. It's a terrible way to welcome someone new into our town."
Believe me, I have every intention of it. There's no doubting the determination in my tone, and Mom gives me a quick nod before heading for the coat closet. I squeeze Naomi's hand as she gives me a brief, grateful look, and then we walk into the living room together. When he sees us, Tyler jumps up.
"Dad, where have you been?"
It's such an imitation of Mom that I have to stop myself from laughing, and I'm immediately so grateful for him just for bringing that unexpected lightness back. I school myself back into a serious expression, though, and come to crouch in front of him. "Tyler, Naomi and I have a question for you." He stops fidgeting immediately, looking between both of us with a sudden gravity that seems totally out of place on a 6-year-old's face. "Something bad happened," I start. "Someone broke the windows of Naomi's house." He gasps and I nod, taking his hands. I can feel Naomi watching behind me, but she doesn't say anything. I'm glad. I know exactly how I want to ask this, and I know exactly what Tyler's going to say, too. I don't want anything bad to happen to Naomi, so I want her to stay here with us until we find the bad person who did that. I want to keep her safe, I say carefully. But this is your house too, Tyler, so it's your choice as well. And if you don't want her here, we'll find somewhere else to keep her safe. Are you okay if Naomi stays here for a little while? With us? He's already nodding before I finish the sentence, looking between the two of us. Then he runs over to where Naomi's standing, throwing his arms around her hips. "I'm sorry someone bad came to your house," he says, looking up at her with wide eyes, and I see her try to catch another sob in her throat as she crouches down to his level. Then he looks back over at me. "I want Naomi to stay here with us, Dad. We'll keep her safe, won't we?" I smile, not sure I've ever felt more proud of my little boy than I do right in this moment. I walk over and pull him in close to me, nodding. "Of course we will, Ty. Thank you." Then I reach out and squeeze Naomi's shoulder, meeting her eyes over Tyler's head. "See? You've got nothing to worry about now. Not with both me and Tyler to keep you safe."
Chapter 18. Naomi. I like this more than I should, I sigh, giving in to the contented feeling as I run my fingers over the ridges of Mac's naked chest, enjoying the warmth beneath the grooves and crevices. "Being able to have sex in the morning if we're really, really quiet," he murmurs, his hand sliding down my side to curve around my thigh, making my body shiver in anticipation. "Yeah, me too." I laugh. "No." "No? Damn, woman, you know I'm going to have to fix that." He turns toward me before I can finish my sentence, and that large, rough hand of his finds its way up to my breasts, squeezing and flicking over a nipple as his mouth moves down to meet it. I arch up into him, biting back the light cry I want to give at the jolt of pleasure. His warm mouth and quick tongue enough to awaken every nerve and start a deep throbbing ache inside me. I squirm, my hands running over his strong shoulders as I try to control the strength of my body's response. "Stop," I whisper hurriedly to him, knowing that if he keeps that up, within a few minutes I won't be able to resist. "Mac." "What?" The vibrations pass over my nipple, and I feel it harden against his tongue. "Tyler." "Tyler's sound asleep." "But believe me, if he wakes up, we'll hear him. He hasn't quite mastered quiet yet." "Even with all your alarms to play with?" I murmur, unable to help my amusement at that image. "Well, okay, maybe he's a little more skilled outside." Mac relents, murmuring against my skin as his mouth whispers over my body, until it reaches my own and nuzzles my lips. "But first thing in the morning, when he suddenly realizes he's awake and the day has to start right that instant, believe me, we'll know. I'm surprised you haven't noticed that already." Well, maybe," I admit, kissing him back and starting to wrap my legs around him, my breasts tight and tender from his attention, and my body undeniably wanting now, even if that wasn't what I'd been trying to say. But I wasn't talking about the sex. He arches an eyebrow, and I quickly correct myself before he takes it upon himself to do something about that again. "Not just the sex," I clarify, leaning forward to nip at his lips. "I meant being here with you, Mac." He smiles, sleepy eyes filling with warmth as he looks down at me. "Yeah," he agrees. "Me too." He pulls me back into his arms, and I wrap myself around him, slipping my leg between his thighs and nuzzling into his chest. His hand finds my hair, stroking it gently as we cuddle up together, and I get another wave of that amazing contentment, the feeling that I'm in the right place, doing the right thing, finally. I don't know what to make of it, or how much I can trust it, and I keep having to remind myself that this isn't permanent. It's a temporary solution to a bad situation, that's all. Except when we're lying here like this, it's hard to remember it's bad at all. And that's remarkable enough by itself. I didn't want to tell Mac anything. I really didn't want to tell him. But now that I have, I can't even remember why I was so convinced about that. I've never felt as supported and free as I have in the last few days. Look how that worked out, huh, Anton? Your attempt to scare me might just have given me one of the best things I've ever had. I'm not sure that's entirely true. I mean, Mac and I probably would have ended up at this point anyway, but it gives me a perverse satisfaction to think that way, so I do, and I'm totally unrepentant about it.
"I love waking up with you in the morning, Naomi," Mac murmurs against my hair, his deep voice going all the way through me until it feels like I'm warmed to my very bones. "And going to bed with you at night. Having you here with us during the day." His hand is still running through my hair, making me feel ready to drift off to sleep and sexually charged all at once. "I know," I whisper back, squeezing his hand around my waist and sighing as he leans down to nibble at my neck. It feels like a dream come true, despite everything. A family. But I don't say that. It's been a few weeks. I can just about get over the I love yous. Talking about family, presuming to be a part of his life with Tyler, that's too much for right now. But it'll happen, Naomi. You know it will now, in time. It's surprising how much I believe in that now, how much I believe in everything. I think I was all out of belief when I arrived in Mayfair. "I'm not going to want this to end," he says softly, breath whispering against my ear. I shudder from the sensation, and from the echo of that feeling deep inside me. I feel myself still anyway, glancing back at him, and I know he catches the uncertainty in my gaze. The amusement that comes over his makes it obvious. I'm going to say it anyway, though. This morning, wistfulness is one thing, but we have other responsibilities. He has other responsibilities. Tyler. We have to do this properly. And more than that, he told me that this would just be a situational thing, until we deal with Anton one way or another. I don't know why, but there's a fragile part of me that really needs to know that's true, to know he meant it, that he respects my independence for as long as I need to have it. You know, this is just temporary, right? I say haltingly, meeting his knowing gaze. We can't actually do this. It's too soon. He gives an exaggerated sigh. Yes, I know. Slowly, like everything in my life these days, with feelings and emotions and all that fluffy shit to think about. Give me a gun and a mission any day. The reassurance bubbles up inside me, and I clutch him to me again. It's probably ironic that his assurance that we'll take it slowly makes me want to hold on to him and never let go. But I don't care. That's what makes me happy. And I am happy, so happy it feels unreal, even after walking into my house and seeing that broken window. You do have a mission, I point out, smiling at him. He agrees, his hand wandering down my hip again. And I'm going to do a damn good job of it, too. I wouldn't expect anything less from such a hardened, dangerous Marine. My tone is light and teasing, but I mean more of it than I'm going to admit, as he growls in my ear and sets off a wave of shivers all down my spine. As far as I can tell, he is doing a good job of it, and even though I tease him about it, I know he's pretty happy to have the mission. I know how much it hurt him to hear about my past and what I'd gone through, but this way, at least, he gets to do something about it, and doing something is exactly what he's good at. We pulled up the footage from the cameras we'd installed at my house so far, and although we didn't get much, there was something there, enough to show us an outline of a hooded figure, swaggering as he approached the house, a blurred impression of motion, ripples in the darkness that could be a moving object, but disappearing off the edge of the camera before it could be obvious. There were no distinguishing features to the figure either, but the moment I saw it, I knew it was him. The recognition went beyond simple sight to the way he walked, the impression he gave, the bone-deep knowledge born from years of living with him. I was glad Mac was there as we watched that clip over and over again. It's still hard to actually believe it. Anton seems like almost a lifetime ago now. Not my fear of him, sure. That's a monster all itself. But the man behind it being here in Mayfair, a ghost from the past appearing in my new life, my new town, my new house. It's almost impossible, except it's true. And maybe it's a good thing, there's no doubt. He's here. He knows where I live. And we're going to do something about it. Max swung into action immediately. I gave him the letter that Anton sent, and with that, my history and the broken window. We finally applied for a restraining order. At this point, I'm not sure whether it will make much difference, but it makes me feel better anyway. Just like the security features we're adding to my house. Mac has already fixed the window pane for me, and we've cleaned it up all right. But despite his insistence I stay with him until Anton is taken care of, he still wants to continue the plans I'd originally made with him to set up a fence and alarms. Strangely, I find I'm much less bothered than I was before. Maybe it's just because I'm staying with Mac, in his secure house and with his strong, reassuring presence all around me. But I'm not so scared anymore. Now that I have Mac to work this out with, Anton doesn't seem like such a big, impossible problem in my mind. Maybe it's just because Mac is so practical about it. But I think there's something else, too. Something that I couldn't help getting drawn to from the moment I met him. He's big and powerful enough to be reassuring, but that gentle way he touches me, I couldn't ask for any more. He's called up a few favors from some friends of his in the FBI, too, and apparently Desmond knows the local police in Portland. We're not exactly sure where Anton is at the moment, but we're looking. And when we find him, I'm going to press charges. We talked about it for a long time, and that's the only part of this that still makes my stomach clench tight with dread. But I'm going to anyway. I want to do whatever I can to keep him locked away and unable to come after me again. And if that means going through courts and judges and trials, telling people over and over again what happened, then I think I can do that now, with Mac beside me. It feels almost impossible that I've gone from dealing with vague, ephemeral fears in the middle of the night, all alone, to having all these people helping me out, with real action. It's the first time I've ever tried to do anything, and it feels so damn good. But then, so does just being here. So if it's been a few days since I came to stay here and we haven't solved it all yet, well, I can't say I mind the slow progress. As I turn around to look up at Mac, I think I might be okay with that, no matter how long it takes. What are you thinking? He smiles, eyes glinting with something I'm sure is reflected in my face. That we should probably make the most of this little temporary situation. I murmur back, and then slowly start to lower myself down his body. He gives me a questioning look, but when I start planting little kisses down his chest, slowly working my way towards that delicious V down to his crotch, he sinks back into the bed with a soft sigh. The covers fall away with me, and when I'm finally hovering over his crotch, the thickness of his hard cock rising beautifully just under my mouth, I look back up, meeting his eyes over the stretch of pure masculine strength laid out before me. It's possibly one of the hottest things I've seen, with his elbow tucked neatly under his head to prop it up, and his body spread out before me, fully displayed in all its rough sexuality. My pussy clenches in anticipation before I even lean down to taste him.
"God, Naomi,"
he mutters as I wet my lips with a kind of wanton smile that only Mac has ever brought out of me.
"You have no idea how good you look like that."
My lips curve up, eyes sparkling at him as I think exactly the same thing about the way he looks right now. Then I close my hand around his silken shaft, guiding it into my waiting, eager mouth, and feeling that satisfying way he goes tense and relaxes all at the same time. One big breath leaving him. I wrap my lips around him, sucking him back into my mouth, and letting my tongue roll around the gorgeous head of his cock, my hand pumping ever so slightly. His hips flex beneath me, and I can feel him pushing up against me as I start to get into a rhythm, my mouth working as his taste floods my senses, and I feel myself moaning. I'm already wet. I think I have been since I woke up, but the feeling of doing this to him is just intoxicating. My other hand roams around his thighs, running along the hard muscle as I crave that feeling of skin against skin, just needing to touch him more than I've ever needed anything else. I start sucking harder, letting my head bob and taking more and more of his impressive cock into my mouth, looking up as I do so, meeting his eyes and feeling so completely mesmerized, neither of us able to look away as I take the subtle shifts of his body, the way he groans, just a little. That makes me smirk, and I lift my head from his cock for one brief moment, his hips flexing in protest, and put a finger to my lips. "Shh," I say gently, and watch as his fists clench at the sheets.
"Fuck, Naomi."
The curse is quiet, at least, barely a muttered exhalation, and I give him a small grin before bending back to the glistening cock beneath me. I can't get enough of him. This. The way he tastes, the way he looks at me, the way he grunts and groans and curses. I can't keep teasing for long. I want him too much for me to make it light and easy. My hand tugs harder at the base of his cock as I suck him back towards my throat, taking as much as I can, and knowing it's never going to be enough. I want too much of him. I want all of him. I feel more than hear his breathing changing under me, the way his balls start drawing up under my hand, tight with lust and the need for release. I move faster, shifting the covers back further so he can see the line of my back, the way it runs down to my naked ass, shifting slightly as my head moves. I catch a barely restrained groan again, and put just a little bit more movement into it, knowing what it does to him. I've never felt this wanted or desired in my life, and knowing that every part of my body seems to delight and arouse him is something I don't think I'll ever take for granted. He's the first person to really make me feel sexy, and I revel in it. I suck and moan lightly, letting him feel the vibrations of it as my tongue traces that pulsing vein under his head. My pussy is aching with need, too, my own arousal picking up as I watch how this affects him. But I don't care about that right now. This is all I want, all I need. Just before I finally get to feel his release spurting into me, that explosion that comes just after his cock twitches just so, and he pulls me back up toward him. I moan in protest, and he smothers it with a kiss.
"Fucking hell, Naomi,"
he mutters against my mouth.
"I can't resist a damn thing you do to me."
I'm about to ask why the hell he stopped me then, but he's twisting us around before I can, rising on top of me and nudging his cock against my needy entrance.
"I need to feel you too badly, Naomi,"
he murmurs.
"Hear you scream, have you clench around me and milk me dry."
My eyes widen, my breath catching with lust, and he takes that moment to thrust inside me, my hips coming up to meet him as the friction lights up every part of my body. I have to press his head against mine, his mouth against mine, to stop from moaning too loudly. You would have thought that after a fair bit of practice we'd be pretty good at being quiet. Nope, it's fucking hard every time. He's just too fucking good. I wrap my legs around his hips as he plunges deep inside me. There's no slow build-up, nothing teasing about it. Just hard and fast and exactly what I need right now. I'm too turned on, we both are, and I can feel my orgasm building up inside me, that tingling heat in my stomach getting closer to exploding through my body. His hands squeeze and tease my breasts. His mouth nibbles at my neck, and he keeps slamming up against my clit with every stroke until I feel like I'm senseless and delirious, every nerve on fire. And then he says it.
I want to put a baby inside you, Naomi.
The fantasy we've shared almost every time. The idea that he'll get me pregnant. The thought of having a baby. His baby. It's just a fantasy. I'm still on the pill, it won't happen. But every time he does this, every time I feel him start to tense up inside me, his cock pulsing and twitching, that's what I picture. His seed filling me up until it happens. His baby in my arms. I turn my head against his neck, pressing my mouth hard into it to muffle my scream as everything explodes within me at once. The orgasm, the warmth, the never-ending feeling of need and desire and want. For him, his cock, his baby, a family. It all becomes one in my head as that tingling feeling shoots through my body, making me shudder. I wrap my arms around him, my legs squeezing tight as I feel the same thing in him. He grunts as my pussy clenches tight around him, then thrusts deep inside me, once, twice, and then I feel it. The thought that just sent me shooting into the stars, his cum hitting my pussy, the pure heat of it inside me, the potential. One day. I don't realize I say it out loud until he threads his fingers through my hair, tilting my head to look up at him. Soon, he murmurs, and his eyes are shining as he says it. I feel him slip out of me, but we still lie like that, tangled together while I try to catch my breath. One day soon, he says again, stroking the damp hair back from my face.
I want a family with you, Naomi.
A family. The thought hits me again, reaching deep inside me and tugging, and I squeeze him tighter to me. I love you, Mac, I whisper into his chest. I try to think of slow and temporary all over again, but I think being here with him like this, and being around Tyler so much too, has started making time feel almost meaningless. However much I talk about it and protest to him, it's getting harder and harder to imagine going back to my house alone after all this is over. Yeah, maybe it's fucked up, but I'm starting to hope it takes a real long time to find Anton.
Chapter 19. Mac. I catch myself whistling as I step out of the shower after a long day clearing the yard, then laugh at the surprised expression that crosses my face in the mirror. Whistling isn't me, or at least, it wasn't. But more than one thing has been changing about me over the last week, and I know exactly why, too. I've wanted Naomi here with me for far longer than I'd like to admit to her. I think I knew almost from the start how much I wanted exactly this. Her and Tyler, around all the time, a little family in everything but name. That doesn't mean it hasn't surprised me to see just how good everything has been. Especially something that came about because of that awful night, walking into her house to find her windows shattered and then finally getting the answer to everything I'd wanted to know from the beginning. I'd suspected, but hearing it was so much worse than just the vague suspicion. And seeing her like that. We spent a lot of time talking that night, after I'd taken Tyler up to bed. A lot of talking, a lot of fucking. I'd been hesitant about that last part at first, until it was obvious just how much she needed it, and then suddenly I'd understood. She'd needed to know that nothing had changed between us, or simply within herself, after confronting the threat of her abusive ex being so close. It hadn't, I knew it hadn't. But I spent the whole night showing her that, too. And after that, well, this week has brought us so much closer than I'd thought possible. I mean, you expect that when you suddenly start living together, but it's still taken me by surprise just how right it feels with Naomi. It's the three of us, too, not just Naomi and I. I'm really fucking relieved that I finally told her how I feel, that I know we are in love, and that we both want this as much as each other. Even with her hang-ups about not moving too fast.
Because if we hadn't, well, I'm not sure how comfortable I'd be with Tyler taking to her so much. It was manageable when he only saw her once a week or so, and very casually at that. But now, they talk every day. She jokes and laughs with him, and I can see how much he idolizes her. Maybe it's partly because of his own mom's absence in his life and his need to know that he has someone like that around, but I wouldn't be doing her justice if I didn't say a lot of it is probably Naomi herself. Maybe he just likes her so much for all the reasons that I like her. She's caring and loving, and she knows exactly how to talk to him to make it fun and interesting, while showing that she respects him, kid or not. I keep trying to stop myself analyzing it. I want it to be something that just develops between them. But damn it, I think it's got to be part of being a parent, trying to understand exactly why your kid is doing the things he does, and what that means. It's probably ingrained after all those self-help parenting books I read when I quickly realized I was going to become a single dad. I don't feel so much like a single dad anymore, though, and that's as terrifying as it is incredible. It's probably the reason for the whistling, too. Yeah, I don't care how long it takes. Naomi, Tyler, and I are going to make our own little family. Naomi, Tyler, and a little baby, too. Since that night Naomi mentioned how much she wanted one, it hasn't left my head, and from the way her eyes light up whenever I say anything about it, I know how much she thinks about it, too. She admitted how badly her body clock is ticking, so really I just have to wait until that seduces the decision out of her for me. I smirk at myself in the mirror, enjoying that idea as I towel myself off. There's a knock on the front door as I'm walking back to the bedroom and I twist my head around. "I'll get it," I call out, even as I hear Naomi moving toward it downstairs. I pick up my pace, throwing on jeans and a t-shirt and forgetting about socks or my tousled wet hair as I hurry downstairs. Maybe it's kind of stupid, I know we're safe in this house, but since I found out about Anton, my protective instincts are in overdrive. It's totally excessive, but part of me thinks if I could get away with it, that possessive animal-like part of me would try to hide her away where nothing and no one could ever hurt her again. I'm not doing anything about it, of course, except trying to track down the bastard. But I get an uncomfortable feeling every time she leaves to go to work or somewhere without me. So I'd much rather answer the door myself, just in case. "What are you doing here?" I catch the voice and my stomach turns sour. Well, that's another good reason for that instinct. There's more than just Anton to worry about. I don't catch Naomi's response. I'm not sure she even gives one, before I step right up to the door at her side, to see the owner of the voice, Fiona, standing there in the fading light. She's wearing a tight dress with a low enough neckline that her cleavage is threatening to pop out at any moment, strappy heels and a chic winter coat thrown over her shoulders. The moment she sees me, her expression shifts into a half-smile, half-pout, as she gestures with arms holding a bottle of wine and a DVD. "Mac, I just came by to say how sorry I am about that meeting yesterday. Did you get my texts? It really was the worst. I thought the three of us could have a cozy night in together instead." She glances over at Naomi, and her enthusiasm deliberately slips, brows drawing down. "I didn't realize she was here. What's she doing here, Mac?" Her eyes narrow in Naomi's direction, but it's no match for my glare. "She texted me at the last minute yesterday to let me know she couldn't make the meeting with Tyler, and then about a dozen times after that apologizing. I was just glad that it was before I'd talked to Tyler about it. If I'd had to tell him his mom had flaked on him again, I'm not sure I could have endured what it might have done to him. The very reason I don't tell him anything about trying to see Fiona until the last minute. I've learned that one. She'd said that it was an emergency shift she had to cover, the drugstore, of course, but I was pretty sure it was the same thing as always, boozed up, too drunk or high or hungover to care. Now, though, I'm getting the feeling it might have been altogether different, and the wave of fury that hits me is almost unreal in its intensity. I take a step closer, and my expression must be more menacing than I'd thought, because I can see her swallow slightly as she glances between us. "Naomi is staying here at the moment, Fiona," I say, enunciating every word very clearly. I want no mistake about this. Because I love her. It feels almost strange to say it out loud, to someone else. We haven't exactly kept our relationship secret. We've told the people we wanted to know. But for Tyler's sake, we were never overt about it. And talking about my private life isn't something I'm used to. In this case, though, it's also uniquely satisfying. Mac, Naomi murmurs behind me, and I have a brief moment's appreciation for her natural inclination to avoid confrontation. But Fiona has fucked with my family and my life one too many times, and I don't give a damn. I simply reach behind and squeeze Naomi's hand as I watch Fiona's eyes widen, darting between us again. I would have thought she already knew that we were seeing each other, but maybe since she started the original rumors for a flimsy enough reason, she didn't actually read too much into them. Either way, what I just said is a whole lot stronger than some casual fling. For a moment, I think she won't say anything. But then I remember this is Fiona we're talking about. I watch as outrage spreads across her face, making her forget all about being intimidated only a moment earlier.
"You've just decided that, have you?"
she says, eyes blazing.
"After what? A week? And what about Tyler? Have you thought about how he feels about you suddenly bringing some woman into his life?"
You don't get to talk to me about Tyler. I have to fight to keep it at a normal volume. Tyler is wrapped up in cartoons at the moment, but if he hears me shouting, he'll definitely come and investigate. And I don't want him seeing this.
"I do when a total stranger gets to see my son more than I do. You won't even let me talk to him alone. I have to jump through hoops and go to stupid arcades and follow every one of your rules just to see him. But she just gets to live here? Is that it?"
She's swinging the wine and DVD around wildly now, looking around dramatically in the woe-is-me fashion she was always so good at adopting.
"You're replacing me?"
That startles a laugh out of me, a low, derisive laugh. There would have to be something to replace for me to do that, I say, and my voice sounds colder than I've ever heard it. I'm used to her provoking me to the point of blind, hot rage, but this... it's so ridiculous, it doesn't even deserve that. I'm simply done. I take a step closer, folding my arms as I give her possibly the most level look I've been able to for the last 6 years. The time you say you want with Tyler, you earn that. By turning up, showing up when you say you will, giving Ty a reason to trust you, giving me a reason to trust you. Those are things you've never done. You've put yourself before him every single time, Fiona. So no, you don't get to be his mom. You don't get to be here. You don't get to turn up on my doorstep whenever you like. And no, you don't get that time alone with him. She just stares at me for a moment, mouth slipping open like she can't believe I'm saying any of that. It suddenly occurs to me that I'm not sure when I last told her what I really think. I've been angry plenty of times, but I gave up on arguing with her years ago. I never won, and it never solved anything, so I stopped bothering. Mostly, I've just taught myself to ignore all the crazy shit she thinks. It feels strangely liberating to finally see that look on her face. I just shrug. If you put the time in again, if you work to repair all the damage you've caused over the years, then, maybe, all that could be different. But right now, yes, I'm more comfortable trusting Naomi with Tyler than you. It's up to you, Fiona. It's always been up to you. But if you fuck it up much more, I'm not sure how long you'll have that choice. Tyler is a smart kid, and he's getting as tired of your bullshit as I am. I turn to go inside before she can say anything, and as I shut the door on her, I see Naomi staring at me, too. "My God," she says quietly, stepping up close to me. I have to take a deep breath, pulling her into my arms and breathing in her warm, wholesome scent as the impact of that exchange hits me. Yeah, I agree, my voice gentler now. I feel calmer now, too, somehow. In fact, I'm not even sure I got angry with her this time. I've still got a lingering sense of sadness, and I'm not sure whether I'll ever be able to shake that. But I know that looking into Naomi's eyes helps. Seeing the warmth and the compassion there.
"You didn't have to say that about me, you know."
I know. I stroke her cheek lightly. It wasn't you I was defending. It was Tyler. And maybe me, for all the years I put up with the stuff she said.
But it was all true, you know. She sighs softly, wrapping her arms around me and resting her head on my chest. I glance behind her and toward the living room where I can still hear overly loud cartoon sound effects. Something I'm very grateful for right now. I'm just glad that Tyler didn't see any of it, I add. She tilts her head up at me, worrying at her lip.
What about Tyler now? Do you think he's okay?
I sigh as I hear the question I've asked myself for years. He's a resilient little guy, I say slowly, but I don't know what effect any of this has on him. The thought that his mom just isn't interested. I've never known. I've spent years wishing it were different.
Maybe after what you said, she'll...
I glance toward the door I closed on her before looking back at Naomi. We'll see whether she comes back. And if she does, we'll see whether Tyler wants anything to do with her. But I tilt her head back towards me again, looking down at the compassion in those beautiful caramel eyes. Either way, I think Tyler's got a better chance of being okay now than he's ever had.
Chapter 20. Naomi. Fiona doesn't come back, instead, and I'm not sure whether it's slightly related. I seem to be spending more time with Tyler. I know that part of it is just living in the same house as him. It's almost impossible not to when I'm around him all the time, and he continuously invites me to join in with what he's doing with his dad. But it feels like it's slightly more than that, too. If anything, Mac is encouraging it, which feels more than a little strange after being so careful about it all for so long. But it's a good strange. Part of me knows what Mac is doing, but it doesn't matter. I can't help it. I want it. I want it all. Even if it is tantamount to admitting how much more serious we're becoming about each other. But in the short time I've been staying with him, everything has become so good that it's getting harder and harder to imagine anything else anyway. Mac is a good man. I might not have trusted my instincts before, but he's shown me that again and again. He's protective and caring, and the sweetest father I've ever seen. And as crazy as it sounds, I feel like he's never going to let anything happen to me. So while I try really hard to want to be careful about what we're doing, the larger part of me wants to throw it all to the wind and give in to the wild fantasies I talk about with Mac. The ideas of children and a family and making something real out of all this. It already feels so real that it's impossible not to think that way, however quick it's all happened between us. And I feel like it's bordering on miraculous that Tyler seems so happy having me around. It's not until I get a call from Mac at the end of the school day that I realize just how much things have changed, simply from living with the two of them.
Hey, Naomi.
I've barely opened my mouth to respond when he continues, and I get the impression he's doing something else at the same time.
I'm really sorry to spring this on you, but Mom just called to tell me she's sick. She thinks it's food poisoning or something because she says she's... Well, I guess you don't want to know that. But basically, she can't pick Tyler up from school today, and I'm all the way out on a job a few towns over. I know we haven't talked about this. But do you think you could take him home with you today? For a few hours until I'm back?
I pause as the convoluted rush of feelings hits me. I've never done that before. I've never actually spent any time alone with Tyler, even though I'm living with them, and it would be far more convenient for Mac to leave him with me occasionally instead of strapping him up to take him to his mom's, or the grocery store, or run whatever errand suddenly appears. That's never happened. I think part of it is just habit. He's used to always taking Tyler around with him, and it's such a part of Tyler's life that the little guy doesn't seem to make a fuss. But I've got a feeling that part of it is about what happened when he left Tyler alone with Fiona, too, so I haven't mentioned it. Mac doesn't trust others with Tyler very easily. I mean, the only time we get to go out alone together is when his mom can watch Tyler. So it means even more that he's suggesting this now. The responsibility and appreciation come right on the heels of the slight nervousness. I spend most of my life around kids, but this seems different somehow, and I wonder what Tyler will think. My answer is obvious, though, and I tell him so. Yes, of course I will, I say. What do I need to know? I listen carefully as Mac runs through the list of all the things he thinks I might possibly need to know to look after Tyler for a few hours. I try to hide my smile, even though he can't see me, so that I don't let on that the question was more for his benefit than mine. And if Tyler's not happy about it, I'll call you, don't worry, I say, smiling. I don't think either of us is really worried about Tyler not being happy about it. But after that episode with Fiona after school the other week, I'm going to be careful.
Thank you, Naomi. Really. I love you. And if anything happens,
I'll call you, I repeat, letting him hear my smile this time. I think half of his suggestions have ended with call me. We'll be fine. I love you too. See you both tonight. Then he hangs up, and I'm left smiling, looking forward to a little alone time with Tyler tonight. And as it turns out, when I talk to Tyler, he's thrilled about it. He spends the whole walk home talking about all the things he wants us to do together, asking questions about what his dad is doing, and suggesting we visit his grandma to make sure she's feeling better. He really is the sweetest kid. What we actually end up doing is pretty much no different from any other night, just without Mac there, which I guess is what I'm supposed to be aiming for. When Mac comes home a few hours later, Tyler almost seems disappointed that we didn't finish his list of several dozen activities.
well,
Mac glances between us both.
I was going to try to swap shifts for the rest of the week, but I guess if you wanted to, Naomi could take you home after school instead.
Yes, let's do that, he grins, jumping up and down again, and I laugh. I promise he's not saying that because I let him do anything you wouldn't, I add, but Mac comes over to me with a slow smile.
No, he just likes you,
he says softly, and I feel myself flush a little as he turns to Tyler.
Don't you? You like Naomi, right?
Tyler nods, and I get another little stomach flip. I know what Mac is trying to do, and he's doing it pretty well, too. I start wondering how long it's really going to be before we have a proper chat with Tyler about everything, and whether he might already have picked up on some of it. He is a smart kid.
Good.
Mac smiles.
I like her, too. So that's settled, then. You can spend your time after school with Naomi this week. But you have to be good for her, kiddo.
I'm always good. Mac and I both burst out laughing at the same time. I pull the steaming tray of cupcakes out of the oven and turn away to place them on the side, glancing over them with a critical eye. If I'm going to be honest, they don't look like they're quite up to the same standard as my usual set. But then again, these are the first that Tyler has ever helped me make, and they're suffering slightly from the way he accidentally dropped the whole bag of sugar in, and our improvised quantities for the rest of the mixture. Still, for a first attempt, they're pretty damn impressive. I'll make a baker out of him yet, even if I think it might take him a while to get past the stage of being more interested in throwing the ingredients around and eating things. My kitchen still looks slightly like a bomb hit it, but if we don't start this movie soon, we won't finish it before Mac comes back, so I'm allowing myself that excuse for not dealing with it now. It's quite nice to be back in it, actually. I haven't been home very much over the last couple of weeks, and while I can't say I've missed it exactly, being in my own kitchen really does make a difference, especially for baking. I finally gave in to Tyler's endless requests to make him cupcakes, on the condition that he learned how to make them with me and we did it together. But the moment I tried to start in Mac's kitchen, I knew it wasn't going to work. He doesn't have weighing scales, for one thing, and I could only find a dubious-looking wooden spoon and a mixing bowl that looked like he'd kept it in the garage for a while. Clearly the man never bakes, so I decided to come here to do it instead. I texted Mac to let him know what we were doing, just in case he came home early and couldn't work it out. A little over the top, maybe, but yesterday we spent time in the backyard, and it wasn't until I heard him yelling at the top of his lungs that I realized he'd come home to think we'd disappeared entirely. So I'm not taking too many chances. I'm enjoying all this time with Tyler far too much for that. I find a dish towel to cover the cupcakes with, idly humming I'm a Believer as I turn back to join Tyler in the living room. Then I freeze, as totally and assuredly as if I'd turned to ice. It feels like I do turn to ice. Every nerve in my body chills and crystallizes, closing up until I feel like I can't even breathe. No.
Hello, Naomi.
The quiet voice sends a full-body shiver through me, and I open my mouth to... what? To scream? And send Tyler running in here right now? He smiles slowly as I take a step back and grab onto the kitchen counter. It can't be real. It's not real. He's not here. He can't be. My voice comes out too hoarse to be audible, and I force myself to try again, my throat working in vain. Anton, Yes, that's right. His eyes run slowly over my body, sending a creeping sensation all the way down my spine. I think you and I need to have a little chat. I've got dual surges of adrenaline and terror flooding through me, but I can't move. I can't do anything. It feels like everything comes flooding back all at once, and a distant part of me wonders whether his voice ever sounded so sinister when we were together. How could I not hear that before? How could I ever have been with him? He looks worse than when I left him, too. His face shadowed with stubble, his hair obviously greasy and the kind of manic look he only got in his eyes when... Fear hits me again, but I force myself to beat it back. I remind myself that I'm not who I was back then. This isn't the same as it was. I left him, and he's just a small-minded bully of a man. I don't have anything to say to you. I finally get out, and I'm surprised by how even my voice comes across. My mind is already racing to how he got in, how he managed to just walk in like this. All those alarms. But I'd turned the alarms off, because I was in the house, of course, and they're really designed to be on when you're out. Somehow I'd forgotten the original reason for wanting them in the first place. I'd set Tyler up in the same room that Anton had thrown a brick into, and I'd even had that brief thought, that brief flashback. Just not the sense of danger that I'd had then. After the last couple of weeks with Mac, I'd started to feel so secure that I didn't think anyone could ever actually touch me. And it had been different, having Tyler here as well. Tyler. My blood chills all over again at the thought of him in the next room, so close to a man so capable of violence and anger. And I brought him here. Oh no, of course you don't. Anton's upper lip curls in a sneer. Too busy sleeping around and cheating on me to even talk to the man you said you loved? Wait, what? I blink, totally stunned for a moment. I left you, Anton. That's not what you say right here. He snatches a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and holds it up, waving it. You told me you'd be gone for a week. And what do I find now? You've packed up, moved house, living somewhere different now, without even the decency to say goodbye. I stare at him, wondering whether it's not just physically that he's in worse shape than I remember. He's always been mean and vindictive, and he hasn't hesitated to twist the truth to suit his own purpose before, but he can't actually be that deluded, can he? I cut off that kind of thinking before it sucks me in. I spent years of my life trying to work out what was going on with him at any one time. It's not my problem anymore. And that thought is more liberating than I expect, even though I can still feel my heart pounding with a kind of fear that feels impossible to manage. At any moment now, I'm scared Tyler will walk in here looking for me. I cut that thought off before it paralyzes me completely. Well then, I say firmly. Goodbye, Anton. His face twists up at that, eyes narrowing at me in a way that always gave me chills. Oh no. I can see the venom in his expression as he glares at me. No, you don't get to say it now. I think you need to come with me so that we can have a little talk about respect. My stomach flips, settling with a heavy weight that tells me there's something very wrong here. I'm not going anywhere with you, I say, keeping my tone firm despite the gut-gnawing tension, and I watch him recoil at the words. It's probably the first time in years that he's heard me talk like this, and I can tell it's infuriating him. Some part of me wonders if that's really a good idea, if I should be avoiding it. But I'm not the same person who left him, and I couldn't pretend I am, even if I tried. If that bothers him, well, that just gives me a perverse kind of satisfaction. Then his expression shifts, and he glances behind himself meaningfully. No? Because you're watching some kid? His eyes flash as my blood freezes. Maybe we should bring the kid along with us then. No. The word leaves me in a gasp, and I can feel the way my whole body tenses. No. No, he says, his tone mocking as some of the irritation disappears, and he starts to smile again. Okay, he really does fucking prefer it when he's got something on me. Sadistic bastard. But I give in to it anyway. With Tyler here, how can I do anything else? I can't let Anton get near to him. Whatever happens, Tyler has to be okay. As the weight of that knowledge swamps me, Those brief attempts to defy him suddenly seem stupid and naive. I mean, how could I ever have thought that would work? It never has before. Okay, I finally say, and something inside me dies a little as I hear the defeat in my voice. Okay, I'll come with you. Alone. His smile grows wider. That's better. His tone sends another chill through me, but it barely reaches past the slowly dawning despair. Oh God, this is really happening. It's really happening again. He glances back toward the living room again and seems to weigh it up for a moment. Tell the kids you're just going out for a few minutes and you'll be back soon. What? It takes a moment for that to register. You heard me. It's like what you said to me, right? He grins. So you should have no problem with it, but just in case you do, call the boy out into the hall and tell him there. I'll be watching, and if he gets suspicious, well, we'll just have to deal with having him along for the ride after all. I'm not sure I can even move. I'm frozen so stiffly, but somehow I do it anyway. The reality of the whole thing beats me down. I'm going to leave Tyler here, alone. A 6-year-old, my God, and after everything. I try to push Mac's expression out of my head. I can't let Anton take Tyler. So long as I get Anton away from here, Tyler will be okay. He'll be okay. It's still one of the hardest things I've ever done. I can feel Anton's gaze on my back as I call Tyler to the door of the living room. He comes bouncing over from where he's waiting with the TV remote, with an excited smile that's so out of place for what just happened. Are the cakes ready? They're just cooling. I answer automatically, then force myself to smile at him. I can't let him know anything is wrong. I can't give Anton a reason to take him with us. Listen, Tyler, I have to go out for a few minutes. I just need to get something. Do you think you can be a really big boy and sit and watch the movie while I'm gone? He looks at me with wide eyes, and I know that Mac has never left him alone. Don't ask. Just agree. Please, Tyler. I can come. I don't mind. No. I clear my throat. No, listen. Just start the movie and I'll be back soon, okay? If you're really good and just stay there with the movie when I get back, you can have 2 cupcakes, okay? His eyes widen and he gasps. Okay, you promise? I promise. My heart feels like it's ready to break into 1,000 pieces. Just watch the movie, okay? Don't do anything else until I get back. Do you promise? I promise, he grins at me. See you soon. Oh, God. I think I'm about to cry. I just nod, and as he scrambles back to the sofa, I gently shut the door. Please, God, let this be the right thing. Very good. Anton's voice behind me makes me jump, and he wraps an arm around my waist. I feel a wave of revulsion all the way through me, but I force myself not to shake him off as we walk outside together. Please be okay, please be okay, please be okay. I get into the car he leads me over to, and he starts the engine as I fasten the seatbelt, all in a haze of fear and misery and hurt. He's back again. He's back and he's angry, and I have no idea what he's going to do to me now. But as we drive away from the little street that's become more a home than anywhere else I've ever been, I'm not thinking about any of that. I left Tyler alone, the little boy that I've started to love so much. Mac trusted me with him, and I abandoned him. I let Anton write to him, I put him in danger, and then I left him all alone in the house. Mac will never forgive me.
Chapter 21. Mac.
What did I do?
Tyler buries himself back into my arms, sobbing his heart out as my whole world comes crashing down around me. Shh. You didn't do anything, Ty. It's okay. I hold him as tightly as I can. His fragile little body collapsed in my arms as my mind races and endless conflicting emotions assault me. I'd walked into Naomi's house earlier to find Tyler curled up in a ball on the couch, looking as vulnerable and upset as I'd ever seen him, with Naomi absolutely nowhere to be found. For one brief moment, everything had crashed together in my mind, and it was like my worst fears were playing out right in front of me. I'd made a mistake. I'd put Tyler at risk. I'd trusted the wrong person. I've let someone else abandon him. Until the realization that my other worst fear must have happened too. Something happened to Naomi. And I felt immediately guilty for that instant of doubt and accusation in my mind. Guilty, then terrified and powerless in a way I can't ever remember feeling before. The moment I approached Tyler, he launched himself into my arms, and he's barely stopped sobbing since. It tears my heart out that he thinks this is his fault somehow. But at the moment, it's impossible to even get him to tell me what happened, let alone reassure him about it. I've been sitting here on the couch cuddling for longer than I want to think about, and each second that ticks by I'm torn between my son's obvious grief at being left alone and the idea that Naomi needs my help. I rock him back and forth, telling him over and over again that Naomi didn't leave because of him. I don't know whether he believes it or not, and I can barely think over the gut-twisting devastation of seeing how much this is crushing him. I think about all the things Naomi and I did to try and guard him, to keep him from getting hurt, and all I can think about is how utterly we must have failed. We knew he liked her, that he was getting attached, but I had no idea it was like this. And deep down I know it's got something to do with Fiona and how she's treated him over the years. The hot and cold emotions. It shouldn't surprise me that he can't deal with anything else that looks like the same thing. I just wish I could have seen it coming, that I could have done something about it. And I hate that every moment I spend here comforting him, part of me is itching to be somewhere else, doing something else, working out what the hell happened to Naomi. Because if something did happen, I've got a hard knot in my stomach that says she needs me, and she's going to need me quickly. Eventually, I start murmuring to Tyler over his sobs, trying to reassure him and tell him what I'm scared about all at the same time. I'm pretty sure you're not meant to tell your kid that someone they're this attached to is in danger, not without knowing exactly what you're doing, but I can't help it. It's all I can think about. It wasn't you, Ty. I think something happened to Naomi. She would have come back for you, kiddo. She would have come back. She cares about you so much, Ty. Probably as much as me. She wouldn't have left, not unless something bad happened. I promise, Tyler. I promise you. For a long time, I don't think he can hear me, lost in his own misery and upset in fear. Or he doesn't believe me, doesn't believe that she would have come back for him. But after what might be the longest few minutes of my life, I see him looking up at me from a tear-soaked face.
Something happened?
He asks, still sobbing, still clinging to me, and I feel a wave of relief run through my entire tensed body. I think so, I say again. I think something bad happened to Naomi. I'm scared, Ty. I'm scared she's in trouble. He hiccups several times, the sobs still shaking his small body, but I can see him starting to absorb it and actually listen to me now. No, I say softly, reassuring him again. It wasn't you. You didn't do anything. He's blinking, looking at me with a sort of suspicion like he doesn't believe it's possible, and that breaks my heart all over again. I wonder briefly whether I could ask him what happened now, if I might get a better answer and be able to piece something together. And then it occurs to me, the thing I would have thought about first, if I hadn't been so focused on being a dad and less on charging out after Naomi. I pull out my phone and navigate to the hub that all the cameras here are connected to. When she'd ordered some of the most high-end models we stock, I thought that she'd never use half the features they come with. But now I'm so fucking glad she insisted. I juggle Tyler in my lap and the phone in my hand, not really wanting to show him when I don't know what the hell might have happened. Why would she leave? How did this happen, Naomi? Come on. Come on. She wouldn't just leave him here. Maybe Fiona. Maybe self-centered, ignorant Fiona. But Naomi? The teacher who spent all her time caring for kids? The woman who was doing everything she could to be something good in Tyler's life? No, she didn't just leave. I finally get to the right section, and then I try to get a thumbnail of all the cameras on my one small phone screen. I let the time skip forward, seeing Naomi and Tyler walking into the house, the symbol at the top of the camera showing the alarm switched off. Damn it. And then them messing around in the kitchen, flour flying everywhere, and I have to look away for a moment. The sight of Naomi and Tyler together like that and the thought that she's disappeared. I force it out of my mind, compartmentalize. I used to be so fucking good at it. What the hell is wrong with me now? But I know. I don't want to, but I do. It's Naomi we're talking about. Naomi and Tyler, my family. Who the fuck can compartmentalize that? I'm so distracted by that I almost miss what happens on the tapes. But movement catches my eye and draws my gaze back just as I see another figure entering the house. Just walking in through the front door like he owns the place. And damn, Tyler is in the living room he walks right past. If my little boy had looked out, if he'd seen... But he didn't. He's safe. Distraught and upset, but safe. And Naomi? I watch the moment Naomi sees him, my heart going out to her at the play of different emotions across her face. They argue, I think, though I don't have sound. I can only read the tension in their body language. Then Anton glances behind him toward the living room. My blood chills. I don't have sound and the screen is tiny, but I know exactly what's happening there. The sort of conversation they're having. Fuck. There's a little more back and forth, and then Naomi walks over to the living room. Both Naomi and Tyler disappear out of shot as I guess they talk in the doorway. And then Tyler is back on the couch starting up Shrek while Naomi walks out, with Anton's arm wrapped around her. The camera doesn't give me a shot of her face, but I can see the revulsion in pretty much every step she makes. My stomach rolls over, nausea assaulting me at the thought of that man touching her and... Dad? I look up at the little voice. Tyler, quieter than I've ever known him as he looks at me, trying to pull my hand holding the phone down to his level. I glance at it, biting my lip. I'm pretty sure this is definitely something you're not meant to show a 6-year-old, but nothing actually happens in it. It's just... Here, I say, before I can second-guess myself. Look, it wasn't you, Ty. I skip back to the part where Anton enters the house and point out to Tyler what happens. It wasn't you. It was him. He took Naomi away, Ty. She didn't want to leave you. I can feel him trembling as he looks down at it, seeing the tears gathering at the edges of his eyes.
I didn't make her want to leave.
It takes everything in me to try and control myself. No, Tyler, she doesn't want to leave you, and I bet right this moment she just wants to get back to you. His lip trembles, but he nods, tears falling from his eyes again. Listen, Tyler, I say, hating myself at the idea of leaving him, but more desperate than ever to go after Naomi now that I've seen that. I want to go and find Naomi. I want to make her safe again, bring her back to us. But I don't want you to think I'm leaving you while you're upset like this. He buries himself back into my arms, and I drop the phone to hug him tightly again. Would you be okay to stay with Grandma while I go and find Naomi? He nods before he even looks at me, and I can't help the relieved sigh as I start picking him up. I want to be as sensitive as possible, but I need to get to Naomi. I feel guilty as fuck already for waiting this long, but I had to know what had happened first, and I thought Tyler was the only way to find out. As I'm trying to stand us up, though, Tyler clings to me again.
You'll find her, won't you?
My heart flips in my chest. I'll find her. There's no fucking way I'm not finding her. I told her I'd protect her, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. But I'll do everything I can.
I don't want her to go, Dad.
He looks up at me, his eyes bright and emotional.
I like Naomi. I want her to stay with us. All the time.
Oh, fuck. I feel like I can barely breathe. I've wanted to hear him say that since Naomi moved in. Hell, even before that. And it happens the moment I'm terrified I might have lost her. I struggle to get myself back under control, some of the cold fury starting to boil up now that Tyler's upset is easing. Me too, Tyler. I squeeze his shoulder. That's what I want too.
You'll find her?
He says again, and I almost regret telling him so much about what's going on. He's far too young to be worrying about the violence and danger of the world. But the alternative would have been him thinking this was because of him, and that would be worse. This time I nod, the need in me too strong to consider anything else. I'll find her. I pause and then meet his earnest blue eyes. And when I do, let's tell her we want her to stay, yeah? A small, shy smile spreads across his face, and I didn't realize I could be so relieved until I see it. He nods, hair flopping over his face, and then I'm hurrying him out the door. I want him to be okay more than anything, but God, I want Naomi to be okay just as much. I've never had anyone who even remotely compares to the way I feel about Tyler, and it's totally confusing my priorities. I drive over to Mom's house at double the speed I should, dropping Tyler off without telling her anything, and then I'm back on my phone scanning the cameras for anything that might give me a clue. Most of them don't have much scope beyond her house and yard. She doesn't have enough property for that not to get in the way of public regulations. But as I skim through them all, I get a stroke of luck. The flash of a bumper disappearing, and if I enhance the image just enough to make out most of a license plate. Oh, thank fucking God. I start making calls immediately, asking for favors, talking to anyone I know who might be able to help. I start with the ex-Marine I know who's working in the feds now. I called him before when all this crap with Anton first started, so at least he knows what's going on. They weren't much help locating him, but running a plate, Drew can do that. And as soon as I get the details, I start calling up everyone else I know and asking if they've seen a smashed-up old Civic around these parts. I figure he has to be staying somewhere nearby. I don't know where he might want to take her, but I'm going to find them. I have to find them. The whole process takes far too long, and I find myself sitting in the truck, body tense and ready for action in the same way I used to get just before being sent out of base. Just waiting. Only this time, the stakes are higher. I get several offers from guys, mostly ex-Marines or Desmond's buddies, to call if I find the bastard and need backup, and then a few others, like the local cops I've known all my life, who warn me not to charge in without official cover. I don't care. I already know what I'm going to do. The moment the call comes in, from Desmond, relaying what one of the local park rangers has seen recently, I've got the truck in gear before I've even hung up the call. And then I'm racing down the street, praying that this is what I need, that this guy is right, that I'm going to find Naomi, and that I'm not too late. My mind goes over the achingly slow hours since she's been missing, hoping, begging, praying, not daring to think about what not leaving fast enough might mean. I promised her I'd protect her. I promised her I'd keep her safe. It's what I've wanted since the moment I met her. And I let her down. I failed her. I'll never forgive myself if anything happens because of it. I'm going to make this right, Naomi. I promise.
Chapter 22. Naomi. I don't say anything during the long, bumpy car journey. I don't think I feel anything either. Numbness sinks down over me as everything I tried to get away from, everything I thought was in my past, it all comes roaring back, filling my ears and head and leaving no room for anything else. I thought I could get away. But I was wrong. I'm sat here with Anton beside me as if nothing has changed at all. I did what I swore I'd never do again, and I went with him willingly. It's like all the fight, all the defiance and energy I felt when I saw him in my house in Mayfair. All of that was another person entirely, a dream of someone else's life. And this is my reality. Anton. That's the kind of guy that a girl like me gets. Not amazing ex-Marine single dads. Wiry, dirty Anton, with his small eyes and greasy hair and mean looks. It feels like I never left. That's enough to suck away my ability to care about anything. My mind dwelling on the past and everything I just lost. All the things I thought I could have. And then the dim reality I actually get. They're crushing, depressing thoughts, and they threaten to swallow me whole as I sit next to Anton, listening to him whistling off-key occasionally as I try not to think about what's happening. My default state, only a year ago. Which is why it takes me a while to realize that we're not on the road back to Portland. It's only when the car turns off down a side road, almost a dirt track, that it actually grabs even a small amount of my attention. It reminds me almost of the one that Mac took me down on our first date. I blot out that thought, though. The idea of what Mac must think of me now is too painful to bear. He won't forgive me for leaving Tyler, even if he works out why I left. I don't expect him to get past that. Or the fact I brought Anton into their lives, into Tyler's life. I put his little boy in that sort of danger. I switched off the alarms. I went back to that house, knowing Anton had broken into it before. I forgot there was a danger somehow, despite feeling it so acutely for so long. I got caught up in Mac and Tyler and actually enjoying my life, and I'd forgotten that this would return to haunt me. I jumped into a relationship when I knew he was still there, at the edge of my life, trying to, well, I'm not sure what exactly. Scare me? Prove something? Get me back? Well, if that was his aim, I guess he got something of it. And it's all my fault he did. I walked out of there willingly. I went with him by choice. I can feel him smirking over it beside me. It makes my skin crawl just to have him so close to me. I have no idea how I ever lived with him before. At least Tyler isn't with you. At least he'll be safe. I cling to that thought as the car hits pothole after pothole after pothole. Or maybe they're not potholes. Maybe this isn't really a road. It certainly looks dodgy enough. "Where are we going?" I finally ask. He glances over, then gives me one of those creepy fucking smiles.
"Somewhere private."
He taps his nose.
"So we can have a little talk, you and I."
That sends chills all through my body again, and some of the fear helps penetrate the haze of numbness. My nightmares come back to me and I look around skittishly, trying to remember if any of them played out so that he was chasing me through a forest. Probably not. Neither of us were ever the outdoors type.
"If you ever leave me, I'll kill you."
The words echo around and around in my head, and I get a sudden fear that's what he's planning. Somewhere remote, where no one can see or hear. Fuck. I get another set of chills, and for the first time I look around the car with actual attention. I know the passenger lock is on. I heard it click when he got in the car. And all the way out here, I'm not sure I'd want to be running around the forest waiting for him to find me. That really does feel like a recreation of a nightmare. I'm surprised as a sudden desire to get away comes back to me, and it hits me with chilling certainty that I don't want to die. I think there was a time that I might not have cared either way, when I was numb and depressed enough that it didn't really matter what he did to me. Back then, I had nothing to live for anyway. But now, maybe Mac won't forgive me. Maybe I've screwed some things up too much, but if there's a chance, even if there isn't, I've found too much joy and happiness to think that Anton can just take it all away again, just because he did before. Just because he found a way to get me out of the house. That doesn't mean I'm who he thinks I am. You're not. You're not, and you never will be again. You're not, Naomi. The car comes to a sudden stop before I can fully convince myself, and I sit there, slightly stunned, as so many conflicting thoughts roll around in my head.
"We're here,"
Anton announces with a grin. He gets out and walks around to my side of the car. I briefly considered jumping across to the driver's side, but I'd have no other plan after that, and he's got the keys. The keys. That thought distracts me enough that when he opens the door to let me out, I don't realize he's pulled a knife, not until it's right up in my face. The flash of the blade makes me scream suddenly, and he laughs.
"Don't worry, Nay. It's just to keep you focused."
Okay, this is getting seriously unhinged now. I'm not sure what the hell happened, but
"Come on."
His eyes glint, and I swallow as I walk beside him and up to the small hut. It looks like the kind of log cabin that you might build for a vacation getaway, only it's run down and obviously disused. Great. This is looking better and better. But at least I'm suddenly looking around at things, thinking about things, actually wanting to get out of this. You've dealt with Anton before. You've left before. You can again. And then you can hide somewhere while the cops do their job and actually fucking lock him away. I'm not entirely sure I believe it, but I try to. I try really hard to. Once we get into the place, I realize the interior is in a better state than the outside, or at least it would be if Anton hadn't been staying here for however long he has. There are KFC wrappers and bottles of Pepsi scattered around, as well as the musky odor of unwashed flesh and sweat. "Have you been staying here?" I ask, sending a cautious glance in his direction. He's still got the knife out, but now that we're in the cabin, he seems okay walking away from me. I stay hovering near the door, which he picks up on a moment later.
"Come over here."
He gestures with the knife, pointing to the gas stove in the middle of the far wall, just underneath the large double windows that were obviously intended to give a pleasant view of the forest outside, but mostly let a chill draft into the cabin. I do what he says, warily. "Why have you been staying here?" I try again. This time he answers.
"Well, I had to keep an eye on my girlfriend, didn't I?"
I shudder at his use of the word girlfriend, but it's the sentiment that cuts deeper. "You were watching me?" He chuckles.
"Took me a while to find you, Nay, after you just disappeared like that. But I took to looking up your old dad's house, and when I saw a moving van there, well now, I thought that was interesting enough to investigate."
I can feel the blood draining from my face. He knew all along, from the very start, the day that I moved in, thinking that it was a new life and I'd left everything else behind. So fucking stupid. Then why? I trail off. I'm not sure I want to know why he waited so long. I wanted to see what you'd do. He shrugs, answering anyway as he plays with the end of his knife. The way he looks between the knife and me makes me want to shudder all over again. Anton has been violent before, but it's always been an angry violence, explained away by the passion of the moment and a frustration he couldn't deal with, never premeditated. This is fucking terrifying. But not in the same way I thought it would be. I'm not frozen. I'm watching. I'm dealing with it. I'm talking to him. I'm thinking. I've spent so long being afraid of this moment and of this happening. And yeah, when it happened, it paralyzed me. But now, I'm right in the middle of my biggest fear. There's nowhere worse for this to go, right? Okay, maybe there could have been. If Tyler... But Tyler is safe. I remind myself of that again. It's just me. When people say to confront your fears, well, when your fear is that your abusive ex will find you and hurt you again, that's not an easy one to casually confront. But here I am right now, confronting it. And maybe those people are right. Maybe there's something to be said about experiencing that, understanding it, knowing that it's fucking scary and it fucking sucks, and you don't know how it's going to end and it might all go wrong, but there's some part of me right here, surviving. So far, anyway. I cut the morbid thought out of my mind and finally look over at Anton. I fold my arms and raise an eyebrow. So we're here. I came. What is it you want to talk about then? I'm not sure what I'm trying to do exactly. Maybe to work out what he wants. Maybe to try to find a way for it to end without pain or violence. Maybe I'm just buying time, though I'm not sure for what exactly. Perhaps for a better idea to come to me. But I think mostly I'm provoking him too. After spending so long caring about his shit, it's nice to be able to stand here and truly see him for what he is. And that's the moment that I realize I'm truly not the same person I was before. I actually believe it. Maybe I'm in the same situation, but I'm not the same person. He can see it too, his expression slowly becoming less pleasant. You know, you're not as nice as you used to be, Naomi. That makes me smile. I can't help it. A slow smile that spreads across my face. Thanks, I say, and his face contorts even more. That's not a good thing. My God, you're still a dumb bitch. Oh, there it is. I was waiting for that. This time it just makes me smile a little bit wider. It's hard to believe I ever let his opinion get to me, but slowly, over time. Is that what you wanted then? I ask. To bring me here so you could call me a dumb bitch a few more times? I'm talking now, but I'm also watching him. I want a way out of this. I'm a survivor now. I thought it sounded stupid when that counselor said it, but it's not. I'm a survivor, and I want to survive. I wanted to talk to you about the way you disappeared. He scowls at me, the knife waving in his hand. It makes my heart skip a beat, but I try not to look at it. I try to focus on the talking. I left you, I say again, and it makes me feel good to be back in that same mental place I found in my kitchen earlier. That same resilience I didn't know I had. And this time, there's no one for him to threaten. No one except me, anyway. And at least now that we're here together, I can see the threat, instead of it being some stupid esoteric thing. You don't get to do that, he says, his voice rising, and suddenly the chills in my blood are back. The memories sweep over me, but I push back, trying to stop them from clouding my mind. By the time I do, he's suddenly a whole lot closer, within arm's reach in front of me. I back away suddenly, with more alarm than I wanted to show, more alarm than I wanted to feel. Oh God. Talk is one thing, but... Yeah? I say, trying to keep it at talk, and not something else, even though I know I'm probably just making it worse for myself. Why not? Because we were in love, you dumb bitch. He glares at me. You owed it to me to try and make it work, not just to disappear and then go and sleep around. I thought you were better than that, Nay. You were an abusive asshole, Anton. You always were. I never owed you anything, and I wish I'd left you the first time you called me a bitch. I continue stepping back, trying to look around the room, trying to rack my brain for something, anything to get out of this. He's following me as I go, until it feels like we're in some kind of awkward backwards dance. And while I can see he's spitting mad from what I'm saying, I know he's enjoying the physical intimidation. Bastard. What? You can't handle bitch? It's just a word, nay? God, you were always so soft. I bet you use it too about other girls. Everyone does. I don't know why you let those things get to you so much. Yeah, I say, heavy with sarcasm. And the times you hit me? The time you accidentally threw your cigarette butt at me? The broken plates and thrown furniture and shoving your hand through our wall? What about it? You never said anything, nay. You never complained. If you'd wanted me to go to anger management classes, tried to fix things, I would have. But you gave up, and you didn't even tell me. That hungry for another man's cock, were you, little slut? I stop walking backward. I just stare at him. What the hell? I should have said something? That's his answer to those terrifying moments when I wasn't sure whether he was going to break a chair or me. It was my fault? I should have stopped and talked to him about how maybe I didn't like it when he got so mad he couldn't speak anymore, so he started hitting things instead. I can't believe he even thinks that he can say that. I don't know what he's trying to achieve, but fuck. It brings him up close as he glares at me, and I've never felt more like I'm looking into a madman's eyes than when I meet his in that moment. He brings the knife up, only a small movement, but enough to draw my gaze down to it. I brought you here to teach you some fucking respect, to show you that you can't go around fucking another guy when you're with me. I open my mouth to tell him, again, that I was never with him, but his hand slams across it too fast for me to react. I feel the crunch of his fist as my head swings to one side, my eyes wide and my breathing suddenly out of control. Pain slams through my head, and I taste blood in my mouth as I curl in towards myself. Fuck. He steps closer, the knife down by his leg obvious from where my slightly blurred vision is looking. And don't you dare talk to me like that again. He brings his hand up again, and this time I get a surge of adrenaline. Fear that always used to leave me frozen and paralyzed suddenly gives me a strange power and strength. I scramble backward to avoid the fist, stumbling on the metal chair behind me, and in a crazed act of panic, I spin around and pick it up. I keep on spinning round, right back to where Anton is in front of me, pushing it forward with all the momentum I can find. I'm not that strong, and he's got weight and height and the knife on me, but the chair is a fucking metal object, and it's totally unexpected. The legs tangle with his moving arms and chest, and it knocks him backward off his feet. The knife goes clattering to the side, but I ignore it. That's not what I want. I dive forward while he's still tangled in the unwieldy chair and push my hand into his jacket pocket. He shouts, something I don't catch, and then my hands close around them. Got them. Got them, got them, got them. The chant repeats in my head as I press my legs into the ground and sprint for it, charging out of the cabin as my heart pounds in my ears, and I feel like every nerve in my body is about to explode. Come on, come on, come on! I hear him throwing the chair off behind me, raising himself up with another yell and slamming through the entrance as I'm scrambling with the keys in the car door. Come on! I hear the click, pull it open and slide in, slamming the door shut and the keys in the ignition. I twist them, hearing the engine turn over as I feel like I might explode from the tension. This is so much worse than one of my fucking nightmares. Just as it catches, and I try to get it working. Damn stick shift. The door is thrown open. I turn, trying to slam my foot on the gas just as another fist flies my way. I get a moment to feel a sharp spike of pain, and then everything goes black around the edges. The haziness filling up my vision until it feels like I'm swimming in a sea of darkness, until even that fades. I open my eyes blearily, then groan out loud as my head instantly pulses in objection. The cabin comes back into view slowly, and I try to twist my body a little to get rid of some of the nausea in my stomach, but it just makes the hard floor dig into all the uncomfortable places on my body. I feel like a sack of potatoes, and as I very slowly try to sit up, that feels like exactly how I've been left, dumped on the floor until I came to. I have to close my eyes as I groan again, everything around me spinning too much to make sense of. My head feels like it's been run over by a ton of trucks, and I wince as I start trying to massage my temple, but apart from that, I think I'm mostly okay. until I open my eyes again, and the world slowly comes back into focus, with Anton sitting right in front of me on the couch, one ankle propped on his knee, and the knife balanced between both hands. Fuck. The last few minutes before I passed out come back to me and my heart sinks. Well, I guess that didn't work then. And somehow I don't think I'm going to get another chance. That, he says with a little too much dark gratification in his voice, was a very bad idea. It seemed a worse idea to stay and let myself be punched around, but I don't say that. I just try and breathe through slightly cracked lips. I'm not sure when that happened either. First punch? Or were there more while I was out? My ribs don't feel bruised, and that's always been the usual target while I'm on the floor. Besides, beating me while I'm unconscious has never really been Anton's style. I scoot away from him until my back is resting against the ledge of this set of double windows, the chill there tingling down my spine, but at least I'm just a little bit further from Anton. This isn't going well. Not so much to say now? He taunts, one eyebrow rising. I glance up at him. Fuck it. Why not? It seemed like a good idea at the time. I shrug, then regret it when everything aches in response. His eyes narrow and I watch as his expression darkens. Yeah, Anton does not like me making light of this whole thing. Well, you always did have poor judgment, Nay. Yeah, looking at you, I think we can agree on that one. I meet his eyes for one brief moment and can't help the little burst of laughter that tumbles out. I wonder whether I'm getting slightly hysterical about all this now. Something seems to have shifted inside me anyway, despite the slight incoherence and blurred edges of my vision. What? Do you find this funny? He stands up, walking towards me. Oh, shit. I shouldn't be provoking him, I know better than that. But looking at him now, listening to the stupid shit he's trying to say to put me down or make me feel small about myself, it is funny. It's tragic that I let it affect me for so long, but looking at it now, it's just ridiculous. Well, Nay? He's standing over me, and I know he's intending it to be threatening. And it is, kind of. But I can't get that feeling out of my mind. My mouth quirks up at the side before I can help it, my tongue faster than my mind can stop it. Yeah, I find something funny. He reaches down to grab me, pulling me up by the neck of the dress I'm wearing, and my body hurts all over again. I could clear that up real quick. His voice is nasty now, angry and frustrated at my total lack of response. And that's what's funny. He's bigger than me, taller and stronger, and he has a knife. I'm sure he can hurt me a hell of a lot. Yet, despite all that, it's him who's getting flustered and frustrated here. Every time he says something and I realize I just don't care, it takes away a little bit more of the power I gave him for years and years. He can hurt me, but he can't reach me anymore. He can't get to me. And even if he's going to kill me tonight, even if that fucked up promise comes true, there's a thrill in knowing that some part of me is out of his reach, in feeling that deep within me. And the more I feel it, the more I know he does too. It's why he's so fucking angry. Nothing he does is working anymore. I smile. It tugs at my broken lip, and I feel it split further, feel the sting there. And I don't care at all. He can hurt me, but he doesn't own me anymore. I see the flash of rage in his eyes, and then the knife comes up in a jerk of sudden movement. I have no idea what the hell he's intending to do with it, but my body reacts before I can think, the space between us too small to allow me any time at all. And for some reason, I decide I can block a knife with my arm. I shove it away from me, the blade scoring all the way down my arm and making me gasp in sudden pain, bright red rising to the surface. The sting makes my eyes water, and in that moment I hear a loud crack, followed almost immediately by a crashing, tinkling sound, and the glass behind us explodes. I scream at the shock of it, diving to the side as it's followed up by another crack, and then another. It stops just as abruptly as it started, leaving me with only the rush of my ragged breath in my ears and the pounding in my head, everything else fading into bizarre silence around me. I glance over to my right from where I'm hugging the floor, and my eyes bug out as I see Anton there. His eyes look right back at me, wide and glassy, dual bullet wounds in his chest, and blood pooling all around me. I scream again, And then there's another crash, this time through the door in front of me. I freeze up entirely, breath coming in waves of panic, until I feel hands around my arms, gently lifting me up, a soft murmuring in my ringing ears that's almost familiar, and I look up into Mac's face. My mouth drops, and I'm pretty sure it's not real. I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming, or this is some kind of hallucination, or panic-induced chemical imbalance, or... Naomi. Oh, fuck. The ringing in my ears abruptly clears, and I hear his voice. His very real voice, full of anger and pain and hurt, righteous fury. The feel of it sweeps through me, and I shudder, leaning forward to collapse in his arms. He holds back for a moment, lightly running his hands over my body until I look up at him with a frown. "The glass," he says. "There might be." "It didn't hit me," I say, not entirely sure if it's true, but not caring anyway. There's nothing I want more than to feel his arms around me right now. He gives me a scrutinizing look, but finally nods, giving in himself, and the moment I get to collapse back against his chest is quite possibly the best one I've ever felt. "I'm so sorry about Tyler," I say into his chest. "Was he okay? Nothing happened, right? He wasn't on his own for very long, was he? Fuck, Mac, I never would have..." "Shh." He brushes his lips against my temple, and I wince just a little at the spike of pain there, but I don't want him to stop. "Hey, it's okay. I know. Tyler's fine. He'll be happy to see you, though." "Yeah?" I ask, looking up at him as the tightness that's been lodged in my chest since the beginning of the evening finally starts feeling like it might be able to loosen. "Yeah." He smiles, pulling back to look at me properly. Then he winces, the pain obvious in his voice. "God, Naomi, you're a mess." I nudge him lightly. "Thanks." He runs his hand through my hair, tugging it back behind my ear as he shakes his head. "I'm so sorry. It took me too long. I should have been there. I should have found him. Fuck, I can't stand to see. Look what he did to you." I can't help it. I grin. It splits my lip again, and I feel a trickle of blood run down, but I don't care. "He didn't do anything to me," I say, and I can hear the shine in my voice. Mac just looks at me like I'm delirious. I grab his arm. "No, really, he did nothing. He was here saying all this shit, and he couldn't touch me. Not really. Made him so mad. He isn't. He doesn't matter anymore." The moment I announce that, I feel it all the way through me. He doesn't matter. It feels like a revelation, like all those memories, all those thoughts and feelings, they don't feel like me anymore. I'm not that person anymore. I know better. I faced him. And now I know I'm not screwed up, or at least not that much more than other people are. I'm not going to let myself fall into something like that again, ever. I'm not going to take that shit from anyone. Maybe some things won't go away. Maybe I'll still have the nightmares from time to time. But the haunting terror is gone. The ache and emptiness, the regret and mistrust. I'm going to be okay. I don't realize I say that out loud until Mac smiles back at me, cupping my chin to kiss me deeply. "You're already okay, Naomi," he murmurs softly. "More than okay." I smile. Then he glances down at my hand on his arm and recoils. "Oh, fuck, Naomi." I follow his gaze, see the blood still flowing from the cut, and realize it's throbbing in a slightly different way to the rest of me, too. "I thought that was..." His eyes dart over to Anton behind me, and then back almost before I can register it, and suddenly he's tearing cloth out of his t-shirt. "I'm fine," I say, though if I'm being honest, I think my head might be starting to spin a little. "You're not fine. What the hell did that bastard do to you?" He's wrapping the cloth around my arm now, and it hurts, but it feels kind of nice too, and very tight. "Nothing," I say again, smiling. This time the split lip does kind of bother me, though. When he's done, I glance back at Anton almost automatically, and the weight of it all suddenly hits me. Damn, though. You shot a man, Mac. My wide eyes skip from him back to the man I love. Can you do that?
It'll work out. He shrugs, then carefully turns me away from Anton. I want to object, to protest that I'm stronger and confident in me again now, but in truth, seeing Anton lying there kind of freaks me out, so I'm quietly grateful about it. Can we go home? I finally ask, wrapping one arm around his waist and leaning into his side. The moment I do, I hear the sirens outside, and the sound of what must be a dozen cars pull up. Bright lights shine through the now broken window, and the sudden chaos of noise and voices and activity descends upon us both. In the end, we don't get home until the sun starts rising over the horizon. There were cops to talk to, and things to explain, and statements to make. And apparently, since Mac shot a man, they really couldn't wait. That's going to be okay, though. I got the impression that all the guys there were trying to help Mac out. Part of the reason it couldn't wait, I guess. And it was kidnapping and bodily harm and domestic abuse, and in defense of me, I guess. I get the impression that Mac should have announced himself and given Anton the chance to give the knife up and surrender himself. But considering how close it all was, I'm more than a little glad he didn't. He also assured them he was only shooting to disable, and just happened to miss that target. I'm not sure anyone believes that exactly, but again, I don't feel that sorry about it either. Mostly I'm just trying not to think about Anton lying there like that. After the police came the hospitals, where they gave me stitches for my arm, and poked and prodded at me to try and work out whether I had a concussion, and everything just dragged on and on. Mac was there for it all, though, and despite the visit to the hospital being at his insistence, he valiantly took my side about coming home instead of staying overnight for observation. Especially since, by the time we were discharged, it was pretty much morning anyway. And I wanted to be home. When we finally walk through the door to Mac's place, the only things on my mind are a hot shower and a long sleep. Until we get halfway down the hallway and hear a loud yell from inside the living room, then sudden thumping as Tyler jumps up from the couch. What? Mac said he was at Maddie's. We walk through into the living room, and I'm immediately greeted by a pair of arms flinging themselves around my waist. You came back, he says, and I can hear the slight sob in his voice. Oh, damn. I crouch down and scoop him up in the next moment. I'm so sorry, Tyler. I kiss his head, running my hands through his hair and squeezing him tightly to me. I'm so sorry I left you by yourself like that. I didn't want to. I know, he says, hiccuping a little. Dad told me. I glance up at Mac and suddenly it all catches up to me. Anton appearing in my kitchen, having to leave Tyler, the cat and mouse in that log cabin, and the thought I might never see Tyler again. I might never have seen either of them again, or Maddie. The idea that I could have lost all this. I feel tears prick the corners of my eyes, and I squeeze so hard that I'm sure Tyler will protest. He doesn't, though. He's holding me back just as hard, and Mac comes over to rest a hand on my shoulder. Don't ever leave again, Tyler says, half angry and half relieved. I nod. I won't. I promise you, little guy. I won't. He nods, then throws his arms around my neck. I love you, Naomi. The simple words rock all the way through me, taking me by surprise and making me freeze in shock. He looks up at me, suddenly hesitant, looking between Mac and I. Dad said I could choose who I love, and I love you. His voice turns defiant at the end. And I don't want you to go, never again. Now the tears fall freely down my cheeks, and I pull the most precious little boy in the world closer to me. I love you too, Tyler, I say gently. I want to be part of your life, and I'm not going anywhere. I promise. I find myself looking up at Mac, and there's a special kind of smile on his face as he watches us. Tyler and I were talking about that, actually, he says, and there's a sparkle there that I can't quite. We want you to come and live with us. For good. Move in with us, Naomi. And don't tell me it's too soon. I blink suddenly, shocked. Not by the suggestion, but because I hadn't even thought about it. Anton is out of the picture now. There's nothing to be scared of anymore. I could have gone back to my house, but I didn't. I didn't even think about it. I came here. I came home. I look up at him and smile again, squeezing Tyler's shoulder. I think I already have, I say softly.
Mac pulls me up, though I don't let go of Tyler's hand, and he brushes his lips over mine. In front of Tyler, no doubt, no hesitations. Just us, our little family, and I know I feel totally ready for it. All that need for independence and distance and space, all that came from trying to find the person I'd lost in the years I'd spent with Anton, unable to go forward while I was still looking back. But I found that person. I found me. In Mac and Tyler and Maddie, too. I lean into Mac, needing him to know. I don't need slowly anymore. Screw it, Mac. Screw slow and temporary and soon. That's not what I want. And screw me too, hopefully, he says, the heated murmur close enough to my ear that no one else can hear. I want lots of little babies. Epilogue. Naomi. I look up from the hospital bed as I see Mac and Maddie through the window of the small room, walking along the hallways as Tyler jumps up and tries to peer in through the glass. I grin, waving, and totally distracting him from Mac's efforts to get him into the room. Then Mac comes in and suddenly I'm the one who's totally distracted, my gaze running up and down that hard, powerful body, as if I haven't seen him for days. In reality, it's only been a few hours, but that's more than enough time to leave me wanting him back. My two beautiful girls. His voice rumbles through me the same way it always does. I missed you both. We missed you too, I say gently, tilting my head up for him to brush his lips against before he looks down at the gorgeous baby girl in my arms. Really, what I want to do to him is far more than a simple chaste kiss. Even if this really isn't the time or place for it, it's not my fault that this is the time and place I happen to be stuck in. And for some reason, ever since giving birth, I've been totally crazy with lust. That's one thing I wasn't expecting. Especially because physically, the idea doesn't appeal at all right now. Maybe it's because my body finally feels like mine again instead of just a host for our little baby girl. Or maybe it's all this time we've been spending, not quite together enough. But I'm totally crazy on Mac right now. No way to fight the gung-ho, in-love, happy chemicals flooding my brain even if I wanted to. Can I see her? Tyler asks, jumping up against the bed. Whoa, kiddo. Mac steadies him. What did I tell you? Slow and gentle with your baby sister. She's very delicate. He's seen her a few times now, and Mac comes in to visit every spare moment he has. But we still tell Tyler that every time, partly because he can be wild and erratic whenever he feels like it, but also partly because of how protective we feel about Lisa at the moment. She's so tiny, he says, carefully holding one finger over her little hand. Sometimes she wriggles her fingers, which makes him giggle, and I think Mac and I melt every time we see it. With her being born at 36 weeks, we just feel lucky that she's looking beautiful and healthy and getting stronger every day. She's the most perfect little girl, and I know Mac feels exactly the same way when he looks at her. How are you two today? He asks, stroking my hair as I lean into him. I smile, leaning forward to kiss her forehead as she breathes heavily. Sleepy, I think. I glance up. And missing her daddy. Would you like to hold her? Will it disturb her? He asks, frowning slightly. He's so protective of her that it makes my heart feel like it wants to grow to double the size in my chest. I'm sure in 16 years or so she'll hate it, but I know I'll always treasure it. And with a guy like Mac, I know she'll be safe for life. Just like I know I am. No, I reassure him, smiling softly as I hand her over. She'll be fine. I think she'd like that. Technically, he's the one who's done this before, not me. But somehow he seems to think that I know what I'm talking about more. I'm not sure I do. I just might be able to fake it a little better. Around his kids, Mac has always been an open book. He smiles at me as he takes Lisa, and I sigh as I lean back in the bed, relaxing slightly. Having my daughter in my arms is one of the best things I've ever felt. But there's nothing like having my whole family around me. Or almost, anyway. I send a brief thought to my parents, who I know would have loved to see their grandchild, but some part of me trusts that they're seeing her anyway somehow, and that they're just as happy as I am with how things have turned out. Mac and Tyler. And Maddie, too. What more could I have ever asked for? Well, besides Lisa, who I asked for so many times, and Mac delivered so beautifully, every single one. The new addition to our little family. And as I watch Tyler asking a dozen questions in possibly the quietest tone of voice I've ever heard him use, I think that she'll fit in just beautifully. We talk about casual things for a little while as I watch them all together. The different projects Mac has set up at home to help with baby caring. The hours that Maddie is finally cutting down on at the store. The gardening that she wants to take up as a result. And Tyler's new science project at school. All the little parts of life that I'm slightly isolated from while I'm in here for at least the next few days. That will be beautifully chaotic the moment I get back home. Eventually, Maddie asks to hold Lisa, and Mac comes over toward me again. The warmth on her face is just lovely to see, and I know how much she's enjoying the idea of a second grandchild, especially now that she can dote on both of them a whole lot more.
Naomi.
I glance up at the sound of Mac's voice, and the smile that he's trying to hide starts sending my heart skittering around in my chest.
It's perfect, isn't it? Having everyone together like this?
He says softly, and I nod.
I thought it would be the right time to give you something special.
He slowly drops to one knee, and my heart rushes into my throat. My thumb goes to the empty ring finger that feels like it's been waiting for so long, and he pulls out a thin, rectangular box. I can't help it. I laugh. Part frustrated and part amused, as he infuriates me yet again about this whole proposal thing. When we found out I was pregnant, I made it very clear that the only thing I wanted this year to be about was the child we were having. I didn't want to be one of those couples who rushed everything and got engaged and married quickly, just so that it was before the kid arrived. I mean, we have Tyler, too. We're not exactly a conventional family anyway. Though if I'm honest, I think Mac just wanted to marry me because he wanted to be married to me, which is what I want too, more than anything. But I've wanted a baby for so long, it somehow seemed stupid to celebrate all the amazing things I wanted in a few months, all at once. I've spent the last 9 months regretting all those thoughts, though, as Mac has taken me totally at my word. I didn't exactly mean that the proposal had to wait, but he spent the last several months teasing me with my own words and driving me crazy enough that I wish I could just marry him right now, or at the very least, wear his ring. So I look at him and roll my eyes. I thought you were
Proposing?
He says, smiling easily.
Not quite, but this is just as special.
I raise an eyebrow, looking back at the box with curiosity now. I'm not sure what counts as just as special as getting engaged. I take it from him and open it up. Then I just stare.
A pen?
Sure, it's embossed and elegant, and it looks like a very nice pen. But if he thinks that's as special as a ring, we definitely have a few things we need to talk about. He stands up before I can say anything, reaching into the bag behind him and pulling out a folder. I frown, confused, as he walks back to the bedside and sets them in front of me. He takes my hand before I have a chance to look down at them, and Tyler comes to stand next to him, looking up at me with a kind of infectious grin.
I wanted to ask you to adopt Tyler, Naomi.
He smiles at me, and I can see his eyes glistening as Tyler jumps up to sit on the bed next to me.
We've talked about it a bit, and
I want you to be my mom, my real mom, Tyler says, then goes a little red, looking uncharacteristically bashful. If you want to. I can't say anything for a long moment, the lump in my throat overwhelming me as my eyes get wet as well. I pull Tyler into me and he leans down to hug me tight.
Yes,
I say, barely able to gasp it, my throat closing up completely.
Yes, Tyler, I want to be your mom. You're my little boy. You've been for so long, sweetheart. Yes, 1,000 times yes.
I look up at Mac, not really believing it.
Can we? Really?
He nods, smiling softly.
I'll ask a couple of nurses to come in as witnesses.
He turns and disappears out of the door, and I take the moment to hug Tyler tight to me.
I love you, Ty,
I whisper softly.
So much.
I love you too, Mom. He looks back at me, and I'm not sure whether the tears are flowing from his eyes or from mine. Probably both. I can call you that now, right? I grin at him, squeezing his hand about as tight as I can.
Yes, please. I'd love that.
Me too, he whispers tightly, and I hug him all over again. My adorable little boy, one of the most precious people in my life.
I still can't believe it, though. I flick through the documents briefly before Mac comes back inside, and I find it. Fiona's signature. How did he ever get her to agree? I never even told him how much I wanted this. I knew it wasn't something that could happen, and I didn't want either of them to think I considered Tyler any less my son just because of some legal documents, but being his mom, really truly his mom, I think I'm shaking from the thought of it. 2 beaming nurses walk in a moment later, and they gather around as I sign the documents, congratulating us with obvious enthusiasm. I'm about to put the pen away, engraved with Naomi and Tyler, 11/16/17, when Tyler looks up. I want to sign too. I pause, but Mac is already grinning. He pulls out another couple of pieces of paper, and though I'm pretty sure they aren't legally binding, Tyler enthusiastically signs them, and the 2 nurses follow after. Thank you, he tells them, grinning from ear to ear. Mac pulls out cupcakes from the bag and passes them around as we have our quiet little celebration of truly becoming a family. Grandma, Mom, Dad, son, and daughter. Tyler looks up at me after he swallowed his cupcake almost whole, and gives me an almost shy smile. Dad said I could choose who I wanted my mom to be. He takes my hand in his, starting to trace the palm as he shrugs. I guess that's pretty special, right? Most kids don't get to choose their mom. My heart melts for what feels like the 1,000th time as I look into those bright blue, earnest eyes. Nothing like his father's eyes, but so completely like his. I can see the resilience there, so much more than I would have guessed at. I know it's been hard on him growing up without a mom who's interested in him, but he's made the best of it at every turn. And now I'm so glad that he'll never have to worry about that again. However long it takes, I want to start repairing whatever damage Fiona might have done. I'm so glad you chose me, I say, squeezing his hand and smiling. Me too. Maddie calls him over a few moments later, and he goes to watch as Lisa just starts to wake up. Seeing her sleep through all that excitement has me feeling optimistic about my first experience of all the sleepless nights, and endless feeding, too. First experience, because Mac and I both know we want more than one together. I smile at the thought. Just how? I finally get a chance to ask, as Maddie entertains Tyler. He smiles at me, leaning in to brush his lips over mine softly. I had a long chat with Fiona, and for once in her life she actually did the right thing for Tyler. His expression softened slightly, turning wistful. I think she wanted a fresh start too, if I'm honest. She always had trouble bonding with Tyler. That was the problem from the start. She never felt the things she wanted to feel for him. She didn't deal with that very well. I don't think she thought she could fix it, but she couldn't move on either, knowing he was there. This way, maybe she can. I nod slowly. I've never seen anything of what Fiona was like before, so I don't have those memories to draw on, and everything I've seen of Fiona myself hasn't exactly been positive. But I think I can understand that. And if nothing else, she gave me my son. I'll be eternally grateful to her for that. Thank you, I sigh softly. I can't tell you how much this means to me. Or to me, Max says quietly, then sits next to me on the bed, glancing over at Tyler. Tyler, too. I only started thinking about it because, well, when you got pregnant, really. Tyler came up to me a few months ago and asked if you'd still like him when you had your own kid, and I look up at him, horrified. I know. I can hear the strain in his voice, and I reach out to link his fingers in mine. I wanted to make sure he never had a reason to think like that. I swallow. He never will, I promise. We'll make sure of it. Mac's expression eases, softening into a smile as he looks down at me. I know. He pauses. Then the smile becomes just a little bit more wicked. As for that other thing you're waiting for, I promise you it will be worth it. A thrill of excitement rushes through me, sending my whole body tingling. I have no doubt it will be. What I've got now has been worth everything I've had to go through to get it, 1,000 times over. I know that with our unique little family around me, the future won't be any different. This concludes Hero Next Door by Laura Swan, narrated by Veronica Worthington and John Lane. Copyright 2017 by Laura Swan. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Laura Swan and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.